Ladies and gentlemen, today we are live for another edition of a live commentary live stream on the channel. It is the Go Bowling at the Glen, of course, for the NASCAR Cup Series at Watkins Glen International, the final road course race of the regular season and the second to last race of the regular season as a whole, as we go to the 7-turn 2.45 mile road course. And as you see in the title, a potential rain race today. Rain will be threatening, I'm sure, all throughout the course of today's race at Watkins Glen, and as long as the lightning stays away, this race will continue on, and it should be a very interesting one to watch. We've got all the predictions coming for you guys for both drivers who will run well and not run well, as well as, of course, my race win pick, and then we'll get through the starting lineup and get today's race underway as we are about 45 minutes roughly from the drop of the green flag. Thanks for everybody tuning in this afternoon. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into today's full race live stream realistic commentary coverage. Patrick Ellison, weather expert Derek Booth, subscribe to make this dog happy. That is that's an interesting strategy game, but thanks for tuning into the stream. Billy Carjoy, Billy Kramer, Cormac, and others, welcome in. This is going to be a fun one. Any driver interviews that we get in the pre-race, you guys will get to listen in, as well as during and after the race as well. Live pit stops, obviously the pit reporters, you'll get to listen into a bunch of on-track, on-telecast things. And the last road course race at Indianapolis just a couple weeks ago was wild. We did live commentary of that. We watched it together. I couldn't believe what was transpiring there at the late going of that race. We did the COTA race earlier this year. That was entertaining. The road courses have put on some good shows this season for the NASCAR Cup Series. I think today is going to be another one as well. 36 minutes away from the countdown to the command right now, and about 10 minutes after that, they will be green. Time for today's predictions, though. We'll start off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run particularly well. Also, before I get into these predictions, it will help with your predictions for your fantasy team today. So be sure, if you are not already joined in the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or website, make sure you do so. It is free to join. Sign up with your email. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023 if you win the regular season or playoff championship. 2 weeks to go in the regular season, so obviously you won't win the regular season title if you are not in the league or playing yet, but it gives you 2 weeks of practice before the playoffs begin, and you're automatically qualified for the playoffs as long as you are in the playoffs or in the league when the playoffs start in a couple weeks. Cy Z, welcome to the stream as well. I did put KRC League in the chat already, so that is exactly how you would spell it when you are searching for it. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. Rest is lowercase. So the 2 drivers who I think are not going to run well today are going to be our 2 bubble drivers on the point standings, and here is why, of Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. We'll start off with Martin Truex Jr. I think this is the more obvious one. Toyotas have not been great this season on road course races, and for Martin Truex Jr. in particular, he has finished 26th at Sonoma, 13th at Road America, 21st at Indianapolis. His best finish is a 1 top 10 finish on a road course this year of 7th at COTA, but after that it has not been great for both him, JGR, and pretty much Toyota as a whole. They've only had collectively just a couple top 10s between the 6 teams as well this season. Toyota's also had some engine issues so far. Both Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell will be starting at the rear of the field today, having to swap engines after practice and qualifying yesterday afternoon. And the other 4 Toyotas might have something of an issue too, because they are down on speed again this weekend. And obviously you never want to go into any sort of a track, especially a road course where you are shifting a ton with an engine problem on hand. So we'll keep a lookout on those guys throughout the course of today's race. For those reasons, I would stay away from Martin Truex Jr. Truex has obviously been very great at Watkins Glen here recently. He's got 5 straight top 7 finishes and 4 straight podium finishes, including a win back in 2017. But put all that aside, if you look at the next-gen car, the statistics this year for Toyota, stay away from Truex in particular. So I went bold with my prediction, going with the best road course racer in the Toyota camp right now in the Cup Series. And I do think he is going to finish well outside, or at least at the very least finish outside the top 10 today. He's also starting deep in the field, qualified 25th, was 27th in practice, so unloaded very slow again this weekend, just like most of the recent road courses on the schedule. Randy Gorham, Chris Clatter, Melinda Leverett, welcome to the stream as well. Picking Harvick for win or top 3. That is a bold prediction. but I wouldn't be sleeping on Harvick necessarily. I think he could have a good run today. People say that he's not good at road courses. While I will say that for the most part, the road courses of Sonoma and Watkins Glen, where he's got a lot of experience at, he's been running really well even in recent years, even though he has struggled at a Road America or has struggled at COTA over the first couple races there, and even the Roval he struggled at times as well. But the old reliable road courses of Sonoma, Watkins Glen, I would definitely say that Kevin Harvick is maybe not the favorite there by any means. I think there's better road course racers at those tracks overall as well on road courses, but I wouldn't be shocked if he gets another top 10 finish today. I think he can have a good run. Considering his betting odds, as you see at the bottom of the screen, it probably wouldn't be a terrible pick, but he is starting deep in the field, and if it does rain, I think that equalizes his chances compared to a lot of drivers who are better on road courses and have better track position at the start of today's race as well. Stages are going to throw in a lot of strategy as well to see who stays out to get stage points, who doesn't. I expect probably both Truex and Blaney to do that, but we'll just have to find out. So again, Martin Truex Jr. was the first don't have. I do think Ryan Blaney is the next don't have, and I'll also throw in the reason why I have those two on the don't haves. I don't have on my list, but I kind of just specified. I do think they're going to stay out to get stage points because they are racing for points between each other if we don't get a 16 different winner both today and next weekend at Daytona. So for that reason, they're going to try to maximize the most amount of points as possible. If Martin Truex Jr. stays out of the pits to get stage points, I think Ryan Blaney will too. It's pretty plain and simple there. If Blaney's running ahead of him, I would probably just play it safe, stay out, get the stages. So I wouldn't be surprised if both Truex and Blaney score a lot of stage points today, but I don't think they're going to get a good finish at the very least. And the reason why I don't think Ryan Blaney's going to get a good finish, I mentioned the Toyota issues. Ryan Blaney's actually been pretty good on road courses this year. He finished 6th at COTA, 6th at Sonoma, 11th at Road America, just outside the top 10 there. Was running top 5 pretty much most of the day at Indy before getting spun out on the final restart after they were 4 and 5 wide going into the first turn again. He got turned off the front bumper of A.J. Allmendinger, ended up 26th. But if it wasn't for getting turned there, he would have had a top 5 finish, and he would have finished no worse than 11th on road course this year. So I would put that to the side. But this weekend, Ford as a whole, or not Ford as a whole, but Penske as a whole has looked very weak on the road courses compared to other Fords in the field. Austin Cindric is probably the only outlier. He was top 10 in practice and qualifying, but both Logano and Blaney were outside the top 10, and Blaney looks to be the slowest of the 3 Penske cars this weekend. He also hasn't been as good at Watkins Glen compared to other road courses in recent years. He finished 14th at Watkins Glen last season. He did have a 5th place finish in 2019, but if you go back to the 750 package in 2018, because remember, 2019 was the 1 year that the Cup Series ran road courses with a high downforce, high horsepower package. With the low downforce packages on road courses at Watkins Glen, that is where he struggled. So again, last year 14th and then finished 12th in 2018 as well. So 2 finishes outside the top 10. Again, he starts deep in the field. 17th fastest in practice, qualified 26th this weekend. I have Ryan Blaney finishing outside the top 10 as well as Martin Truex Jr. today. But if we don't get another new winner, those guys are definitely going to be ones to watch today for the right and wrong reasons, potentially, as far as how they're running on the track, just because there is a points gap between them for that final playoff spot currently. Cheyenne, Wade Selinsky, welcome into the stream as well. David Cormier, SIZ. Someone who's currently at the track, I hope it doesn't rain. Well, for your sake, I hope you stay dry. Hopefully you brought some extra clothes, maybe some, well, I guess you might not be able to bring some umbrellas, but some ponchos, some rain ponchos. We'll see. Fords are coming strong. I do think the Fords as a whole look strong this weekend, and I think as a manufacturer, they've been the best collectively on the road courses. Even though Chevrolet has won every road course, the Fords in recent road course... Okay, I should say Chevys have won every road course, but it's been between the same 4 cars every single time that have won on the road courses. Actually, the same 3 cars have won on the road courses because Chase Elliott hasn't even won one yet this year. But, yeah, only 3 cars have won on them. Reddick 2, and then both the Trackhouse cars each have a win. But if you put aside Reddick, Chase Elliott, and the 2 Trackhouse cars this year, those are really the only Chevrolets that are performing well on a consistent basis on the road courses. Everything else seems to be Ford. Both the RFK cars have been pretty good on road courses this year. Michael McDowell's been really good on road course this year. Penske has been pretty good, even though this weekend I think Logano and Blaney are lacking a little bit on speed compared to other road races this season. We'll see. Dark Crypto, thanks for tuning in. Say Blady's going to keep the points lead, so all he has to do is not pit during the stages. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. And he's got a 26-point gap, so unless he has some sort of an issue, which if it does rain today, it's going to be easier said than done as far as him trying to keep his points lead. We don't know what these next-gen cars are going to handle like in the rain. We haven't seen it before. You know, is it going to be less handling than what we saw with the rain races with the Gen 6 era? We barely see any rain races in the Cup Series in general on top of it. Kyle Busch have any practice laps in the new engine? I am not. No. I don't think so because they changed the engine after practice and qualifying yesterday. I think I remember seeing an update on Twitter last night that he changed his engine late yesterday after practice and qualifying. So no extra laps on the new engines for Kyle Busch. I think Christopher Bell did because they changed it during practice. He might have tried to qualify. I'm not. It qualified him 37th, but I don't know if he made any laps or not. Unaware on Bell. I know Kyle Busch for a fact doesn't have any laps with the new engine. Hitstick Gamer, thanks for tuning in. Hanover Rays, thanks for tuning in as well. So those are the two drivers I have on the don't haves list today. Time to talk about the sleepers, and you both see them in the betting odds scrolling at the bottom of the screen as well. I have Michael McDowell as one of the sleeper picks for today's race. He qualified in the third place position. He was 18th in practice, but they picked up a bunch of speed yesterday in qualifying. They made the adjustments right despite not unloading that quick coming into the race weekend. He's had great finishes on road courses this year. All 4 road course races, he has finished 13th or better, and he's finished in the top 8 in 3 of the 4 races. 13th at COTA was the only race outside the top 10, and his worst finish of a road course race this year, which isn't that bad, especially for a Front Row Motorsports equipment car. 3rd at Sonoma, 8th at Road America, and 8th at Indy just a couple weeks ago. The only downside for Michael McDowell today is that he has not had a top 10 in his career at Watkins Glen. Of any of the road course races on the NASCAR schedule in recent years, this does seem to be his worst one. And I think because this is one of the older ones, it gives some of those drivers that don't have as good of a road course prowess a little bit better experience at the track, which kind of evens the playing field, I think. But him having a good starting position today is going to be important. Road courses are always difficult to pass, no matter the car, no matter the aero package. So once they get past the restarts, if he can survive them without getting involved in an accident, I think he'll be okay. And if it does rain, I would probably lean towards the better road course drivers, maybe being able to keep handle of their car the most, and Michael McDowell is definitely one of those drivers. I think it'll even the playing field as far as speed goes, but when it comes to handling, I would still trust the road course ringers a little bit better than the non-road course ringers. Aristos 434, welcome to the stream. The race is on the USA Network today, but we'll be having live commentary for today's race, and once the race starts, you guys will have a leaderboard on the screen as well. As of right now, NASCAR, let me check again here. As of right now, I do believe NASCAR's website does not have the raw feed on right now. No, it doesn't. So, for whatever reason, the last 6 or 7 weeks, it's been their website's been broken, where at the start of the race, the raw feed's not available till the end of stage 1 to middle of the race. So I'll keep an eye on that. If we have to go to Fox Sports' website just to get our leaderboard for the first 20 to 30 laps again, then I will. Apologize for that, but again, there's nothing I can do. It's just NASCAR's website being broken for literally a month and a half now, unfortunately. Elliott hasn't even won on road course yet this year. That's insane. No, but he has had good finishes, as I will talk about in a little bit. The other sleeper pick outside of Michael McDowell that I have this weekend is Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher also looked very fast this weekend. Unloaded much quicker than even Michael McDowell. Didn't qualify as well as McDowell, but still qualified inside the top 10. Buescher will be rolling off in the 7th place position today. He was 6th fastest in practice yesterday as well. He also has no top 10s at Watkins Glen in his Cup Series career, but his average finish is better than McDowell's, of course, in a slightly better equipment as well. Finished 21st at COTA earlier this season. Not a great start to the road courses, but the last 3 road courses have been really good for Chris Buescher. He finished 2nd at Sonoma, 6th at Road America, and he was on fire multiple laps down at Indy, still came back to finish inside the top 10 in the 10th place position. If that isn't resiliency, I don't know what is. And Chris Buescher's been fast on all racetracks, even the ovals in recent weeks, coming off a 3rd place finish at Richmond last weekend. Had a shot to win, led some laps in that race. I do think Chris Buescher is going to be one that could compete for the win today. If I was looking at a sleeper to possibly pull off an upset and become the 16th different winner this year, I think Chris Buescher has the best opportunity of any driver to lock himself in the playoffs off a win today. And that would be a great story because remember, his only career win was at Pocono in 2014, and it was with Front Row, and it was a shortened race. It was a fog shortened race at Pocono, so he has never actually gotten the checkered flag in a Cup Series points race. He did win the Daytona dual race he was in earlier in February, but I guess there were technically points on the line there, but it wasn't an actual regular season race. He's not locked in the playoffs because of that win. Ghost Batur, welcome to the stream. Can I watch the race here? I cannot actually show you guys the race itself, but you will have live commentary from myself, and you'll get to listen in to any driver interviews, which we haven't had yet since we've gone live for the pre-race. But any driver interviews, both before, during, and after the race, you guys will get to listen into that, as well as the live pit stops sequence you'll get to listen to through the field. So you'll get to listen to various pieces of the USA Network coverage of today's race, but I'll be doing the actual lap-by-lap commentary, as usual with these live commentary live streams on the channel. But yeah, copyright issues is the reason why I can't actually show the race. I would love to show the race and do commentary that way, but unfortunately I cannot due to copyright reasons. Human T, welcome to the stream. Any thoughts on Ty Gibbs? Yeah, so Gibbs is actually also starting at the rear of the field today. They did not make an engine change, though, on that 45 car before the start of the race. Remember, he actually had an engine failure at Richmond last weekend, too. So, problems with the Toyota department in engines. I actually picked Ty Gibbs to finish highest of any of the any of the Toyotas. I picked him because he was 6-1 odds to be the best finishing Toyota driver today. I picked him, and then maybe an hour and a half later, I got the word that he had gotten moved to the rear of the field for unapproved body modifications before the start of the race. It was during inspection earlier. He failed inspection, so he'll be starting at the back. William Byron is also starting at the back despite the fact that he qualified third, so that's also worth noting. I think there were a couple other drivers that were already starting towards the back that are also at the rear of the field today. So those are my thoughts on Buescher and McDowell. I think at the very least they get top 10s. And here's Dave Burns with Chase Elliott with a pre-race interview.
Well, this rain that's fixing to here is going to be the big kicker. I mean, my rain racing experience is next to none, and I've never done it here either. So I would say the majority of the field is in the same boat. Been talking about all these international drivers coming to visit us this weekend, and I'm curious to see how they like the rain. A lot of rain experience in that group of drivers. So yeah, I don't know. I'm excited about it. Our Kelly Blue Book Chevy's been fast, but when you have weather conditions like looks like's coming here, it's gonna really change the entire complexion of the event, strategy-wise, how you drive the car, and the whole deal. So I reached out to my buddy Boris Said this morning. I was like, hey man, I need some help as much as you can give me here in a short period of time, because it looks like we're going to get some weather. So look, we'll see. Like I said, proud of the effort so far this weekend. It was nice to have a good Saturday. It's always a positive, and we'll try to make the most and deal with whatever conditions there are best we can.
And do you have to use a little caution knowing you could clinch the regular season championship here? I mean, is that on your mind too?
Honestly, I just want to try to win the race. I mean, that to me is really where my head's at, and where our team focus is trying to put ourselves in position to win. Because at the end of the day, if you're out there contending for a win and putting yourself in position week after week, then the point stuff is really going to figure itself out. So, you don't want to make stupid decisions, but also making stupid decisions doesn't typically give you a shot to win either. So I think that's a balance that I feel like you already take anyway. Or at least try to, and we'll try to make the best decision we can with the information available and go to work.
We'll see where the day goes. Chase Elliott starts up front.
All right, thanks for everybody who just tuning in. That was Chase Elliott with a pre-race interview with Dave Burns. You guys just listened to Platoon 2.0. Robert Perkel, Mark Witkowski, welcome into the stream. 44, welcome to the stream. Busher top 5 today. I would not be shocked. I predicted him to, at the very least, get a top 10 finish. They're showing the radar currently on the screen. It is not currently raining at the Watkins Glen International Raceway, but it is in the area. It is surrounding the area as long as the lightning stays away, which it does look like there's no lightning. It's mostly green on the radar. For those of you that know what a radar looks like, you would know what I'm talking about. I'm by no means a meteorologist, so I don't know exactly how to explain the weather patterns to perfection necessarily, but it should be very interesting to say the least. Time to talk about the favorites for today's race, the two drivers who I think at the very least will get top 10 finishes. And at the very least, I think are going to be the two favorites for today's win. They're both out of the HMS camp, and we're going to talk about Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. These are the two favorites, in my personal opinion, through all of their statistics on road course races, both this season and at recent years at Watkins Glen, as well as the fact that both cars look to be the favorites this weekend on speed alone. Kyle Larson won yesterday's Xfinity Series race as well in the 88 car for Junior Motorsports. He won the last Cup race in 2021 at Watkins Glen last season. Qualified outside of the front row and was also fastest overall in practice yesterday. His finishes, though, on road courses this season, not that great in particular outside of Road America where he finished third. Coincidentally, he did run the Xfinity race that day and finished in second, or that weekend and finished in second. And this weekend he ran the Xfinity race as well. He did not run any of the Xfinity Series races at the other three road course races that I'm aware of, in which he had finished outside the top 10 in all those other three. 15th at Sonoma, 29th at Coda, and 35th at the Indy road course. He did qualify on the pole at Sonoma and won the first stage, leading every lap, but once he got back in traffic, he couldn't make his way back through the field as he didn't quite have as quick of a car as comparison to what he had last season. But I will say that Kyle Larson is a pick of mine that can compete for the win later on today, and I do think that Kyle Larson, again, will have a good day. He's a great pick for your fantasy lineup. And as far as the race win goes, I'm taking the other HMS car that I briefly mentioned, and you guys just heard an interview from, and that would be Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott is not only the Vegas odds-on favorite, but in my opinion, he's the odds-on favorite for today's race as well. He qualified on the pole today and was second fastest in practice yesterday, only to his teammate Kyle Larson. His last three Watkins Glen starts, he's finished second, first, and first, with both those wins coming in 2019 and 2018. He led 80 laps in 2019 en route to victory, 52 laps in 2018 in his win there. This season is the reason why I'm taking Chase Elliott over Kyle Larson. They're so equal in speed, and they've had great races and great results at Watkins Glen in recent years. Elliott a little better than Larson, but the main reason I'm picking Elliott to win over Larson today is how well Chase Elliott has run on road courses this season in particular with the next-gen car in comparison to Kyle Larson. Again, I mentioned Larson only has one top 10 finish. That was a third at Road America. The other three races, 15th and worse, and two finishes outside the top 25. As far as this season for Chase Elliott, he finished 4th at Coda in the first road course race of the year, 8th at Sonoma, which was his second worst finish. And Sonoma is usually his worst racetrack on the road course circuit for NASCAR, even with all the new additions of road courses added in recent years. Finished a close second place to Tyler Reddick at Road America, and he ended up getting in a spin in one of the late race restarts at Indy where he had a shot at the win. I think actually restarted on the front row in the spin he had on the second to last restart there. He finished 16th, but if it wasn't for that, we were probably looking at him competing for the win with Tyler Reddick in those closing laps that day. So I will say that Chase Elliott, again, is my pick. It looks like he's plus 375 according to the Vegas site where I pulled the betting odds from, and that I usually use on a weekly basis with my NASCAR picks. So that's it. That is the predictions for today's race. You guys are going to listen to the national anthem here in about 6 minutes or so. And any final thoughts in the chat that I'll go through? Maybe throw some drivers out there. How do I think that they will run in particular today? Those are my main predictions that we're keeping statistics for this season. Again, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, the must-haves, the sleeper picks of Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher, Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney are don't-have picks for fantasy purposes today. NASCAR Pepsi Cup Series Racing, Terry Lewis, the China Tiger fan from Soonerville, and others. Welcome into the stream. Don English, thanks for tuning in. Picked a delayed start for thunderstorms in the area. I'm not sure if there was lightning in the area or not. I'm listening to the race coverage very faintly right now. I'll actually have to turn it up just a little bit because I'm having problems hearing it with the fan in my right ear too. All right. Chase Elliott's your pick also. Chase Elliott has won all 4 races this season for himself when I've done live commentary live streams. Just putting that out there also. Chase Elliott seems to win a lot of these live streams. Yeah, a lot of dark clouds in the area. It's a lot darker at Watkins Glen compared to what it looked on the pre-race coverage when we first went live about 25 minutes ago. Jeff Torgeson, thanks for tuning into the stream. Also, finally get to cheer the number 3 car today. It's been a while. Miss you, Dale Sr. And Austin Dillon in NASCAR pool, starting 12th. Yeah, he actually performed very well in qualifying compared to usual with himself in qualifying. Dillon, not typically a great road course driver. In fact, I'd say of the full-time drivers of the Cup Series, he's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he was like outside the top 15 to outside top 20 as far as road course talent in the Cup Series. That's my personal opinion. So the odds are stacked against it this week, but hopefully for your sake he does well. AJ's always a threat. Yeah, Allmendinger looks very fast this weekend. Qualified in row 3, I believe. He'll be starting in 5th. And he didn't look as fast in practice yesterday, but he stepped it up in qualifying quite a bit. Kind of similar to Michael McDowell yesterday, where they didn't unload very quick, but was quick enough in qualifying to get a good starting spot, which is going to matter a lot, especially with rain on the horizon. Santiago Kid, thanks for tuning in. Alex Bowman win this race, get himself in the playoffs. Bowman is already in the playoffs because he did win a race earlier this season. He won at, where did he win? It wasn't Dover. Won very early in the season. I'm having a brain fart right now. He does have 1 win on the year, so he's already locked in though. I am having a massive brain fart right now. Where did Alex Bowman win this season? It was an oval. What oval was it? I almost said Atlanta, but that's not it. Byron won Atlanta. Byron won Martinsville. Floyd Allen, thanks for tuning in. Go Mustangs. Richmond, yes, thank you. You won the first Richmond race. No, he didn't. He didn't win at Richmond. That was last season. Did Bowman win at Richmond? Yeah, he won Vegas. There we go. Yeah, he won at Vegas. That was last season he won at Richmond. Denny Hamlin won at Richmond in the spring. So early in the year, I forgot Bowman won a race there for a second. Well, I remembered he won a race. I just couldn't remember where because it was so... Not a fan, but what about Kyle Busch? Yeah, I mean, I talked about the Toyotas as a whole. They've been having engine issues this week. I will say for Kyle Busch's sake, with him changing the engine, I think that takes him out of the potential engine failure capability. I doubt that they're going to go through 2 engines, on that 18 team in general. But he's starting very deep in the field as a result of having to make that engine change. And Toyotas have not been great on road courses this year. Even in practice and qualifying prior to the engine change, he was outside the top 20 with his teammates. Honestly, off of speed alone, I think Ty Gibbs looks like the fastest Toyota this weekend, which is why I took him to finish as the highest running Toyota in my bet I placed online at 6-1 odds, but now he's starting at the rear also, unfortunately. So, if I would have known that before, I probably wouldn't have even taken a bet there. And that's the only reason I went for it. Simply just because it was that good of odds. Yeah, Bowman did win at Vegas. As soon as the SIC said it, I remembered. Going back, still looking. Your fantasy team, Larson, Elliott, McDowell. Yeah, definitely have those guys in your lineup. The sleeper picks I can understand if you don't want to take them because it can be risky. It's nice to have the sleeper picks for our fantasy league on the NASCAR mobile app or website because you can only use a specific driver up to 10 times in a season. I think Raikkonen will do good. I think he's got the capability of doing well. Trackhouse this season has been very fast on road courses. Obviously, they've won 3 of the road course races so far this season. Or sorry, two of the 4 road course races this year. They won at Coda and they also won at Sonoma. This weekend seems to be the slowest I've seen Trackhouse collectively on a road course this year. Even if I exclude Raikkonen because it's his first Cup race, I'll give him a pass, for not being as quick in practice and qualifying. He's outside the top 20. But even Ross Chastain qualified barely inside the top 20. Suarez qualified 9th, but he wasn't that quick in practice. I think he was outside the top 10 in practice, if I remember correctly, yesterday too. So I'd probably stay away from those guys in your fantasy team. But if you take them, I understand why, because they have been that good at road courses this year. If there was an overall race team as an organization to run well that didn't look as good yesterday in on-track activity, I would probably lean towards Trackhouse. Chastity Edie, welcome to the stream. Lisa Rogers, thanks for tuning in also. We've got only 41 likes and already 170 people watching. We have not even started this race yet. There are raindrops that are on the drone cam or the blimp cam, whatever the aerial cam is this weekend at Watkins Glen. So there is a lightning delay as of right now. I guess there was lightning about 15 minutes ago. So they started the lightning clock. We have about 15 minutes left of the lightning clock before we get this race underway, or at least the pre-race away. They have not gone through the national anthem or anything of that nature yet. So the start of today's race has been delayed just a hair for lightning in the area. The heaviest rain and storms look to be around the track now, and it looks like once that blows through, it's all mostly green on the radar, and there shouldn't be any lightning the rest of the day, but there's likely going to be some rain that these drivers are going to have to drive through. But it is just starting to sprinkle at the racetrack as we speak. To set my fantasy lineup before it locks here, I haven't set it yet. Kind of doing it as I talk, so if I'm looking down, that's why I'm looking down. So I do have the chat on my laptop currently. Love this channel news sub for me, Keegan. Thanks. Very good at commentating. I appreciate it. Zach Snook, thanks for tuning in. Larson just won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. It's going to be hard to beat today. I do think so, too. I definitely think he's one of the favorites. A lot of delays this season. Yeah, unfortunately. It's only been during the summer months, so that's the crazy thing. I think up until, other than Dirt Bristol, there was no rain races until we got into June. And then we had Dover get moved to a Monday. And that's been, luckily, the only race that's been moved a day. And they got some of the laps in on Sunday. I think they got like 45 laps in, then had to move the rest of the race to Monday. Haven't had any rain-shortened races this year either. Lightning strikes 5 miles west of Watkins Glen. Yeah, if it's within an 8-mile radius, that's when they have to start and restart the lightning clock. So we're under a little bit of a lightning delay right now. Well, it gives you more time to set your fantasy lineup and place your bets, I guess. I'll go through who I have on my fantasy team after it locks, because I don't want anybody just copying it. I'm not that dumb. I can be stupid at times, but not that stupid. We'll talk about the points a little bit, because we haven't really talked about that yet. Very briefly, we mentioned with Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney, but there's a 26-point difference right now between Blaney and Truex, with Blaney as the last driver above the cut line over the 19 of Truex coming into today's race. Again, the Toyotas have struggled this year. Even Penske between the 22 and the 12 car have struggled this weekend on speed. So I do think that Truex and Blaney are probably going to be pretty close to each other most of the race. So I don't really see Truex gaining a whole lot of points if he does gain some. Especially considering that we're probably going to see some drivers pit before the end of the stages. I don't expect those two to do it. Unless they're in position to potentially win. Especially if Truex isn't a capability of winning. If Truex isn't one of the drivers who have a shot at the win, I doubt Ryan Blaney's going to give up the stage points today. Which could end up hurting his finish, or at least hurting his chances of passing cars later in the race. 1 and 11 starting positions. I just had it here a second ago. I got to go back and look. Give me a second. Ross Chastain is starting in 18th. Denny Hamlin is starting 22nd. Mid-pack for both of them. Still set my lineup. Sorry if I'm being a little quiet right now. I'm trying to I'm really trying to do 3 things at once. I'm trying to constantly see if NASCAR's website is open yet for... Obviously, the race hasn't started yet either, but I'm trying to see if the raw feed is up simultaneous while I put my fantasy team in here last second before it locks in a couple minutes, as well as I'm looking at the chat. So, bear with me. I'm almost done setting my lineup, though. Huge downpour, 20 to 30 miles off the track in a feed you're watching now. Yeah, the rain doesn't matter. It's just the lightning right now is why we're under a delay. Yeah, lightning delay right now, for those of you wondering. 200 people currently in the chat. The race has not started yet. Lightning delay. Last they checked that they were less than 15 minutes away from having the lightning clock come to an end, and then the national anthem is supposed to be following the commercial break that they are currently on the USA Network. Again, you guys will get to listen into that as well as the command for the start of the race as well. Tristan Troll, welcome to the stream. ASD RFG, welcome to the stream. Be sure to subscribe if you are not subscribed already. 70% of viewers who have watched the channel and these live streams of the live commentary races over the last 4 weeks are not subscribed to the channel. So be sure to hit that subscribe button. Our goal is to hit 3,000 subscribers on the channel today. We are coming in just over 100 away. I do think we can pull in enough. I do think we will get that many viewers. We've had at least 550 viewers during these live race commentary races all season long. I don't think we've had a single points race this year. The only race that was below that much on viewers was the very first one at the LA Clash at the beginning of the season. But all the points races, we pull in over 500 viewers at one point in time during the race. So definitely be sure to hit that like button and subscribe. It helps these streams out, helps me out a ton, and I appreciate the support of just you guys tuning in. Whether this is your only avenue of watching the race, whether you are listening to my commentary while watching the races, I know most of you do, so greatly appreciate it. I love the communication that we have in the chat because we can talk NASCAR as the race is going on as well. Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being a subscriber. Yep, you've been coming here quite often for these live race commentary streams. H, welcome to the stream. Where can I watch the race for free? I don't know where to tell you on that one. You can stay here, though, listen to the commentary of the race once things get kicked off. The race is on the USA Network, for those of you wondering. Cable race this weekend. Daytona next week, it's supposed to be on the main NBC network. I will not be doing live commentary of the Cup race next weekend, as of right now at least. I have things going on Saturday night. I'll be able to watch the race from my laptop. I have a fantasy football draft after I have a full day's work that day. But I will be doing live commentary for the Xfinity Series race on Friday night at Daytona. That race, I believe, is on the USA Network. So tune in Friday night next weekend. I believe the start time is at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to tune in. I'll be doing live commentary for the Xfinity Series race next weekend. And if for some reason there's rain on Saturday night for the Cup race, I will be doing live commentary of the Cup race if it is on Sunday. But as far as Saturday night, I can't do the Cup race next week. I'll be able to do commentary for the Cup race on Sunday next week, and I will be doing commentary of the Xfinity Series race on Friday. Tim Walker, thanks for tuning in from Rockingham, North Carolina. From Brunswick, Georgia, awesome. Probably a Chase fan, I'd have to imagine. Just guessing. Based off of your geographical location. Mark DeMars, thanks for tuning in. Bold picks and Kimi Räikkönen. That is a very bold prediction. I think his odds to win today's race were like 600 to 1, so more power to you. And his first Cup race. Nobody has ever won in their first career Cup start before. Love the channel, subscribe, thanks. Yeah, definitely run that subscriber count up. We'll be keeping track of that throughout today's race. Try to get to 3,000. Yeah, they're showing it. I've even seen this clip a couple times already today on the internet, but it is the 10-year anniversary of the 2012 Watkins Glen finish where there was oil on the track for about the final lap and a half of the race in a 3-car battle for the win, especially the 2 cars of Marcus Ambrose and Brad Keselowski. It was the first career win for Marcus Ambrose that day. He would go on to win at Watkins Glen again in 2013, as this track was the host of his only 2 career Cup Series wins while he was in the Cup Series. Okay, my fantasy team's in. I do have thunderstorms in my area while I'm here as well, just praying to God that the power does not go out during this live stream today. That would stink for both you guys and myself. These are definitely the biggest live streams of the week on the channel, so I wouldn't be able to watch the race either. But I do have a severe thunderstorm warning. It is under effect at my house until 6 o'clock today, so... Tyler Reddick standing in with Dave Burns. Here's an interview you guys can listen into.
This weekend, a little bit of a new challenge at Watkins Glen, the next-gen car on this track. How's it going so far?
Most of the track we've been pretty strong, honestly. We've been needing to get a little bit better in the bus stop, 5, 6, 7, 8. For us has been a little bit of a challenge, especially compared to the Hendrick cars. So worked on it a bit overnight, and hopefully we made the right adjustments. Being behind them in the start of this race, getting to see the line that they're taking through there will be helpful too. So really feel good about our KCMG Chevrolet. That's a very rhythm and repetition type section through that area of the track. They need to get better. And I think with time, we should be able to get where we need to be.
And I understand very rough in this car, and it's like you can't avoid the curbs and scrub off speed, right? You just got to go for it?
Yeah, you just got to shoot across it and figure it out on the other side. For me, I've been really crossed up by the time I get through turn 6. And, in comparison to some of the other competitors, they're able to pick up the gas and really get out of there. And I'm just trying to catch the race car. So losing time there, and for us to qualify 5th and be struggling like we were there yesterday, does give me confidence because I know that we can make adjustments overnight, and we did, and I think they're going to be in the right direction.
Why did you adapt to road courses in this car so well? It's not like you'd never seen them before in NASCAR, but you in this car seem to do well, the win, everything. Why is it going so well for you, you think?
Well, I think with the old car, I would try and brake about 100 feet too late everywhere we go, and with this car, it's right on the money. A lot of times I would lock a tire up, wheel hop a little bit, whatever it might be. I think with this car, it just all came together perfectly.
And the braking zones, that brings up an interesting point because they had to change what the markers were, right, on the track, or you had to notice them differently?
No, they're all the same. As far as I understand, they appear the same from when we've been here in the past. I think there's a few tracks where, like when we go to COTA, the markers change for whatever series is running, but here, you use a different marker, but the markers themselves have remained the same on the track.
You just want to hit the ones that you want to hit, which are further down into the corner, which I think is saying. Let's look forward to the playoffs just real quick. We got to go through these 2 weekends, the wild card, which is Daytona next week. What are your goals with a couple of wins in the bank and locked into the playoffs?
Well, today could be a wild card too, depending on the weather. Yeah, it's just just executing on the good days, and when we get to the playoffs, you really can't afford to have the huge mistakes or the failures. But a lot of things that we've experienced this year have been painful, but they're things that we can learn from, and we've been able to make better and not have them happen again. So for me, that's a good thing. When you get to the playoffs, you really can't afford to have those type of days. You never want to have them, but if you can have them in the regular season and find those issues and work them out now, that's always going to be better.
A lot of hard work for the 8 team. They will start 5th today after the qualifying run that Tyler had, and we'll see how that goes in the rain or the dry. We don't know yet.
Ball GB Story Racing 387 Anti-Saxky. Welcome to the stream as well. Again, under a lightning delay as of right now at the racetrack. Bill Western, thanks for tuning in also. Pat Plume, thanks for tuning in. Chase Elliott's got the in-car camera this week on YouTube. Morgan Miles, thanks for watching. So under a lightning delay currently, it is not downpouring at the racetrack, maybe a light sprinkle here and there on the 2.45 mile road course. Meme Stoshio, welcome to the stream. First race you're going to watch in this competition. Can anyone explain to me how, I'm guessing you meant to say NASCAR works? I mean, pretty straightforward. If you're looking at just watching today's race only, the race is 90 laps. It is broken apart in 3 stages. And the way the point system works in NASCAR, stage points are awarded to the drivers that finish in the top 10 at the end of the first 2 stages, and then it's 1 point per position for the race results. It is supposed to be a 2-stop race today as far as fuel goes, but rain could throw in a different sort of strategy as far as tires and potential tire wear. Somehow the rain has split apart the, not split apart the racetrack, but has split around the racetrack in the sense that there's no real moisture on the track right now except for a light sprinkle from time to time. But lightning in the area is the reason why we are under a delay currently. As soon as the lightning rolls away, these cars are going to get fired because they can race in the rain on road courses. Racers Point, welcome to the stream. Let's show the race for us. Cup Series today. Yep. Cup Series is today. I didn't mean to yep on the I will show the race for you guys. I cannot show the race for copyright reasons, but I will be doing live commentary as usual. As we do most weekends. Pretty much every weekend I don't go to the racetrack. Or next weekend just because I have something going on. But I will make sure I give a live commentary stream to you guys next weekend with the Xfinity Series race at Daytona. So if you have no avenue of being able to watch the Xfinity Series next Friday night at Daytona, be sure to tune in right here on the channel. We've got streams during the week as well. Major Kenneth Withrow, welcome to the stream. Green flag was supposed to be at 3:15. Rain delay right now. Not a rain delay, but a lightning delay. It has not really rained at the racetrack. Rain is split around the racetrack so far. It is likely to rain at the track pretty much any moment it can. And they can race in the rain because they do have rain tires for road courses. I don't know of anywhere you can watch for free. Personally. Not a native speaker. Nope, you're good. I was doing the best of my abilities to comprehend, that's all. RRR, welcome to the stream. First NASCAR race you'll watch today. Yeah, there are a lot of international drivers watching today's race, so I could definitely see the TV ratings getting a pretty big boost this weekend. Although it is on cable network, which stinks. Most of the time, Watkins Glen's actually one of the main network NBC races, but for whatever reason this year it is not. And I'm not sure why. I noticed that with Road America this year too. The 4th of July. Last year Road America was on the main NBC network on the 4th of July weekend, and this year it wasn't. It was on the USA network. Very interesting. Ryan McLyman's welcome to the stream. Does it have commentary on the Fox app? Not sure exactly what you're talking about the Fox app. Talk about like the leaderboard that I have to go on to for the website for the start of the race. Now it just shows the leaderboard while I'm commentating the race. If that's what you were talking about. And I'll use that if the raw feed's not working, which has been the case on NASCAR's website these last few weeks. Probably month and a half, really. Which stinks. Man Walking, welcome to the stream. Know where you can see live times of the race. Yeah, it's NASCAR's raw feed, and I will actually have that on screen as soon as it becomes available. I usually have all the race statistics as far as lap times and all that for you guys, but it is unavailable at the moment. Of course, the race hasn't started yet, so that's a big reason why, but NASCAR's website's been finicky with it lately, where it's not up at the very start of the race, and then we'll get like 20 to 30 laps in and it'll become available, so you have to bear with me at the very start of this one today. Sammy Skog, thanks for tuning in from Finland. Awesome. What do I think about Raikkonen? Yeah, I kind of talked about him earlier. I think he could potentially have a good run. It's his first career Cup start. Nobody has ever won in the first career Cup start, despite how much road course racing experience or experience in a stock car or, rain experience. It doesn't matter. We haven't seen a driver ever do it before, so I wouldn't expect him to go out there and compete for the win today. But Trackhouse Racing has arguably been the best organization on road courses this season. I think that gives him a good shot to have a good run. He was middle of the pack yesterday in qualifying and practice, so we'll see how that's going to work out. Starting deep in the field is never something you want with a road course because it is usually harder to pass than on the ovals, or most of the ovals at least. Matt Young, thanks for tuning in. How many sets of rain tires does each team have on hand? I have no clue what the answer is on that. If I had Steve Letart's phone number, I'd be hitting him up right now and asking him, but I have no clue. Brian Wally, thanks for tuning in. That's a good question, though, by the way. If I hear about it over the telecast, I will be able to let you know. That's why I have an earpiece in. That way I can listen to the commentary while I'm giving you guys the commentary. It's delayed, so actually what I'm hearing in my ear is happening about 10 to 20 seconds after what I'm seeing, but that's just so that way I can pick up news or anything breaking throughout the course of the race. I can info all that data to you guys. Guys and gals. Christopher Miller, thanks for tuning in. PGA Tour playoffs. I don't typically watch golf. I usually try to watch the majors, and even that I've kind of not done the last couple of years. I'm an avid golfer, though. I do respect the game for sure. It just kind of stinks that NASCAR, especially this time of the year, is on every Sunday. They very rarely have night races anymore. So PGA Tour events are always going on at the same time. Their final round, at least, is always going on at the same time. So I haven't really watched it live as much the last couple of years. But I definitely keep an eye on it, though. Crews are walking back out to their cars right now, so that tells me the lightning delay is either over or it is about to be over. There's some fans entering the grandstands also, so they've probably got the clearance to go back out there. Probably going to get underway here very, very soon. Matt Reel, thanks for tuning in. Miss Saturday night races. I do too. Even if they have to push them to Sunday night for TV rating purposes, I wish they had more night races. I prefer Saturday night, though, because with Sunday night, it's harder to get a fan to come to the race unless they're a local, knowing that they might have to get an extra day off of work to travel back home because the race isn't going to get over till late at night, versus if it was in the afternoon, it would get over. You have time to go back to your hotel or wherever you're staying that night, much sooner than what you would if it was a night race. Little League World Series. Oh, that's right. That is going on right now. I always forget about it being in August. I always remember that starting up, and usually when the Little League World Series ended is when I had to go back to school. Back in my day, which was like not that long ago. Jeffrey Giordano, welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Bubba Wallace today. Trying to go for back-to-back top fives on road courses. Finished fifth at Indy a couple weeks ago. Watkins Glen does not have lights. Nope. No road courses have lights. Technically the Roval would, but it's because it's a built-in road course, but I still don't think they could actually race at night because the infield itself doesn't have lights, so it might be a little harder to see in the infield versus on the oval portion of the racetrack. Amy Ratto, welcome to the stream. Race will be starting very shortly. Scheduled drop of the green flag was 3:15, but they've had a lightning delay. Kind of similar to Michigan a few weeks ago. It looks like it's only going to be about a half-hour delay, roughly, so I don't think it's going to be too bad. Your home team's in the Little League World Series from New England. Got eliminated yesterday, but played well. That's awesome. At least as far as I know, I don't think there's been any teams in like the Northwest Ohio area that I live that we have had like any Little League World Series teams make it to the, or any Little League teams make it to the World Series. I only live like 4 or 5 hours at the most away from Williamsport. Actually, when I went to Pocono last season for the doubleheader, I actually stayed in Williamsport. Because that was like the closest I could get a hotel room for a decent price, because everywhere else the rates were jacked high up, like they usually are for race weekends. It kind of worked on the way there because I didn't have to drive as much the day before the race, and then the way back home I had less of a drive that night. But the only time it sucked was because I went to the track Saturday and I had to go back again Sunday, so it was kind of like an hour-and-a-half drive to home, or back to the hotel and back to the track the next morning. But the rest of it was good. Gene, welcome into the stream. Keep up the good content. More of an F1 fan, but much respect for racing fans all over the world. I greatly appreciate that comment, and for multiple reasons. I do agree with that, though. I wish that there were a lot of open-wheel racing fans that respected NASCAR, and a lot of NASCAR fans that respect open-wheel racing more. Even though I don't really watch Formula One a whole lot, I have been watching more IndyCar recently and getting into open-wheel racing a bit more outside of the dirt side of things. I do have a respect for it. I've always had a respect for it. I think a large reason is because I raced when I was a kid growing up, and I feel like anybody that's raced, no matter what the level is, whether you're a local short track racer, whatever the case, you typically have more respect for drivers that are able to race at a national level, knowing how hard it takes to get to that level or international level for a Formula One, and how hard it is to work the way up through the ranks. I think that alone, those drivers and teams have, they should get more respect than what they probably get from non-motorsport fans of that particular motorsports. Think an Xfinity driver is going to win today. So basically between Ty Gibbs and AJ Allmendinger, I don't know if any other Xfinity Series full-time drivers are in the field today other than those two. Somebody does have an umbrella right now. It does look like it is pouring at the racetrack as we speak. It is raining at Watkins Glen as we speak. I'm not sure if they're still on the lightning delay. They have not shown the lightning clock on the screen at all. I know sometimes they will show it in these situations. They have not shown it yet, but it is raining sideways. It is windy. It is pouring at the Watkins Glen International, so at the very least, the track will be wet when they get started. But it'll be very interesting to see exactly when we'll actually go green once the lightning is away. I think the last time I remember a Watkins Glen race being delayed to the next day, I think it was 2011. Whatever year it was that David Rudiman had that nasty crash in the Esses where he flipped from guardrail to guardrail. I think it was 2011. Here's Dave Burns with Kevin Harvick.
Know you now.
Well, you know, I think it obviously the last couple of weeks have gone really well. I think for us, over really since the break, and we came back to Nashville. We've made some big improvements on the car. Didn't have much luck, good anyway, up until that point, and the last couple weeks we've had, some good things happen to us and be able to capitalize on them and have a couple wins in the bank now. So it's amazing how fast it can change in this sport.
Well, it really does speak to how it all has to come together, right? Because it's not like the people at SHR were not working hard. It's not like you didn't have speed, because you did. It just had to all work at the same time.
It really did, and I think if you're around this long enough, you understand that the ups and downs of the sport. And the thing that I really appreciate about the drought that we went through was there was no finger pointing, there was no yelling and screaming. It was, okay, what do we need to do to get better each week? What do we think we did good? And it was the same analysis after we got done winning. And I know that probably seems boring, and it seems like you should probably do something, say you did something different when you won. But I think for us within our team, I think we understood that things were building in the right direction, and we just needed the day to go right, and it came at a good time.
But did you self-check during the drought? Did you have things that you wanted to know and didn't have answers for?
I always self-check. This sport is a progression. It's a constant progression. There's too many smart people in the garage for it not to evolve into what it evolves into from year to year. And I think as you look at the people that I have around me, I think for me, I have a lot of confidence in them, and I know they have a lot of confidence in me. And the days that I show up and don't feel good, or don't feel like I'm 100%, I got to find it, because I know that every guy that and gal that touched that car brought 100% while they were preparing it, and they've done everything that they can do to get to the racetrack. And it's an easy self-check. Because you better bring all you've got, because that's the expectation of everybody around you.
Speaking of people, one of your small people got to share a moment with you that I think you were hoping would happen at some point at Michigan. Let's review that a little bit. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, well, I think for me, we went through COVID, and Piper's 4 now, so her last couple of years have been through COVID, and they haven't got to the racetrack very much. So to win the race, she told me before the race, she's like, "Daddy, I want to ride in that car like Keelan. You better go win today." So there was definitely some pressure there, but to see her old enough to be able to experience those moments and be able to share those moments with her is obviously really special. And I know Keelan got to do a lot of that as he was growing up, because that's just what we did. We went to the racetrack every week, and we're a racing family. Delana grew up in the sport. I grew up racing my whole life. Our kids have grown around it, and that's just how NASCAR works, and really racing in general. As you travel around the world, there's so many common ties and so many connections from this person knows that person. The racing community, we always say it's a small world, but the racing community is a smaller world. And I think for me to be able to raise my kids in the NASCAR garage and motorhome lot, and be able to share that and share success is what it's been all about.
That win at Michigan, and let's forget Richmond, but that drought buster came at a great time, because this weekend and next weekend, I mean, they're wild card races, Kevin. How much comfort was there getting the wins before these 2 weekends?
Dave, have you ever seen me drive in the rain? It is not It is not spectacular. Keelan called me before I went out, and he said, "Dad, you're going to be terrible today if it rains." I was like, "Well,
Appreciate that.
yeah, thanks for the confidence, but you haven't showed up the last couple of weeks either, and we've been to Victory Lane." So, I think for he's been a doubter because of the losing streak. But I think as you look at this car, I haven't driven it in the rain. Most everybody hasn't driven it in the rain. So it'll be interesting to see how much differently and better it drives in the rain. If you can see anything, that's really the biggest problem is the vision in the spray. So, I think as we look at today, if it does wind up raining and we can get the lightning to stop, it should be an interesting day.
I was going to ask you, where were the laps in the rain? Were they in a cup car, Xfinity car, truck?
Cup car at COTA. They were treacherous laps at COTA. So we did start the race in the damp, which would be my preference at Charlotte a couple years ago at the start of that race. But other than that, that's really all I've done in the race, other than stand outside and tell Keelan he needs to get out there and practice in his go-kart, because they go out in the rain like they go out in the rain like it's nothing. It's just another practice session or another race.
From stomping in puddles to racing a go-kart in the rain. Yeah. That's Keelan's world. Your world today from 24th. Let's talk dry track. Let's say it is the super speedway of road courses like it's billed to be. How do you make progress today in your car?
Yeah, my car's great. I made a mistake in the interloop, whatever we call it. I don't know if it's turn 5, 6, 7, and 8, or if it's the interloop or bus stop. whatever you want to call it. But I hit that second curve and it jerked the car and jerked it sideways. So, probably left 3 or 4 tenths over there. But my car's faster than I am. So they've done a good job with the car. It's just maximizing the car, and our guys do a good job at strategy. And I'll get faster through the day because I'm a slow learner.
We're going to make a tape for you, though, because we have the in-car camera with you today.
Oh, good. Do they still make tape?
Oh, we could, if you want. I'll
You're showing your age.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I understand though.
Thank you for understanding. Yes, we're of the same ilk. But yeah, we'll record something for you, and then you can play it back and watch what you did today.
I appreciate that. So hopefully it's presentable.
Yeah, like us,
Yeah.
Kevin, Dave. We'll send it back to y'all. It's presentable down here, but we'd rather be racing.
Very.
Yeah, and currently still under a lightning delay at the Watkins Glen International. Trying to get this race in this afternoon. And we hope that they can hopefully get this race in at some point today. Somebody did mention, is there lights a little bit ago in the chat? No, there is no lights at Watkins Glen, but I believe sundown is probably around, I'll look up what sundown is actually, just to verify. This is one of the shorter races of the year usually, so I don't expect this race to go longer than 3 hours. And the fact that we don't have to wait for the track to dry either, it's just waiting for the lightning to stop. All right. Sunset is right around 8 o'clock. 7:58 is sunset. Watkins Glen, New York. So that's pretty much what we're looking at right now. We've got about 4 hours roughly. Sammy Skog, thanks for tuning in. Hope Kimmy will finish at top 10, number 91. I saw you mention something about Europe's going to have a lot of people watch it with Kimmy in the race. And I did mention that I do think that the TV ratings are going to be up this weekend with a lot of international drivers in the race other than just Kimi Räikkönen. 8 different nationalities representing today's NASCAR Cup Series race at Watkins Glen, the most in any NASCAR Cup Series race in NASCAR history. Stephen Goad, thanks for tuning in. Rolling with Elliott, Allmendinger, Logano, Buscher, Byron, and Haley today. Justin Haley did have a good run in the last road course race. If I remember right, he had a top 10. Also, Todd Gillen and Harrison Burton both had top 3s at Indianapolis, so it'll be interesting to see what they could do today. Burton didn't look too fast in comparison to what he did at Indy in practice and qualifying leading up to the race. Neither did Todd Gillen, but Gillen, his teammate qualified well. I probably put more likely to have Gillen get a top 10 today than Burton. Gillen did look a bit quicker than Burton yesterday overall as well. Both in the Ford camp. Yep, lightning delay currently for the race. Andy Harmon, thanks for tuning in. Start the in-car live stream when they actually start engines. Yeah, that would probably be likely. NASCAR Planet, thanks for tuning in from San Diego, California. ZGHL_FG52. Thanks for tuning in also. And if I've not shouted you out in the chat, greatly appreciate everybody tuning in. Almost 100 likes on the stream already. We've had consistently over 200 people watching for quite some time now. Be sure to hit that like button. Helps these streams out a ton. So that way when we get this race underway, we get more people in the chat, communicating, growing this NASCAR community on the channel, and watching some NASCAR Cup Series racing live together. Is there a budget cap in NASCAR? If you're comparing it to like the NFL or something like that, no, I don't think so. Not that I know of. And that's kind of where racing in general, as far as budget caps for resources, like they'll cap things that like wind tunnel time to try to even the playing field. So that's about what a NASCAR budget cap would look like in essence. Parker Kligerman standing in with Ross Chastain for another driver interview during this lightning delay.
In the mid-season, so how do you guys turn around as we head towards the playoffs?
I'm bringing a track house race car back to a road course, Parker. That should solve a lot of our problems. No, when you look at it on paper there, it doesn't look as great, but we still have the speed, so we'll be fine.
So you and I have made this a weekly occurrence where we do these long interviews. So where would you head with this one? I mean, you have a really cool teammate this weekend in Kimi Räikkönen, an F1 world champion. What have you learned from him? What have you seen that's been like, whoa, that's very cool?
Well, I learned that Kimi's not here for this interview, which I requested to do this interview.
You did request that. We can put that out there.
Yeah. So Kimi, I know you're comfortably somewhere, but him and Daniel, neither one of them showed up for the interview. So I'm here representing Team Trackhouse, and we could ramble on and on about all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's what we normally do, right?
Well, they're all proud of you. Yes, we normally do. Who knows where we'll head with this one? But let's talk about what you've seen. That you guys have been so good on the road courses. You have a teammate like Kimi coming here, learning these cars for the first time, jumping in sort of cold turkey without a lot of experience. What have you seen that's sort of been, sort of, I guess, in some respects, showed you how good you guys' cars are, how good Trackhouse is to get him up to speed?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that I've seen is just how good he really is. You watch it from afar, right? I've watched most F1 races for the past, 8-10 years, become more of a fan of the sport, and done a light bit of research on older races before I started watching, and you don't have any calibration to what kind of race car drivers they are, because it's just such a different form of motorsport. And he plugged right into the Chevy DIL simulator and went faster than me day one. Like, I just laughed. I'm like, all right, yep, he's faster. That should be expected. But just seeing his car control and then just his ability to adapt. He's just running laps, and nobody's giving him any feedback yet, and he starts making we can see all the data, and we're just watching, and it's just like real-time learning so quickly, where it might take me a bit of time to stop, sit back, look at the data, and you realize, like, okay, those guys that race F1 are really that good, and so I've just tried to ask him as many questions as I can, and he's, oddly enough, asked me questions too, which blows my mind.
I was going to ask you about that. So you maybe have learned some things from him. What does he ask you about that you've been like, he's asking me this? What?
Yeah, it's everything, just general car knowledge to, he's asking what's DVP, right? What's damaged vehicle policy? And what does that mean, and how does that work? And worked a lot on, pit road and pit entry and exit, and because there is no pit entry line except for the orange box on entry, but on exit there's an orange box and a white line you have to follow halfway to turn 2. So just those little things, right? Just those little things that we all just come to know in time, and he's learning as he goes here this weekend. So
well, let's focus on you and this one team a little bit. I just want to take a step back the last couple weeks where you guys have had the speed that you've shown throughout the season. I look at Michigan as a place that race kind of got away from you guys with an incident. Where do you feel like this team stacks up right now as we get closer to the playoffs? Where do you guys feel like you maybe have strengths and some things you have to work on as well?
Parker, I haven't driven one car this year that I didn't think we could win with if a couple things go right, and sometimes I just needed nothing to change and I end up doing something to take us out. So I don't see, we're not changing anything. There's going to be a lot of learning coming up in the next 12 weeks. That this is something that I've never experienced before. I've done playoffs and a championship run in trucks and Xfinity, but never in Cup, and it's different. And I would be a disservice to everybody if I sat here today and said I'm going to be the same person in 13 weeks as I am right now. I'm going to learn a lot, and we're all human, and I've made mistakes, and I'm going to continue to try to put my Worldwide Express Chevy as far to the front and drive it as fast as I can, but I'll learn throughout this, and I'm excited about learning. Like, it's so cool to think we're getting ready to start the playoffs. I remember last year I wasn't in it, and I watched, and I was at the shop when all these guys were off doing media days, and how bad I wanted it, and now we're scheduling media days, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else.
It's pretty awesome to see Ross's transition to being a part of the playoffs, Marty, and obviously as a team they're feeling optimistic once they get in the playoffs here.
Well, Parker, no doubt they have been dangerous in the regular season. So, Kyle, that bet.
That was Ross Chastain you guys were just listening to moments ago. The race has not started yet. Still under a lightning delay. It is downpouring at the Watkins Glen International. That's no issue. Just waiting on lightning to roll through. And really unaware how long that this could take, other than the fact that we know that lightning has to stay away for a 30-minute period in order for these teams to get those cars cranked up and ready to go. Brand new, welcome to the stream. As soon as the lightning ends is the best I've got for the start time. There's no official start time as of right now. Just waiting on lightning. Frank, thanks for tuning in. Joseph C3, thanks for tuning in as well. It's like in the international drivers coming out to the Glen this weekend. I didn't get to watch the Gateway IndyCar race yesterday, but I heard it was good. I did watch the highlights earlier. It seemed very entertaining. It seemed like it was a pretty good race. Oh, yeah. Rain. Well, if they don't have the rain tires on now, they will change them before the start of the race, knowing how damp it is. I doubt anybody's going to be starting this race on slicks at this point. Thanks for tuning in, though, Earl. Kimmy's just in this race. No, he's not running full season. Had this weekend open and decided that he wanted to run. Maybe Trackhouse reached out to him to run. It could definitely be possible as well. But a one-off start for Raikkonen this weekend. Update more lightning in the area, Watkins Glen. I mean, I think. I don't know. I have no clue to really say that. They haven't really talked too much about the lightning delay in general during the pre-race right now. That is ongoing. Yoshi Gaming, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, they haven't shown the clock one single time yet, so I couldn't tell you if, we've... The one brief time they mentioned the lightning clock, it was under 15 minutes, and then it must have restarted, I guess, because they mentioned that they were going to get to the national anthem when they came back from the commercial break. Then they came back, and we had an interview. I think that was the interview with Kevin Harvick, and we just been sitting here since. So still waiting. That's all we can do. Jorge Ramirez, Ashton G. See you guys in the chat. Thanks for watching. We've had over 250 people watch at this point already. We just hit 100 likes as well, so thank you so much for that. Let's get to 200 and then 300. I think we can get 300 at this point. The race hasn't even started yet. We've got over 100 likes. I don't think that's ever happened. Well, maybe it did at Dover, but that was only because the race got moved to Monday. But let's see if we can run the like count up. Who knows? This could be a record for the most likes in a single live race commentary stream this season. It's not impossible. I think we got to get to like 260 something. I think it was 266 was the record. We'll see if we can get there. Radar's looking pretty wild. Yeah, I looked at it just moments ago, and I'll show you guys real quick according to the Weather Channel. But it was mostly green for a while, but now it is kind of flared up. And it looks like there's a lot more heavier storms. And I'm actually thinking, because I live almost straight east compared to Pennsylvania, so a lot of the stuff going through like Pennsylvania right now, which is below or south of New York, of course, on the map, the state of New York. Try to get this to focus in. So this is the radar right now according to the Weather Channel. Focus. Focus. Come on, focus. It's not focusing. We've got a glare. Oh! Hang on. Let me kill the lights. It might help. It got dark. Alright. Yeah, turn that off for a quick second. Focus! Why is this not focusing? This is not good. This camera stinks. You can't even see the dot. Forget it. Forget it. You can see the rain. There's rain. I just turned my TV off. I gotta turn the lights back on. That was a waste of time. That did not go according to plan. This is what happens when I try to enhance the stream. Everything goes wrong. Now I gotta turn the lights back on. That didn't work. They're showing the final 5 laps of the Xfinity Series race yesterday on the USA Network currently while we're waiting out this lightning delay. NASCAR definitely reset the clock. They probably did multiple times already, but there's just no way of for sure being able to give that input right back to you guys, I guess. Thanks for tuning in, R6R6. Yeah, I couldn't get it to focus. I tried. Turn the brightness down on your phone. It is down. Here, I'll try it again. I'm not turning the lights and TV all the way off again. That's a little bit better. It's not terrible. Okay, so this dot right there, that dot is where Watkins Glen International is. Let me expand a little bit. Okay, and now we'll hit play. I'll point at the dot. Alright, so, come on. There we go. This dot right here, that is Watkins Glen. This is before. This is right now what we're looking at. So that yellow patch is probably where all the lightning's at, if I had to imagine. Needless to say, it is currently wet in the Watkins Glen, New York area. There we go. Thanks for that comment. I didn't have the brightness up that much, but I dimmed it quite a bit, and I was able to get it to focus. So turning the lights off and turning my TV off is all for nothing. That's okay. Kimmy Williamson, thanks for tuning in from Idaho. Bond 1771, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll be racing soon. Hopefully. Adnan Baran. What position is Raikkonen? Kimmy will be starting. Let me pull it up again. I think 27th, if I remember correctly. Why don't I see him? Raikkonen starting 38th, actually. Oh, that's the entry list. Hang on. I knew that wasn't right. Yeah, 27th. That's what I thought. Thought it was weird I didn't see him in 27th anymore. Yeah, Kimi Raikkonen. That's the second time I've called him Kimi. Kimi Raikkonen is starting in 27th. We have not gotten the race underway yet. And the raw feed not available yet at the moment as we are still awaiting the start. Brandon Ramsey, thanks for tuning in. He'll actually be starting a little better. He qualified 27th, but drivers that are going to the rear of the field that qualified in front of him would include William Byron, Ty Gibbs, and Kyle Busch. believe, also qualified in front of him. Yeah, so Raikkonen should actually be starting 24th, but he qualified 27th. So got a few drivers going to the rear. I can hear myself in my own ear. I don't realize how annoying my voice is until I listen to it repetitively. I apologize for all your guys' ears when I tend to get excited during high quality moments of a race on a daily basis. Dean Batucci, welcome to the stream. From Ontario, Canada. Missed the Glen from F1 days as a kid. Yeah, Formula One's been a long time since I've gone to Watkins Glen. Larson going to the rear. I don't remember Larson having to go to the rear. Is Larson actually going to the rear? Let me look at this again. I don't think he's going to the back. Easy to overtake in NASCAR. Easier on ovals than road courses. Road courses are just so much more narrow than ovals. I will say Watkins Glen is probably the easiest of any of the road courses on the schedule to pass. A lot of high-speed areas on the racetrack. There's 3 really long straightaways that lead into hard 90-degree corners. Well, 2 hard 90-degree corners, and then there's 1 long straightaway that heads into a what we call a bus stop, but it's basically a chicane as well. Barrel roll today. Feces Fight, thanks for tuning in. The race has not started yet. Still under a weather delay. No, I don't think Larson's going to the rear. Terry Road, thanks for tuning in as well. I was going to say, I don't remember him going to the back. William Byron's going to the rear. Larson's still starting second. Kevin Beeler, thanks for tuning in. Larson is good, he isn't? Oh, okay. I understand what you meant by that. The way you said that, it's like he's so good of a driver, he's not going to the rear. Doesn't matter if he fails inspection, he's not going to the rear. I swear Kyle Larson most seasons starts at the back more often than not, but this year he actually hasn't had to start at the back too many times. Tyler Wales, thanks for tuning in. Stu Isaac, thanks for tuning in as well. Yep, lightning delay. They can race in the rain, but they can't race with lightning. I mean, they could, but the drivers would actually be more safe than everybody else. The fans in the stands would not be safe, neither would the teams on pit road. It looks like it is much calmer there, not quite as windy as what it was. Fans are going back into the grandstand, so I believe the main storm has passed through. Alright, so the command to start engines will begin at 4:08 Eastern Standard Time. The lightning has passed through. We are no longer on the lightning clock, so that is the current word. We will be going racing very soon. Probably about 4:15 would be the drop of the green flag. The command at 4:08. Here is the national anthem for today's Go Bowling at the Glen.
His colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Genesee County Christian School, Mike Smith.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this day. Thank you for the opportunity to be here together, and we thank you that you are worthy of praise. You are majestic and glorious. Thank you for this great day that you've given us to race today. Thank you, Jesus, for our salvation and freedom. We pray today for our military. We ask for your guidance over them, for our police. We also ask you to be with the drivers, the race crew, and the safety crew. And we thank you for opportunities like this. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome local performing artist Anna Hurt, accompanied by signer from Buffalo, New York, Rebecca Kasha.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Terrific job on the national anthem. Drivers are by their cars. The command coming up in about...
Alrighty, they'll be heading to a commercial break live on the USA Network now, and the command will be coming up following the commercial break for today's race, as we are just minutes away from the drop of the green flag, following about a roughly 1 hour lightning delay. No more lightning in the area, and hopefully it stays away, but the rain is still coming down, and we are going to have a rain race today at the Watkins Glen International, so let me adjust the title in the stream. No question mark by rain race anymore. It is raining. I think it's pretty clear for those that are watching and or listening. We'll go through the starting lineup after the command is given, so you guys won't miss that as well. Still constantly refreshing NASCAR's website to see if the raw feed is up. It is still not up. Again, the race may start without it. You'll get to see the top 10 on the leaderboard at once right now, but you'll get to see the top 30 once the raw feed becomes available. There are no real lap times that we can follow on this screen, unfortunately, but once NASCAR's raw feed becomes available, for those of you new or returning viewers for these live commentary live streams on the channel, that you guys will get to see all that stuff. Sam Monty, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, hit that subscribe button. Definitely make sure you hit it. We are very close to 3,000 subscribers. The goal is to get there by the end of this stream today, and I do think it is possible. That was my goal coming into this weekend. Yesterday, I was talking to somebody from work. I'm like, you know what? I think I can hit 3,000 subscribers on the channel tomorrow during the race. Let's go for it. And hit that like button. It helps the stream out a ton. It becomes more recommended under other related NASCAR content. So if there is people out there who are trying to find a way to watch the race today, they will get to tune in and listen in during this live stream on the channel. Advantage Kimmy for the rain. I do think the international drivers may have a little bit more rain racing experience on road courses, considering that NASCAR is a mostly oval motorsport. That is for certain. Brandon Snyder Nikolov, welcome to the stream. Cody Ware's going to win this one. He is starting last, or at least he qualified last. I think he'll actually be starting ahead of some drivers who have to drop to the rear for the start of today's race. Maxwell Dangskin, welcome to the stream. I shut the screen to black while the national anthem was going on. I didn't want me trying to search for the leaderboard in the background to just be going on aimlessly while that was going on, so I kind of blacked it out. The teams are allowed to throw rain tires on their cars right now before they fire the engine, so that is what is going on currently. Means they had slicks on before the rain came because the track was dry until about 5 to 10 minutes before the original command and start of the engines is when the lightning ended up coming, and then the rain came very closely after that. But rain tires are going on. It is currently raining as well, and we are going to see 90 laps under the dark, clouded, rainy skies in Watkins Glen, New York this afternoon. Again, we'll go through the full field starting lineup for today's race once the command is given, and that will lead us into the drop of the green flag for today's race. Thomas Forbes, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for subbing as well. Auntie, thanks for hitting that subscribe button also. 3,000 subscribers. We are on the road to that today, and also on the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future real races down the road. Of course, this helps out a ton. These are the biggest streams on the channel, and of course, I like commentating the real race. I do like the video game stuff during the week, don't get me wrong, but the main thing is about this channel is my commentary, practicing to get better at it, and that is why we do these streams for the real races on the race weekend as well. Again, next weekend I will be doing live commentary for the Xfinity Series race on Friday night, so tune in. They are at Daytona next week, both the Xfinity and the Cup Series. I will likely not be able to do Cup Series live commentary next weekend unless the race gets postponed to Sunday. That is why we are doing the Xfinity Series race Friday night as a replacement plan. Harvick 3 wins in a row. We'll see. Arch 1170. Thanks for tuning in. Pulling for the Dinger and for Kimmy. Hendrick Carr wins today, says Matt Reel. I would second that opinion. I would also have to agree with you. Yeah, my pick is Chase Elliott to win this weekend. I've got money on him. I have money on Ty Gibbs to be a highest finishing Toyota driver. He's starting at the rear, though, unfortunately. But so is Kyle Busch, who qualified ahead of him, so they'll both be starting about the same spot. I think the highest starting Toyota would be Denny Hamlin in 22nd then, so they can definitely overcome that. So those are the guys I am pulling for money purposes, and then my favorite driver is Ryan Blaney, for those of you wondering. That's why I wear the Blaney gear every time we do these live commentary live streams. At any race day, whether I'm at the track or right here giving you guys the commentary. Chase Brazen, thanks for tuning in. Daniel Lear, thanks for tuning in as well. He's pulling for Chase Briscoe, or at least picking Briscoe to win today's race. He ran good at the Indy Road Course. He also had a good run at COTA earlier this season also, but he didn't get great finishes in both races. Probably the most reliable road course racer at SHR, but doesn't look particularly fast this weekend. We'll see, though. Over 300 people watching. About to go underway following a nearly 1 hour lightning delay. Still have the covers kind of half on the cars right now, just enough for the drivers to get in. Well, if today wasn't already a potential playoff bubble race in which it was going to end up being like a wild card race because of it being a road course in general and how the road courses have been so wild this season. The rain throws another I guess, option into why this is, another reason into why this is a wild card race with 2 races to go in the regular season. Hey, Ricky Maddox, thanks for tuning in. The field will get stained by Ross Chastain. Oh, boy. James Hill, Benny, thanks for tuning in. Ready for Chase? I'm just below you in Ohio. All right. I'm a little concerned you might know exactly where I live, but fellow Ohioan in the stream. Stefan Leftwich, thanks for tuning in. How much longer until they start? Lightning delay supposed to be only 30 minutes. 30 minutes for each strike. It was about an hour because there were a couple different strikes when the clock was winding down, but the 30-minute delay is over. The teams were just out there changing rain tires because everybody was on slicks, and once they give the command, they'll be back from a commercial break, and the cars are already on the racetrack ready to go green on the pace laps. They'll obviously have to take usually 2 to 3. Usually 2 to 3 pace laps are given. 1 to check pit road speed. Checking brakes, obviously, under the first pace lap as well. Smithfield CEO, thanks for tuning in. Rain helped Kimmy. I don't think it does. I don't think it's going to hurt him. I think it will only help the drivers with limited experience or no experience in these Cup cars coming into the weekend. Single file restarts, potentially, if NASCAR chooses. They did that at COTA last season in the rain, and the only rain race the Cup Series had last year. It just depends on what the visibility looks like. The initial start will be double wide, and then NASCAR, based off of the visibility off the double wide start, may choose to go to single file restarts. They also did that at Dirt Bristol, I believe, last season as well. It just depends on visibility for safety concerns. Like your energy, liking and subscribing, thank you. I try to keep an uptick of energy. I'm a pretty even-keeled person, but I try to bring as much enthusiasm, at least with the live commentary side of things, as possible. If you find me like out of my element, or in my element, I should say, I'm usually not gonna say easier to get along with. I'm a pretty easy person to get along with in general, but catch me in my element. I guess more fun would probably be the way to go about it. Osgood, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Kimmy today. Nuno Pyers, thanks for tuning in. Kimmy qualified 27th. Gonna roll off about 23rd, 24th with a few drivers dropping to the rear of the field that qualified in front of him. Here's the command.
Rusty Wallace, joined by professional bowlers Stephanie Johnson and Anthony Simonson.
For everybody watching and listening around the world, drivers, start your engines! On a day with so much...
Kevin Riley, thanks for tuning in to the stream. And we got a fake NASCAR account in the chat as well. Thanks for tuning in. Kyle Busch wins on a road course for the first time since 2021 Clash today. That's what he's pulling for. He's going to have to do it from the very back of the field. We'll see. Kevin Riley says no way that the rain is an equalizer. I think it's more of an equalizer than if there was no rain is what I'm getting at. I don't think that that's going to mean Chase Elliott isn't the favorite anymore, because I do think he's still the favorite, him and Larson, but it evens the playing field just a bit. Especially with those that don't have as much track time in these Cup cars, especially with the next-gen cars. Daniel Carr, thanks for tuning in. Single file start? Not that I heard. I think it's a double file start, but potential single file restarts if NASCAR chooses based off of visibility reasons. I have a weird desire to go bowling. That's a good one. I remember when I was at Watkins Glen in 2019 and they had like bowling pins set up where like you could actually like bowl. I don't know what prizes they were giving out or whatever that they were doing, and I don't know if they were giving away somebody if they could like bowl a strike or whatever, but they had like bowling pins lined up. They had one lane. Go up there and try to bowl. It's one of the fan attractions at Watkins Glen since the sponsors come aboard with them. Almost 400 people watching the stream. RJ Nicholas from South Africa tuning in. Big Kimmy fan. Notice a lot of you guys coming in that may be new to the channel, watching or listening to today's race live on KRC. Pulling for Kimi Räikkönen to have a good day. Great to see the international presence that this race is going to have on display for not just Kimi Räikkönen, but many other international drivers in the field. 8 different nationalities across this 39-car field for the start of today's race at Watkins Glen. Time to get through today's starting lineup as we're still waiting on the cars to pull off. They're wiping the windshields off right now on the race cars that are still currently sitting in the pit lane, and we will be going green here before long. On the front row for today's race will be Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Elliott, a 2-time Watkins Glen winner, trying to go for his 3rd win at the track today, and he's trying to go for his 5th win on the season. He's the most winningest driver so far this year, and also has a chance to clinch the regular season championship over Ryan Blaney and earn himself another 15 playoff points before the playoffs begin in a couple weeks. And Kyle Larson, the defending Watkins Glen winner, won this race a season ago. He's trying to go back-to-back at the Glen today and pick up his 2nd win of the season. William Byron and Michael McDowell in row 2 with McDowell on the inside, Byron on the outside. Byron will be dropping to the rear of the field for the start of today's race. Michael McDowell has finished in the top 10 3 of the 4 road course races so far this season, could be a threat to win today. Tyler Reddick and AJ Allmendinger will line up in row number 3. Allmendinger had a top 5 at the Indianapolis road course just a couple weeks ago, and also looking for his 2nd career win at Watkins Glen. He's a former winner here back in 2014. He got his 1st career win at the Glen, and Tyler Reddick has 2 career wins in the Cup Series, both this season and both on road courses. He's won the last 2 road courses at Road America in Indianapolis. He'll go for 3 in a row on the road courses today. Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric will line up in row number 4. Cindric, a good road course ringer. No Cup wins on a road course this year, but he is locked into the playoffs, winning the Daytona 500. And Chris Buescher had a 2nd place finish at Sonoma earlier this season. He also has 3 top 10s on road courses. In fact, just a couple weeks ago at Indy, he was on fire. Fell a couple laps down, still came back to finish on the top 10. Buescher is another potential sleeper pick for today's race. Daniel Suarez and Kyle Busch will line up in row number 5. Kyle Busch will be starting at the rear of the field. Daniel Suarez got his 1st and only career win on a road course this season at Sonoma. Alex Bowman and Austin Dillon will line up in row number 6. Bowman looking for another top 10 this season. He has been struggling as of the summer months, trying to get the ball rolling back in his direction. And Austin Dillon looking for just his 2nd career top 10 on a road course today. Justin Haley and Chase Briscoe will line up in row 7. Haley had a top 10 at Indianapolis a couple weeks ago, and Chase Briscoe has performed well on a couple road course races this year at Indy and COTA. Didn't get the finish he probably deserved at Indy a couple weeks ago. Looking for a good finish, though, and get his momentum going before the playoffs begin in a couple weeks. Brad Keselowski and Ty Gibbs will line up in row number 8. Gibbs also dropping to the rear of the field at the start of today's race after unapproved body modifications during pre-race inspection. Brad Keselowski, another one of the RFK drivers who have had good runs on road courses in recent weeks. Joey Hand and Ross Chastain will line up in row number 9. Chastain, a road course winner at COTA earlier this season, and Joey Hand making one of his few starts this year with Rick Ware racing in the 15 car. Ty Gillen and Joey Logano will be in row number 10. Logano's been slumping on the road course races this season. Not a good qualifying effort yesterday. Didn't look particularly fast in practice, but he is a former winner at Watkins Glen. Won here back in 2015. And Todd Gillen had a top 3 finish at Indianapolis just a few weeks ago. Interesting to see if he can get another good run under his belt today for the rookie. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Denny Hamlin starting off in the back half of the field in row number 11. Stenhouse looking for his 1st career road course victory, and Denny Hamlin trying to go for his 3rd win in the 2022 season. Bubba Wallace and Kevin Harvick will line up in row number 12. Harvick has won the last 2 Cup Series races at Michigan and last weekend at Richmond. He's going for 3 in a row today. And Bubba Wallace had a top 5 on the last road course race at Indianapolis just a couple weeks ago. It was his 1st career top 5 on a road course. He's trying to go back-to-back today. The rain may even the playing field and help him out just a bit. Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney are the 2 bubble drivers. They'll both be starting next to each other in row 13. Blaney comes in 26 points above the cutoff line. Truex minus 26. Both looking for the 1st win of the season and lock themselves into the playoffs today. In row number 14 will be Kimi Räikkönen and Ty Dillon. Räikkönen making his 1st career Cup start today and his 1st start in any of the premier NASCAR series in almost a decade. Running for Trackhouse Racing today, who have 2 wins as an organization on road courses this season, and Ty Dillon trying to put up his best finish possible and try to earn himself a ride in a top 3 series full-time next season, as he will be out of the Petty GMS 42 car at the season's end this year. Cole Custer and Harrison Burton will line up in row 15. Burton also had a top 3 on a road course recently. Cole Custer had a good run at Indy before mechanical issues, and also at Richmond. Hasn't unloaded with great speed this weekend. Knowing his job could be on the line in that 41 car this year, needs a good run today to try and boost the momentum and the confidence in that team going forward for the rest of the season, and try to get a win to qualify for the playoffs here in these last couple races. Eric Jones and Corey LaJoie will line up in row number 16. Not a great qualifying effort for Eric Jones, but he has had good runs on road courses this year, so we'll see if he can do well starting deep in the field. Mike Rockefeller and Larice Hensmans will line up in row number 17. Rockefeller, a former Le Mans 24-hour winner, as well as a Rolex 24 winner at Daytona, making his first Cup start today for Spire Motorsports. And Larice Hensmans has been running a couple road course races this year with the new NASCAR Cup Series team out of Germany that has ran part-time today. So he is looking for his first Cup race in the rain today. We'll see how those two will do back deep in the field. Eric Almirola, Daniel Kvyat will line up in row number 18. Kvyat making his second start. He made his first career start at Indy just a couple weeks ago. And Eric Almirola looking for just his third career top 10 on a road course. Kyle Tilley, Christopher Bell will line up back in row number 19. Bell had to make an engine change after yesterday's on-track activity. He'll be starting deep in the field today. He was not able to qualify the race car yesterday. Kyle Tilley making one of the few starts this season in the 78 car for Live Fast Motorsports for BJ McLeod's race team. And Cody Ware will round out the 39 car field for today's race for Rick Ware Racing as well. That is your full 39 car starting lineup. Currently on the pace laps at Watkins Glen today. That is going to be very interesting to see how the rain is going to play a factor here. I'm sure visibility is going to be a huge problem. A lot of long straightaways. This is already one of the more dangerous road courses on the schedule today, so hopefully we have a safe, fun race with the rain being in play. It is definitely downpouring at the racetrack right now for those of you that are watching or, again, listening here live on KRC. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Almost 500 people in the chat. We have not gotten the race underway yet, but we will be starting very, very soon. Trey Code, thanks for tuning in. Rick Ware will win. Hey, Joey Hand's had some good runs on road courses. He was in the top 15 at Indy before Chastain ended up spinning him in turn 1 and stage 2 in that race. I think he could have a good run today at least. Qualified pretty well again. Jeffrey 10, thanks for tuning in. Weather status, it is heavy downpour right now. That is what's going on. Heavy downpour, and it is going to be very interesting to watch. I'll do the best commentary to my abilities. Even the camera's probably doing it more justice today as far as the visibility than what it's probably going to be for the drivers behind the wheel of these race cars, especially those who are not the leader. The leader is going to have the best visibility on the racetrack, but he's also going to be having a disadvantage, especially on the opening lap of this race, as he's going to be the first one to go at speed into turn 1 in the rain, and everybody behind him has to hopefully funnel in line without an issue. Turn 1 is going to be potentially calamity corner today, especially depending on how many restarts we get. Again, hopefully we have a good start and there's no drama, especially with it being double file off the start of the race as usual. And if they have problems, they may go to single file restarts, as we've mentioned a couple times already on this pre-race. Miranda Moan, welcome to the stream. Pulling for Kyle Larson. Robert Bergelt, welcome to the stream. I cannot show the race as far as the live footage goes, but live commentary will be on. I'll have a better statistical board that you guys can look at during the live commentary once NASCAR's raw feed is available on their website, but currently it is down. You guys will get to see more lap times and more actual race data. But if their website is down for the moment right now, so I can't pull that up for the time being. But I imagine it will become available at some point in time. The 3 stages today are split pretty evenly, as they usually are at Watkins Glen, or at least split pretty much the same as what they have been at Watkins Glen since stage racing was introduced back in 2017. 20 laps in stage 1, 20 laps in stage 2. The final stage will be the longest of 50 laps to the very end of the race. Skies look like they're clearing up just a bit. Not quite as dark as what it was, but it is still raining. Robina Shabnam, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your last name correctly. Don Stanton, thanks for tuning in. The race is on the USA Network today. For those of you wondering what channel the race is on, it is on cable. Last cable race of the regular season for the Cup Series. Next week will be on the main NBC network. The Cup Series heads to Daytona for the regular season finale. Can I show the image from 5 minutes ago not as live? I doubt it. I don't even want to attempt that because I don't want to risk the stream getting taken down. Here's Kyle Larson in car radio.
I'm not a
Okay, never mind. I thought they were actually giving an in-car driver interview. If they do get an interview with a driver in the pre-race here, then you guys will get to listen in. I thought that's what it was about to be, but I was a little behind on that. Damian McCune, thanks for tuning in. Struffy Janitor, thanks for tuning in. How many pit stops does the Glen usually? So it's going to be some drivers on a 2-stop strategy. Some will likely be on a 3-stop strategy today. You can make it on 2 stops on fuel, but because of the way the stages are, if you choose to pit before the end of each stage, then you will have to make another stop in stage 3 at some point because you can't go 50 laps on fuel at this 2.45 mile road course. So we're probably looking at a 3-stop race for most drivers, but I would not be surprised if a guy like Martin Truex Jr. or Ryan Blaney, who are going to be staying out likely to get stage points today, knowing their point situation, trying to get into the playoffs with 1 spot still remaining for points as of right now. Those are 2 drivers that I look at to possibly going on a 2-stop strategy, if I had to guess. But I would think that most of the field, or those who are at the front of the field for not only the start of the race, but if they are inside probably the top 10 before the end of stage 1, I think those are drivers that are definitely going to be on a 3-stop strategy. Peckham, thanks for tuning in. Wet race following pace car. Yep. They have not started yet. They are trying to blow any of the puddles right now off the racetrack, so there's no standing water necessarily around some of the areas of the track where there are dips, because that's just going to cause drivers to hydroplane the first time they go in there. It looks like mainly in the bus stop right now is where they're working on trying to get those jet dryers to blow the rain and standing water into the grass area. And that's going to be one thing too. If a driver goes into a grassy, sandy area knowing how damp it is on the racetrack, the likelihood of them getting stuck is going to be very high. So there's likely going to be a chance, if I had to imagine, we're going to be seeing quite a few cautions today. We'll hope for that not to happen, but we will see. We're definitely going to be seeing some spins, but hopefully, again, everything will be safe today. Xfinity Series had a race in the rain, if I'm not mistaken, at Watkins Glen in recent years. I think they started when it was raining, and then it kind of dried up by the second half of the race. You have to comment in the chat what year that was. I'm not entirely sure what year it was. I want to say it was like 2018 or 2019, but I'm not entirely sure. Also not sure if it's going to be raining the entire race or not. Chastain got stuck in the sand yesterday. Yeah, and that was in dry conditions. Cars are back on pit road for the time being as NASCAR is continuously trying to get all the standing water off the racetrack in the areas where there are puddles forming, as it is currently downpouring. So not wanting the teams to waste any more fuel, they have brought them to pit road, but the drivers remain in their cars right now. They've probably shut the cars off if I had to imagine. Villanor, thanks for tuning in. Hello from Norway. Greetings. A lot of international viewers in the chat so far today. Omega Grayson, hashtag road to 20 subs. Thanks for tuning in. New viewer of the channel. Luke Skywalker, thanks for tuning in. From Ireland. Seventh D, thanks for tuning in. Sanders 61U, thanks. It's one shot. We'll see if he is able to win some race. Not sure exactly who you're talking about, but oh, for Kimmy, I see. I saw your previous chat now. Another Kimmy fan, Smith. Hopefully, it's sorry, I didn't realize. I'm probably saying your name way wrong. But I see you in the chat, and thank you for tuning in. Robin Marks from Kazakhstan. Dale Kennedy from Ecuador is in the chat. Thanks for everybody tuning in. It is very cool to see a bunch of international viewers watching this race today, or at least on the channel, especially. Greetings from all over the world, really. Hi, Beyond from Tasmania. Thanks for tuning in. Sapporo is also from Finland. So again, the cars are back on pit road right now as they are trying to get the standing water off the racetrack, as it is currently downpouring maybe a bit too much for these drivers to be able to not only see, but obviously they could have some major hydroplaning issues off the start here. So they've pulled them to pit road. The drivers are still in their cars right now while they're in the pits. It's just so that way they don't burn any more fuel. While we're waiting to get this 90-lap race underway. Race was supposed to start approximately an hour and 15 minutes ago, so a bit of a delay for sure, but it does seem as if the way the radar is showing that the race is probably going to not start and finish in the rain, but it is definitely going to be starting in the wet. And drivers still in their cars as NBC/USA Network has come back from the commercial break. So it seems like there's some sort of radio issues going on with Chase Elliott, that they are trying to make some changes to the radio itself. Changing the wiring up. Not sure if maybe it got wet. It might have had a little bit of a short circuit maybe in the system. I have no clue. I'm not an electrician, so I wouldn't know.
But if it went down, it won't actually clear the water here for Mike Rockefeller. And as we know, vision super important. And just up and down pit lane, you have so many teams and you know, looking at the cars, looking at different things in the cars, handing drivers towels to dry themselves off, or radios, maybe water that seeped in. So just part of the situation here of dealing with wet racing, Marty.
That was Parker Kligerman. He's standing outside of Mike Rockefeller's race car in the 77 Machine Nation Guard Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports. And here's an interview with Ryan Blaney's crew chief.
Third water near the curbs. Ryan felt like it was probably as good as it was going to be, though, so we'll just leave it up to NASCAR to decide when we can go racing.
So would you be cool with going racing right now?
Yeah, I'd be fine to honestly go out there and race as long as the drivers are all happy and feel like it's safe for them. Honestly, for us, it's another little wrinkle, another little opportunity for us to try and get some track position.
So you and I talked this morning. You said, man, no doubt the nerves are here. Does this make you even more nervous with rain in the mix?
Yeah, it's definitely a situation that I haven't had to deal with on the box before, but I've been a part of it for a couple different races. So, like I said, it's an opportunity for us to try and gain some track position early.
How much of an eye will you be keeping on the 19 and kind of watching what they're doing and how well they're performing?
Yeah, the goal for us, if we can't win, is to just outpace the 19 all day. So we'll definitely watch him from start to finish.
There you go. So nerves, I think, for every crew chief. It's not just Jonathan Hassler, Dave. It's nerves for everybody down here with the rain coming down here at the Glen.
And that was Jonathan Hassel, Ryan Blaney's crew chief. And now we are getting an interview from, it looks like Chris Buescher's crew chief as well.
Kind of wait and see. We know we got a little bit more rain left here for probably a good 10 or 15 minutes. It'll lighten up for us. And then it's kind of a matter of what options NASCAR has here. We know we're going to want to try to get switched over to dry tires, obviously, as soon as we can, but we just got to wait and see. Yeah.
What will that transition time be like, and how hard will it be to know exactly when to go?
It's a little tough, obviously. Typically, you want to get, once you start to see a dry line, a little bit of a gray line, then it's time to swap over if there's no more rain coming. So we'll look for that and see. Obviously, standing water, that makes it difficult. You got to be really careful around those parts when you don't have the rain tires on. But if you leave them on too long, the rain tires really start to melt up. You lose a lot of grip, and then it's bad on that side. So it's a tough decision, but you get it right and you can get a good advantage.
Let's talk about the here and now. He took a couple of sighting laps there. Dry inside?
A little bit wet. Obviously, there's some leaks coming through the windows. Some, I think, through the roof hatch. She was saying a little bit. So there's a little bit in there, but it's not too bad. Manageable at this point. I think he said the worst part was going to be the spray. Remembering back to when we did this at COTA, it got really bad with the spray, and he said that was probably the biggest thing. And then some standing water around the bus stop in that area.
All right, we'll watch, we'll wait. The 17 should be fast when we get going here, but with a lot of unknowns, guys.
So the issue right now with Mike Rockenfeller, for those of you wondering why Parker Klickerman was next to his car and explaining an issue, I unmuted it a little bit late. They're having an issue with his windshield wiper right now. His windshield wiper is not working, so they are currently working on replacing the windshield wiper as of right now. Now, remember, this is not a typical red flag situation because the race has not started yet, so the teams can actually make some minor adjustments. They can actually touch the car if they so choose. They do not have to wait for the red flag to be lifted because the race has not started yet. So that's why Chase Elliott's team working on his radio issue, whatever they're having there, and obviously Mike Rockenfeller's crew is also going to work on replacing the windshield wiper that was not working on his race car. So it's a good thing they actually were able to get the cars to pull back down to pit road so Rockenfeller does not miss the start of the race today. Nick Allen, thanks for tuning in. Kevin Closure, Andro, Iris Flores, Hannah H. and others, Cage Griffin. A lot of people here watching or wanting to know where Kimi Räikkönen is at right now in the field, and we are still waiting to get this race underway. Räikkönen qualified 27th of the 39 cars. We'll be rolling off about 23rd or 24th because there are a few drivers dropping to the rear for the start of today's race. We did go through the starting lineup already while the drivers were on their pace laps. So just waiting to get the word from NASCAR on exactly when the drop of the green flag is going to come. They were expected at about 4:15 before, and they were out on the track, but they didn't feel as if the conditions were safe enough for them to race right now. So I guess the issue right now with Rockenfeller's windshield wiper is that it goes down, but it doesn't go back up, which is very strange. So if they manually kind of put it up, it does drop back down. going to be an interesting one, though, whenever they can get this underway. William Windex, thanks for tuning in. Sites Doma. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Christian Pentis, thanks for tuning in. I saw your question earlier. Who's the most successful F1 driver in NASCAR history? Here for Kimmy, but motorsports fan in general. I think hands down Juan Pablo Montoya is the greatest Formula One driver in NASCAR history. He has won a couple races. In fact, he won right here at Watkins Glen in the early 2010s. Also has a win at Sonoma in his rookie season in 2007 when he was running full-time in the Cup Series for a 7-year stretch. He actually qualified for the playoffs / it was called the Chase at the time, but he actually qualified for the playoffs on multiple occasions as well. So, very good driver. In NASCAR, has a couple wins under his belt. He is, as far as I know, I think he's the only driver that ever ran full-time for multiple years that came from Formula One and then raced in NASCAR. So I think that definitely benefited him because he was able to learn these stock cars. He was able to go to every track multiple times, and every time he seemed to go there as his career progressed in NASCAR, he progressively got better. So, which honestly, it just goes to show the skill level, in my personal opinion, of the drivers in Formula One, that they're able to transition themselves into something they've never driven, not even open wheel, and still have that success. And Montoya is showing how good of a race car driver he is. Currently in IMSA, I don't know if he's still full-time there, but competed for a championship the last couple seasons, and obviously a multi-time Indy 500 winner as well, so he can pretty much race on ovals, road courses. Put him in a car, he can compete. Here is Kimi Räikkönen's crew chief for today, an interview with Darian Grubb.
This weekend was just trying to manage the chaos. Everything's new to him about procedures and what's going on with the car. He's done a great job adapting all week long, trying to get ready for this race. This is just one more element. It's a car that we haven't raced in the rain, a tire that we haven't raced in the rain, and situational on track with the ponding and stuff. I think the best thing to do is just go race. I personally want to do that because he's probably got more rain experience than anybody in the entire field. So we're really looking forward to that and get going here.
I was going to ask you about that. Did he give you any indication, like, hey, I would like it to rain? I mean, that's with his experience level. If it rains, I would think that's an advantage in some respect.
Yeah, I think nobody wants it to, but he does feel like he would probably have an advantage on some of the competitors out there, just based on his experience in the rain. But everything else is so new. It's still going to be a lot of drama going on out there, I'm sure.
Did the teammates have anything to say about the weather out there and what the conditions are, if we could get going here soon?
I haven't talked to him personally myself. Just talking to Kimi, it sounds like there is quite a bit of water ponding up in a lot of areas. But he's saying that even if the best thing is to get the tires pumping and get the track clear with that.
Marty, I think it's kind of fun to see this team not only making their first start, but also having to deal with the weather conditions as well.
Well, Parker, let's talk to Randall Burnett because we know Tyler Reddick is outstanding.
Now an interview with Randall Burnett, Tyler Reddick's crew chief.
Races here in the Cup Series. How's your man going to be in the wet?
Well, we all know Tyler likes a new challenge, so this will be fun for him for sure. We've got a little rain experience, from Coda the other year and the Roval, so everybody's kind of on level playing ground there. So this car is going to be a little bit of a new thing for us. We don't we haven't really run in the rain with it, so we got to figure that out. And Tyler's certainly up for the challenge.
So you never know what's going to crop up, right? Tyler coming down pit road said, man, I need some rain X right away because inside the visor was fogging up. Is that correct?
Yeah, with his visor down, it was fogging up just a little bit. And then, we don't know how well these cars are going to be sealed up and all that right now, right? Because we haven't run them in the rain yet. So he's got contacts, so he's a little timid about running his visor up, so it kind of makes it a little tricky. We're going to give him some rain X for his visor, and we'll be good to go, I think. I think we'll have to run, a little bit here in the wet. It looks like the weather's clearing out a little bit. There's some opening behind it, so, I think we're going to have to run a little while in the wet. How long that'll be, I don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you bring up that point. You're sitting comfortable here. You got 2 wins. You're in the playoffs. You're locked in. Can you imagine being the guys out right now? But you talk about how the race is going to play out. How long do you think you'll have to run in the rain? And then does that become a game of who gets on the dry tires first?
Well, I think we certainly seen that the other year at the Roval, with the Gen 6 car. The guys that got on the slicks quicker made up a lot of ground than the guys that were a little bit more timid on it. kind of gave up sometimes. So, it looks like once the weather clears out of here, I think we got a good shot at it staying dry for a while. So that's promising. So I think you'll see it'll be kind of a race to get to the dries and make up as much time as you can on dries before everybody gets on them once it ggets to that point.
Dave, it's funny. I talked to Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief for Ryan Blaney, a moment ago. Currently the last spot in the playoffs. Little nerves in the 12 camp, but over here in the 8 camp, 2 wins. They're feeling good right now.
Feeling good down here in the 34 as well, Marty. Michael McDowell, he gets a win.
Michael McDowell's crew chief now getting an interview from Dave
crew
Burns.
Chief Chris Jurgis. The normal crew chief, if I can call Blake Harris normal, right?
Interim crew chief, I should say.
He is at home in the command center, working by communication with the team here because he was suspended a few races ago. He's got 2 weeks left. He will rejoin at the playoffs, and they hope they're in at that point. So the interesting thing is, Chris was just telling me during COVID, you were the guy at home, and Blake was on the road, so you know the system works, right?
Absolutely right, and so thankfully we invested in that technology when COVID hit, so we had everything already set up at the shop, so it's pretty much plug and play for these scenarios to keep them in communication with the pit box. So all that stuff's come a long way in the last 5, 10, 15 years that we didn't have it before, so it's business as usual on the 34.
Came along at the right time. So did the weather for your driver. I'm thinking this might be advantage, Michael.
Absolutely. Michael loves the rain. He's got laps here in the rain. So he was talking about the tendencies earlier when we had the break and where the puddling happens and all that. So we're pretty excited to get going. Obviously, we got a little bit of blue sky trying to poke through. There's going to be a transition to the dry at some point. We'll have to rely on Michael's experience of when to make that transition onto stickers and hopefully be up there up front all day.
Did you remind him he's not in a prototype?
Yeah. Yeah, if he goes driving it in there like a prototype, we may be in for trouble. So obviously this is different for everybody. No one has ran a next-gen car in the rain. There's a lot of variables with sealing the cars up, a lot of different things with radios, communication, all that we're trying to work through. Everybody's trying to work through.
So playing the game of when you go to the dry, what do you want to see on the track? What do you want to hear from your driver? You kind of know when that transition point is.
Yeah, obviously the grip, there's a lot of elevation change at Watkins Glen, so there's going to be a transition spot. Certain parts of the track are going to dry before other areas. So he's going to best know when that lap time is going to switch over the other way. I think we've seen with other races in Xfinity and a little bit of experience in Cup that you got to be on the aggressive side on going to stickers. So we just got to rely on Michael. We'll evaluate the spray that's coming off the cars as another indicator of how wet it is out there and make the decision and go from there. And hopefully it'll be in our fuel windows for what we had originally planned.
All right, guys, and if any of this wasn't to the liking of crew chief Blake Harris, he will be telling Chris immediately because from the command center, he'll give him the information.
That's great insight.
All right. Looks like it's it for the interviews for right now. The window nets are up on some of the cars, so that leads me to believe that maybe we're close to getting the cars back out on the racetrack and hopefully getting to racing very soon. Going to be lots of cautions. I hope not, but I feel like there's definitely going to be a lot of spins. As long as cars don't get stalled out or beached in any way, a spin won't cause a caution. It usually doesn't on road courses in NASCAR, because for those of you that are international watching as well and maybe are used to local yellows or some sort of a, I guess from Formula One, I'm trying to think what it's called. A virtual safety car. There's a safety car. There's a virtual safety car. A virtual safety car is basically what we would call like a normal caution in NASCAR. A virtual safety car wouldn't be a thing, or something like that would not be anything in NASCAR. It's either a full course yellow or there's no caution at all. So they'll give the opportunity for a driver to get back rolling in the right direction, particularly on road courses where the racing can get more spread apart because they're typically longer than most of, if not all of the ovals on the NASCAR Cup Series circuit. So we may see some spins today that don't result in caution as long as there's like not any debris laying on the racetrack or a stalled car in any way, shape, or form, or a car leaking potential fluid down on the racetrack as well. Then we will continue to see it play green. They're putting the window net up on the cars that don't already have the window nets up, and it looks like they're taking the covers off of some of the cars as well. So good news that maybe we can get the cars back out there here in a couple of minutes and get back to the pace laps And hopefully, as long as the drivers indicate to NASCAR that they feel comfortable with racing, based off of how the standing water may look around the racetrack now, there shouldn't be as much standing water because it does seem like the rain has lightened up just a bit. Plus, the reason why there might have been standing water before is because I don't think they had the jet dryers out on the racetrack prior to when the cars went out to make some pace laps. So the jet dryers were out on the track trying to blow the standing water off the track. So it's not like they're not going to race in the rain or don't have the ability to race in the rain. It's because of how much standing water was in some of the areas where there were dips in the racetrack. It would have caused some hydroplaning. There was no way you would have been able to run across that area. And it was all pretty much in the preferred line. It seemed like most of the standing water was next to the curbing on the inside of pretty much most of the corners, especially over in Turn 5 where the carousel was. Turn 1 was a big area as well where there was standing water in the S's. Watkins Glen has a lot of elevation changes. TV does not do it justice. When I went to Watkins Glen for the first time in 2019, the track is basically in the mountains. Like the track, you think of a mountainy area anywhere in the world, and there's literally, this racetrack is in the mountains. A lot of elevation changes. I sat on the front straightaway right next to the start-finish line. It's amazing how much of a dip it is down into Turn 1. And then you can see the S's from where I was sitting as well, which would be Turns 2, 3, and 4. And it just goes straight up a hill, up the side of a mountain. Very picturesque, but a lot of elevation changes. And obviously when they get to the flattest area of the racetrack, which is where the bus stop is, it's kind of like the top of the main hill or mountain peak that they're on. And then they start to go downhill again once they reach Turn 5 and obviously down the second half of the racetrack until they get to Turn 1 towards the basin of the track once again. Jimmy Salyer, welcome to the stream. The Winch, thanks for tuning in. So many people in the chat already. I know I've definitely not shouted you guys all out, but thanks for everybody tuning in. Waiting to get this race underway. We've had over 500 people watching. This, I think, is the most we've ever had watching one of these streams before the race has started. A lot of it is because we have been live for a little over 2 hours now, waiting for this race to get underway, as we had about a 45-minute pre-race show before the original start of the race, and now a lightning delay followed by just a little bit of a weather delay ongoing. It does look like they are firing the engines up right now as we speak, so they should get back to racing here very, very shortly. Definitely my favorite road course in all of NASCAR as well. The sun is peeking through some of the clouds in the sky. It's first we've seen any sort of sun. Even in the pre-race, before it started raining, it was just very overcast. Alberto, thanks for tuning in from Colorado. Ivona Knaus, welcome to the stream from Belgium. Definitely hit that subscribe button. Road to 3,000 subs on the channel. I do think we can get there today. And obviously, again, hit that like button. Only 100 and and the raw feed's available, so that's good. The race has not started yet, so I couldn't get it up, but now I do. So here is the raw feed. This is the leaderboard we usually have on the channel that you guys will get to look at throughout the course of today's race. You'll get to see the top 30 on your screen at one point in time, as well as all the lap times. That includes the last lap time for each of those drivers in the top 30, the best lap that they have ran throughout the course of the race as we get later in the going, their best speed, what lap they ran their fastest time, of course what lap the race is currently on, how many to go, and then all the different leaders and lead changes throughout the course of the race as well you'll get to see. So, a lot of statistical analysis for all the stat nerds watching the race and wanting to know more in detail as well. The Finger Lakes region of New York is a nice area to visit. Yeah, that was the first time I had ever been to the state of New York, and the only time I've ever been to the state of New York was when I went to Watkins Glen for the Cup Series race in 2019. Definitely a road course I'd like to get back to again, at some point in time. I'm trying to get to every Cup track first before I start going back to some other ones I've already been to outside of Michigan, which is my home track. That's only because I live about an hour and a half away. And Talladega and Bristol I've been to multiple times now too, but those are kind of going to be my annual trips outside of Michigan just because I've had a lot of fun at both of those tracks. Daytona's probably going to be the same thing because I went to my first 500 earlier this year too. Highly recommend getting to those tracks when you can. Red Right, thanks for tuning in. From shitty California. Oh, jeez. I will say, the one time I've been to the state of California, which is when I went to Fontana for the Auto Club race earlier this year, one of the wildest experiences of my life. I've told the story many times on the channel. I don't have time to tell that today. Maybe sometime down the line I'll make it its own video at some point. I really wish I would have been vlogging that trip. I haven't vlogged a lot of my race trips that I've gone on, and ever since then I was like, man, I wish I was vlogging, because that would have been wild, because there was just so many it was one crazy thing after another crazy thing from the plane. And that was the first time I'd ever flown too. Spirit Airlines, by the way. So for those of you wondering, well, how bad was the plane? Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines there and back, plus everything that happened while I was in Los Angeles in the airport and everything. LAX. For the first time, you meet some characters, let me tell you. This homeless lady that was talking in her sleep and would snap out of it, start talking in a man's voice, and then fall back asleep. That was just one of the crazy people. And some guy I was in a Starbucks the morning of the race, and some other like homeless guy went in there trying to sell cinnamon rolls that he had bought probably from the gas station across the street or something. I'm assuming that's where he got it from. He could have gotten it from a dumpster. I have no clue where he got it from, but he had some cinnamon rolls he was trying to sell in the Starbucks, and they had to kick him out. It was a wild time. Had some fun stories from that. The race itself was really good too. The mountain state of West Virginia. So he knows everything there is to know about mountains. Thanks for tuning in, Bill Stegman. Patricia Bateman. Thanks for tuning in, Darlington, your home track. Yeah, Darlington's another cool track to get to. Cool to see international viewers tuning in NASCAR. Yeah, this is definitely the most international viewers I've seen in a chat so far for a race this season. I'd like to do the Daytona 500 one of these years, but that would also mean I'd have to not go, which is like it's gonna be painful. I'm definitely going to the 500 next year, but maybe the following year I'll think about staying back and giving live commentary for that race. The races I will be going to the rest of the season would be Kansas in the playoffs, Talladega, and then the championship race at Phoenix. You can expect live commentary pretty much most of those other weeks I'm not at the track. And the races I do go to the track wondering, well, what do I do at the track? I give race highlight videos from the grandstands, give you a realistic feel of what it's like to attend a NASCAR race, and usually those videos are 20 to 30 minutes of just race footage from the track, restarts, battles for position throughout the course of the race, obviously the finish, stage ends, pit stops, all that good stuff. So tune in. There's a bunch of races from this year I've already been to, plus last year. 2020 was the year I started the YouTube channel, so a couple races that year. I only went to 3 because of COVID, but going to Kansas September 11th. Awesome. Well, if you see me there, say hi. Nice meeting you guys. Met one of the mods in the channel at Michigan, Wade Solinsky, a couple weeks ago. Inside Uranus, I met him at Auto Club earlier this season as well. Tayoon, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I said your name correctly. From the Netherlands. time does the race start BST? I'm not sure what time zone that is exactly and where that compares to here. But the cars are on the track once again, for those of you wondering. We're under a lightning delay. Otherwise, the race would have started about an hour and a half ago. But it was a lightning delay. And then there was too much standing water on the racetrack when the cars were on the track the first time about a half hour ago. So they tried to blow the standing water off the racetrack. Obviously, there is still water and standing water on the track, but there were puddles that were formed in the basins of some of the areas on the track next to the curbing that they needed to blow off because there just would have been cars hydroplaning one after another. So out of a safety concern, they blew that off the track. They're back on the track again, and they may be going right back to trying to drop that green flag here at any moment. Sundown is 7:58 Eastern Standard Time. That is only, as of right now, 2 hours and 58 minutes away. This is usually one of the shortest races of the year. I think when I went to Watkins Glen in 2019, I want to say the race was only like 2 hours, 20 minutes. So this is definitely a race that can get in well less than 3 hours. It's going to depend how many cautions we get, of course. The race pace itself will be slower in the rain. But it is looking like it is slowly clearing up around the racetrack, so I don't think the entire race will be in the rain. There's going to be a lot of strategy involved, and I'll try to stay on the top of it as best as possible throughout the live commentary of today's race. EW's Smelly Booty Cheese, welcome to the stream. $10 p.m. in the UK right now. Staying up late for this one. I commend you, sir. Ed Blair, thanks for tuning in. Major Gaming, thanks for tuning in. He's my least favorite in the field right now. I don't really have a least favorite. As boring of an answer as that is, there's nobody I, don't root for. Well, I guess they're going with a single file start here. Pace cars just pulled to pit road, and sorry for the late warning, but the green flag is in the air as it is going to be Chase Elliott leading the field to the green. First time in maybe a long time that we've had a single file start. 3 wide goes one of the race cars down to the inside. It looks like Austin Cindric as he is going to make a pass on both AJ Allmendinger as well as Daniel Suarez. Elliott leading through the S's. Michael McDowell trying to clear Kyle Larson as they're side by side for second place through the S's. A lot of spray going down off the exit of the S's right now. Very blinding for the drivers back in traffic. Chase Elliott has about a 4 to 5 car length lead into the bus stop as Michael McDowell tries to late brake and close in on the 9 car in front of him. McDowell a little bit quicker through the bus stop than Chase Elliott, who might have taken it a little bit easier that time. Especially being the first car to get through this racetrack. He's going to have to deal with more standing water than any of the other drivers through the field, but he doesn't have as much of a miss to deal with either. One car is slow and it has missed the bus stop. He is parked right now with a stop and go penalty for missing the corner. Austin Cindric also challenging on AJ Allmendinger pretty aggressively for the 5th place position. And 3 wide, middle of the pack towards turn 6 between Martin Truex Jr., Eric Jones, and Cole Custer. No spins on the opening lap. Chase Elliott will lead lap 1. And back down into turn 1 they go as he's still got about a 4 to 5 car length lead. Contact, around goes AJ Allmendinger in turn 1. Austin Cindric went to the inside, tried to get underneath him, and he clipped him in the right rear corner panel. Allmendinger's around. He is getting back rolling, but he has to wait for an opening as the rest of the field is on the racing line getting around him. And Allmendinger, who was running in the 5th place position, is now at the back of the field. Meanwhile, at the front, Michael McDowell gets through the S's much quicker than Chase Elliott, trying to follow his tire tracks, now hopping out of line before the hard-braking set of corners in the bus stop, so that way he can see where he is going. It looked like the 2 car of Austin Cindric just kind of locked the front tires up and hydroplaned right into the right rear corner panel of Allmendinger, which sent him around. Mentioned there was no spins on lap 1, and right after I said that, there was a spin on lap 2, turn 1. Elliott seems to be a little bit better in the back half of the racetrack. In the front half is where Michael McDowell seems to be a bit better than Elliott getting through the S's. Elliott going a bit wide, though, through turn 7 as he pitches the car sideways off the exit of the corner and now pulls down to the inside. Michael McDowell's got a major run as he got through the shifts a lot better than Elliott, who made a slight mistake in turn 7. Battle for 4th place into turn 1 as Tyler Reddick challenges to the inside of Kyle Larson. They're side by side off the exit until Reddick slides the car now. Has to fall right back in line behind the 5. Michael McDowell now within about a car length and a half behind race leader Chase Elliott at the front of the field. A 4-car breakaway and then about a 4-second increment between Reddick in 4th and the 5th place car of Chris Buescher. And now Larson with a good run into the bus stop as he closes to the back bumper of Michael McDowell, and he is there lurking, trying to make a pass for 2nd place. Into turn 5, Larson to the inside, McDowell with a wider corner entry as he is now on the outside lane. Elliott also went to the outside. McDowell trying to stay in his tire tracks, and now McDowell trying to break the draft down the next long straightaway as they head towards turn 6. Elliott gaps Michael McDowell just a little bit as McDowell's now got pressure from Larson and Reddick from behind. A lot of passing going on. Middle of the pack just outside the top 10. Off the exit of turn 5 as well as it's still a 4-car breakaway towards the front of the field. McDowell pulls away from Larson just a bit more. There was a couple more cars that spun in turn 1 when Allmendinger was sitting there waiting as it looked like Corey LaJoie and Harrison Burton made contact at the back of the pack. They had also spun and lost a few spots out of it. Tyler Reddick has just made a pass now on Kyle Larson, who ends up sliding the front tires into turn 1. And side by side for the lead, Michael McDowell to the outside in the S's. Door to door, and McDowell is clear and has passed Chase Elliott for the race lead. Elliott trying to power back alongside Michael McDowell. They're side by side again. McDowell now clear, throwing a block. Shaking the car back and forth, trying to stay in front of the 9 cars. They head to the bus stop once again. Tyler Reddick simultaneously closing on the 9 of Chase Elliott as Michael McDowell presses forward and now has about a 2-car length lead into turn 5. Elliott drives it hard on corner entry, slides a bit up the racetrack in the middle. Reddick closes a little bit from middle off, and Michael McDowell again tries to gap the 9 of Chase Elliott down the next longest straightaway towards turn 6. So Chase Elliott, after leading the first 4 laps of the race, is passed for the lead in the S's by Michael McDowell, who qualified 3rd. Tyler Reddick going to the outside in turn 6 to try and make the pass on Elliott. Close quarters racing there, and he is going to be able to maneuver down to the inside in 7. Tyler Reddick will be clear. Elliott with the crossover off the exit of the corner, but slides the rear tires just a bit and can't quite get back to the inside of Reddick. That battle for 2nd place is allowing McDowell to quickly pull away, but Reddick is clear back into the 2nd place position, and Chase Elliott now back on the defense with Kyle Larson in 4th right behind him. Larson going a bit wide in turn 1. He's going to lose a lot of ground. Keeps control of his race car in the sense that he keeps it going in the right direction. And Michael McDowell now out to about a 9/10 of a second lead over new 2nd place driver Tyler Reddick, who has won the last 2 road course races on the NASCAR schedule at the Indianapolis road course configuration as well as Road America in the middle of the summer. So again, your top 10 as of right now through 4 laps would be Michael McDowell, or 5 laps, would be Michael McDowell in the lead, Tyler Reddick in 2nd, Chase Elliott 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, Chris Buescher is 5th. Kyle Larson has just missed the bus stop now, and he is going to have to go through a stop and go penalty, so Larson has lost a couple spots. Justin Haley also had to pit as his window net had come down. They had to get that back up. So Larson has lost a couple spots. He has now fallen back to 6th place following his stop-and-go penalty, missing the bus stop. So again, let me restate the top 10 because I was in the middle of it until Larson lost a couple spots. Michael McDowell's in 1st. Tyler Reddick is 4/10 of a second off the lead in 2nd. Chase Elliott in 3rd. Chris Buescher 4th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson at 6, Austin Cindric 7, Chase Briscoe 8, Todd Gillen 9th, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 10. About 2.5 to 3 car lengths is the gap into the S's as Reddick lost ground in turn 1 to Michael McDowell. And McDowell is quickly pulling away through the S's as well on Reddick, and he's put almost a second on him already. Track is drying up pretty quickly. A lot of the drivers at the front of the field don't even have their windshield wipers on, as it goes to show that there isn't as much of a vision problem at the front. And will there be drivers potentially coming to pit road to put slicks on sometime soon as the track continues to dry, because there tends to be a chunking with these treaded tires, the rain tires, that everybody started the race on. Reddick closing in turn 6, late into the braking zone again on the 34 of McDowell, running the outside lane, the same spot where he was able to get around Chase Elliott a couple laps ago. And as the track is drying and the tires continue to wear for those on rain tires, the best bet is to try to find the wettest spots on the racetrack to keep the tires from chunking and falling apart. And that is why if there are a lot of drivers on these longer straightaways trying to go in the non-preferred racing line to try and find a way to get those tires wet again. A lot of them running the outside, the middle of the S's as well, so not usually seeing the typical racing lines at Watkins Glen under the wet conditions as of right now. USA Network heading to their first full-screen commercial break of the race, so we will take a full field rundown of the running order as we are 6 laps complete out of 90. Michael McDowell has a half a second lead over Tyler Reddick in second place. Again, Chase Elliott is in 30 after starting on the pole and leading the first 4 laps. Chris Buescher is in 4th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson has already fallen back to 6th after missing the bus stop, having a stop-and-go penalty. Chase Briscoe up to 7th place. Todd Gillen, rookie, in 9th. And another rookie, Todd Gillen in 8th. Austin Cindric in 9th. And Austin Dillon going to round out the top 10. Ross Chastain also has just moved up to 9th place now. So Chris Buescher had an issue under the commercial break, because Buescher is now no longer in 4th. He is back to 12th. So during the commercial break, something has happened to Chris Buescher. Might have spun, might have maybe missed the bus stop and had to come to a stop-and-go penalty. Whatever the case was, Buescher is now outside the top 10. So that bumps Cindric to 8th, Chastain to 9th, Austin Dillon in 10th. Alex Bowman is 11th. Again, Chris Buescher in 12th. Joey Logano in 13th. 14th is Joey Hand. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 15th. Ty Dillon in 16th. Eric Jones 17th. Bubba Wallace 18th. Brad Keselowski 19th. Kimi Räikkönen up to 20th. Ryan Blaney in 21st. William Byron 22nd. Kyle Busch 23rd. Mike Rockefeller 24th. And Cole Custer is 25th. Christopher Bell, after starting at the rear of the field, is 26th. Reese Hesmans in 27th, Corey LaJoie 28th, Mark Truex Jr. back to 29th, and AJ Allmendinger, after spinning on lap 2, turn 1, off the front bumper of Austin Cindric, is 30th. Ty Gibbs is 31st after starting at the rear of the field as well. Kevin Harvick is free falling back to 32nd, Hamlin back to 33rd, Daniel Kvyat in 34th, Cody Ware in 35th. Harrison Burton 36th, Justin Haley 37th, Kyle Tilley 38th, and Eric Almirola last on track in 39th. All 39 cars still on the lead lap. And now 4 laps led apiece by Chase Elliott and Michael McDowell as McDowell continues to lead. Again, be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the like button as well on the stream for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary of the real races on the NASCAR race weekend, and virtual races during the week on the video game side of things, all in the hopes of hopefully getting into the commentating booth for real races down the road. And as of right now, Michael McDowell, and that lead has shrunken all of a sudden as Tyler Reddick is within about 2 to 3 car lengths behind him. Kyle Larson back up to 5th, obviously, with the issue that happened to Chris Buescher. They are back from the commercial break right now, so maybe we'll see a replay of what might have happened to the 17 car. And we've got some cars on pit road. Chase Briscoe is in right now, and they're going to put slicks on.
Oh, putting on slick tires as well. Steve, it's really a game and also a gamble. You can go to these slicks, but it's treacherous for the driver early on in this run.
Yeah, treacherous, and I bet.
So Chase Briscoe, one of, if not the first driver to try and take slick tires and taking the rain tires off the race car. Briscoe was in the back half of the top 10. So it's a bold strategy move as he is in position to maybe have a good run in today's race, the way things are looking so far. Still a battle for the lead continuing between Tyler Reddick and Michael McDowell as Reddick continuously running the outside in turn 6 while McDowell stays on the bottom, but Reddick is having great success in running the top. Both of the leaders will stay out this time by as we hit lap 10 at the start-finish line. Halfway through stage number 1 this time by as McDowell continues to lead. Tyler Reddick now within about a car length behind McDowell into turn 1. Reddick runs the outside in turn 1. Power slides just a little bit as he's aggressively trying to get back through the gears and heading uphill into the S's once more. Todd Gillen is moving up through the field in a hurry as well. He has just passed Daniel Suarez for 4th place. Great run for Gillen, who qualified back in, I believe, 17th and is already up to the 5th place position in the first 9 completed laps. Joey Logano is now also on pit road putting slicks on.
But just an impressive run by Reddick, showing the talent he has. Such a versatile driver in this 8 car for RCR. I think the difficult decision.
Just waiting on one of the pit reporters there. We didn't get it. So a couple drivers right now in the top half of the field have already pitted of Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, both in the Ford manufacturer camp. So we'll see if more Ford drivers will continue to come in before some of the other Chevys and Toyotas. Michael McDowell obviously in a Ford leading this race. And McDowell a little bit lower than Reddick, but does not pit that time by, as he's able to gap Tyler Reddick, having a much tighter exit to the corner. Reddick swinging out a bit wider. And McDowell was able to gap him by maybe a half a car length down that long main straightaway. Top 2 have already put 10 seconds over 3rd place driver Chase Elliott. And Todd Gillen quickly closing in on the 9 of Elliott as well for position. Big slide by the 38 car in turn 1 as he'll lose time to Chase Elliott, pushing hard and trying to make a pass on Elliott for 3rd. Elliott looked to have lost 1 second in turn 1 alone. That 9 car is really struggling with the handling. Another Ford in the pits. Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney is in. Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, and others also in.
Ryan Blaney going to come down pit road. There he is, Jonathan Hasser. We talked about it. They have the most to lose today, obviously, with these points. So they will not be in their fuel window. Just pitting here on lap 10, working lap 11, but they are going to slick tires. You got to wonder, maybe if Martin Truex Jr. and his team might counter this move as well, Dave.
And we shall see when we get a look, but the battle for the lead has been outstanding right here as Michael McDowell continues to hold off Tyler Reddick, trying to get by him in the Chevy. Truex True Chief James Small told me this morning that he believed that the 12 may mirror everything that they do like they did last week at Richmond Raceway. We'll see what happens next with the 19 team. They said they were coming to pit road next time to give him 4 fresh tires.
Yeah, so Truex did come into the pits recently. There are some lap cars coming out of the pits as the leaders, Michael McDowell and Tyler Reddick, continue to battle. Those drivers are going to be on much fresher tires and slick tires. If the track is dry enough, the slick tires are going to be much faster than the rain tires, as well as the wear and tear on the rain tires seems to be a lot more aggressive than the slicks, obviously, in drier conditions. So that is why there are a lot of drivers that are coming into the pits and changing to slicks, despite the fact we have only ran about 10 laps in this race as it continues to dry. Tyler Reddick on the bottom lane this time with McDowell going to the outside in turn 5 in the carousel as McDowell is going to win the race back to the throttle as well. Reddick trying to stay in the draft. Austin Dillon, AJ Allmendinger, Christopher Bell, Cole Custer, Ty Gibbs are now the newcomers in the pits that last time by the pit lane. Tyler Reddick now to the inside as McDowell goes high in turn 6 as they continue to battle for the lead. Reddick with a wide arc on the outside will take the lead, and that is because Michael McDowell is coming into the pits. So McDowell's going to pit from the lead. Tyler Reddick will then take it over and lead his first lap in the race. Harrison Burton also in behind the leaders.
Dave, it's been a great weekend for Michael McDowell and Front Row Motorsports. They qualified 3rd for this race. They were behind the 2 Hendrick cars. Michael very confident in that move. They go to the slicks. They take the cover off of that vent on the top of the windshield. and they will give him Sunoco fuel to try to get him to another fuel window. As talked about, this won't really put him where they want to be, but it gets them on the fast tires.
Well, they have no choice. They basically have...
Bit of a slower stop for McDowell, 14 seconds. A lot of the other stops I've seen sub 13 seconds trying to get the rain tires off and the slick tires on. We'll see how that's going to cost him. We'll also see when Tyler Reddick pits in comparison, as he may lose time to Michael McDowell, who pitted despite the fact that Reddick was right in line behind McDowell. When McDowell pulled into the pits, Reddick was simultaneously passing him on the outside. The 14 car of Chase Briscoe, who was the very first driver to pit for slick tires, has cycled right in line behind Michael McDowell, who is getting up to speed in the Esses after exiting the pit lane himself. Joey Hand, Kimi Räikkönen now in the pit. Slow stop on the 91 car for Räikkönen, 17.8 seconds. As he has fallen back just a bit, Kevin Harvick and Daniel Kvyat are also in the pits. Briscoe has now passed Michael McDowell in the bus stop. McDowell still battling, and now Chris Buescher is also in line, looking to the inside of McDowell in turn 5, but can't quite get underneath him. So Briscoe has overtaken Michael McDowell for position on the racetrack. It's currently for 10th, as the top 9 still have to hit pit road. And new race leader at that, Tyler Reddick, is also in the pits.
Right here, Buescher has an opportunity to go with the 14 car, knowing that he's got tires and he's had them. He knows how to push them. There's a lot of learning. You see the 24 car, he's on the bottom, wrapping around him.
Look at the
major battle for position going on right now between drivers that are also for position still on the rain tires, like William Byron and Mike Rockenfeller, as the drivers on slicks cycle around him of Chase Briscoe, Michael McDowell, and Chris Buescher. Tyler Reddick trying to get up to speed in the S's. He pulls out a line right in front of the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe has to check up. He gets into the back bumper of Reddick in the middle of the S's. 3 cars under a blanket now battling for the lead with 6 laps to go in stage 1. All simultaneously racing each other. Now Buescher's in the mix. 4 cars all within about 0.4 of a second of each other. And side by side into the bus stop. Tyler Reddick is going to miss the corner. He has to come to a stop and go. That's going to give the eventual race lead now to Chase Briscoe as they catch the lap car of Alex Bowman in turn 5. Side by side going into the bus stop. Reddick locked the tires up, missed the corner, comes to a stop and go penalty while the other 3 race on. Briscoe, McDowell, Buescher now all battling for the eventual race lead whenever Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. decide to pit. They're about 14, Chase Elliott I should say, is about 14 seconds ahead of Briscoe and McDowell right now with 6 laps to go in the stage. And they're going to go to another full screen commercial break, potentially. Make that a side-by-side screen commercial break this time, as McDowell tries to widen his arc off in turn 1, trying to find a way to get around Briscoe. The battle continues. Currently, the top 5 is Chase Elliott in the lead. He still has to pit. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. now to second as he has passed Kyle Larson. Larson back to third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Michael McDowell rounds out the top 5 with 6 laps to go in stage 1. Our spotlight drivers from the pre-race so far in today's action. The 2 must-haves of Larson and Elliott are running first and third. My win pick was Chase Elliott. He is in the lead for the second different time already today. The 2 sleeper picks of Chris Buescher, Michael McDowell, also both in the top 5, with McDowell now up to third, as I believe Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has just pitted. And it looks as if Kyle Larson may have just pitted as well on the racetrack. But anyway, Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher running 3rd and 5th currently. And then the 2 drivers who I had on the don't haves list to at least finish outside the top 10, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr. Ryan Blaney is currently in 18th, and Truex is in 25th right now. Another battle between McDowell and Briscoe as Briscoe throws a block on the main straightaway. McDowell almost got into the back of him. Very aggressively, these 2 are racing each other. Still in semi-wet conditions, but on slick tires, with a mostly dry racetrack, as the rain has mostly passed through. Chase Elliott still on rain tires, but is now only 4 seconds ahead of both Briscoe and McDowell that last time at the line, and it's going to be a heck of a battle for the stage win. Remember, Briscoe is locked into the playoffs right now, as well as Chase Elliott. They are closing in the bus stop in a hurry. Elliott going to stay down on the inside. He goes wide. Kind of cost the 14 a little bit of time. McDowell closes the gap again, and Chase Briscoe is going to take the lead in turn 5. Michael McDowell with a run off the exit of the corner and trying to pull alongside Briscoe. Not running heavily in the draft, the 17 of Buescher is also going to get around Chase Elliott heading towards turn 6. So Elliott, who's still on old tires, has now lost the race lead. Chase Briscoe's going to lead his first lap at the start-finish line, now becoming our 4th different leader in the first 16 laps of the race. McDowell is still closely on his back bumper looking for his 2nd different lead as we have just 4 laps to go in stage 1. Elliott stays on the track. He did not pit that last time by. Pit road will close with 2 laps to go in the stage, so it'll be interesting to see when exactly he'll pit. Larson's fallen outside of the top 10 as well as Stenhouse. Stenhouse is definitely in the pits. I still don't know if Larson is exactly pitted or not, but those drivers on the rain tires definitely losing a lot of time to those on slicks. Chris Buescher not out of the battle yet. Chase Briscoe is a driver with a win this season. So again, this playoff point will carry forward for every round he advances in the playoffs if he can hold off McDowell and Buescher. And for McDowell and Buescher, who are running 2nd and 3rd, a win would guarantee them a playoff spot as long as we don't get another different winner beyond one of those two at Daytona next week. Michael McDowell is still all over the back of Briscoe, fairly even as the top 2. Buescher seems to be just a little bit quicker in 3rd place behind the battle for the lead. And the more they battle, the more of a chance Buescher's going to have of catching up. 3 laps to go in stage 1 now as they cross the start-finish line and head towards turn 1. McDowell going to roll to the outside, trying to really arc his corner off a lot more than Briscoe, who may be running more of a defensive line on corner entry. Denny Hamlin is in the pits again. Chase Elliott is finally in the pits for the first time. And Austin Cindric is in the pits for the 2nd time today. Maybe a gas and go only stop for Cindric because he was only in his pit box for about 5.3 seconds. Kyle Larson is in now for the first time. Ryan Blaney, Alex Bowman, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr. and others also on their way in for the 2nd time.
Lap 17 from lap 18. We can connect it to make it on 2 stops. Chase Elliott staying out there, Parker, trying to make it a 2-stop race.
Right, and it's the same exact situation for Kyle Larson, who you saw miss the bus stop. They wanted to get to a lap, would put them in their fuel window. They felt this was the lap and pull them directly down to get on those slick tires finally.
2 laps to go this time by as the field, or at least the front of the field, the top 3 are working their way into turn 7. It's still Briscoe, then McDowell, then Buescher. And now McDowell going to pit from 2nd, and Buescher's going to follow him. So they will pit. Pit road doesn't close until Briscoe hit the start-finish line. I do think they got in before Briscoe hit the start-finish line. We'll have to wait for timing and scoring. So this is going to guarantee Chase Briscoe the Stage 1 victory as now pit road is closed. Also a pit road penalty for Austin Cindric, too fast exiting pit road. So a speeding penalty. Cindric is going to have to restart at the rear of the field likely at the end of the stage or come through and make a pit road's closed now, so I'll probably just end up having to restart at the back once we get stage 2 underway. But Buescher, McDowell, they're in the pits right now. They'll fall outside the top 10. There's a side-by-side battle between Eric Jones and Corey LaJoie. Jones has just made a pass on him. I believe that was for 13th rather. So Chase Briscoe about 9 seconds ahead of Reddick, who was with Briscoe before Reddick missed the bus stop when he was initially battling Briscoe for the lead when he exited the pit lane. And William Byron, by the way, right now is the first car 1 lap down. He is trying to get by Briscoe before the end of the stage. Byron had to pit in extra time. Byron, Burton, both 1 lap down. Hamlin is 1 lap down as well. So there are a couple drivers that are lapped. First car 1 lap down will get the free pass at the end of the stage. We are on the final lap of stage 1 currently as Briscoe is heading for the S's as of right now. Just over 800 people watching the stream, and we are just about to exit the first stage right now. Race leader Chase Briscoe, 8.7 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick in 2nd. After McDowell and Buescher, who were very close behind Briscoe, hit pit road right before pit road had closed with 2 laps to go in the stage. Byron's still trying to find a way around Briscoe as they make it through turn 6. Byron's about 3 car lengths behind Briscoe heading into turn 6. late into the braking zone, trying to get to the 14 car, but it looks as if he is not going to be able to catch him, so William Byron will get the free pass. That's going to keep Denny Hamlin and Harrison Burton a lap down when we start stage 2, and it'll be Chase Briscoe who's going to receive a playoff point and win stage 1 at Watkins Glen. 20 laps in the books, top 10 still waiting to cross the start-finish line and earn their points. Tyler Reddick will end up in 2nd, Daniel Suarez 3rd, Ty Gilliland 4th, and Ross Chastain will round out the top 5. Joey Logano in 6th, Ty Dillon 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, even after pitting late. Kyle Busch 9th, and AJ Allmendinger will round out the top 10 and all receive stage points in stage 1 at the Glen. A wild first stage. Strategy is all over the place, and we are about to likely have more pit stops, if I had to imagine, when they come back from the commercial break during our stage 1 break. Just over 850 people already watching the stream today. This has to be the most people we've had watching one of these streams this early in the race. And we are almost at 250 likes already. So be sure to hit that like button. And again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR commentary. I can't even talk. More NASCAR commentary on the daily and content, with the live race commentary for the real races on the race weekend, as you're seeing today, as well as the video game side during the week as well, on the hopes of hopefully myself getting into the booth for real NASCAR races down the road. I have not shouted anybody out. There was a lot of action there, green flag I didn't want to miss, so I can give you guys the commentary. I usually try to look at the chat as much as I can during caution periods as well as commercial breaks. But thanks for everybody that is watching as of right now. Some of the international drivers that are outside the top 10 that I know a lot of you guys in the chat are probably watching. That's the third time I've called him that. Kimi Räikkönen is in 19th. He is the highest running of those. Of course, Daniel Suarez would be in 3rd for Mexico, but he's a full-time driver in the NASCAR Cup Series. Joey Hand is in 14th right now. Larice Hesseman's in 21st. Mike Rockefeller in 25th, making his first Cup start. Scroll down the screen just a bit more. Daniel Kvyat 38th, and Kyle Tilley has pulled off the track with a mechanical issue, so Tilley seems to be out of the race right now. Kvyat a lap down in 38th place. Wandell Ellery, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hitting that like button as well. Stage 2 begins after the caution period. So there's a caution period. Teams will have a chance to pit. Some pitted right before the end of the stage. It'll be interesting to see if any drivers really pit at this point, because strategy's all over the place. I can't even tell you guys what the strategy is at this point. I was keeping track of it when everybody was on slicks, but then some drivers came down that already pitted like 10 laps before that on slicks to take fresher tires again and probably top off on fuel. But there were also some drivers like Michael McDowell, who was only on pit road for like 5 seconds, that he had, I believe, went fuel only. And then Cindric went fuel only also. He sped, so he's at the back anyway. As far as I know, Austin Cindric had the only pit road penalty during the entire first stage. There were a couple drivers who had penalties for missing the bus stop, like Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, those who were inside the top 10. Take a quick little break, and then we'll come back for those of you that are still watching live on KRC. 4 different leaders in the first stage of the race for 5 lead changes, and currently Michael McDowell has led the most laps with 8 laps led, but Briscoe slowly catching him under this caution period during the stage 1 break. Raji, thanks for tuning in. And obviously knowing that there's a lot of Kimi Räikkönen fans out there watching this stream, to give you guys a little bit more hope, Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez are teammates, both in the same equipment that Räikkönen is in this weekend, and both Suarez and Chastain are inside the top 5. Räikkönen did start a lot deeper in the field than those other 2 drivers, but he's already up to 19th despite qualifying 27th. Honestly, if he finishes top 15, that's a great day if you're in your first career start. I don't care if you're a former Formula 1 champion or not. When you're going into a motorsports where you have literally no other experience. He's ran in lower series in NASCAR like 10 years ago, But those cars don't compare to the new next-gen cars that we just enrolled this season in this sport. What happens between stages, it's just that the stage points are given. They throw a caution flag out there. Those that stayed out before the end of the stage, they could pit. And one thing with road course racing too that you don't usually see on the ovals is drivers coming in to hit pit road before the stage comes to an end. And the reason why they're able to do that is because they're actually able to stay on the lead lap knowing that there will be a full course caution in a couple laps. You don't see that on ovals too much because you typically would go a lap down, and if you go a lap down, you're going to get trapped a lap down for the restart. You can't just get your lap back. Unless you were the first car lap down, then you would get the free pass. But if you're not the first car lap down, then you're kind of out of luck in the sense that you're going to have to restart the next stage a lap down. So it's not worth trying to pit and game the system. But road courses, you can usually pay it off as long as you were close enough behind the leader at the time of it happening. There are a couple cars that are coming to pit road this time, and here are the NBC pit reporters giving you guys the coverage. Briscoe from the lead is also in.
Right here, but Dave Briscoe on pit road.
He is indeed below him. The one of Ross Chastain kept it clean through there. Hit on lap 11. We'll take on 4 Goodyear tires. Fill it full of Sunoco fuel here to get to the next window, Marty.
Terrific radio between Johnny Klossmeyer and Chase Briscoe. He came on the radio and said, if you start up front, can you win the stage? And then he said, our only shot to win is if we pit now. They do fuel only here for Chase Briscoe. One stage one, back with the start of stage 2 in a moment.
Likely be going back to green as soon as they come back from the commercial break, as drivers are just exiting pit road. Quite a bit of the field came into the pits that time. I'd probably say over half the field was on pit road, and obviously there were a handful that pitted before. So everybody trying to get back on the same fuel strategy. For those of you also coming from Formula 1 that are probably used, I don't know a whole lot about Formula 1. I've only watched a few races, but regardless of the fact, I know enough to know that under their current, I don't know what you would call it, but rules, whatever, but they don't fuel the cars during the race, so they have the right amount of fuel basically from the start of the race. Well, in NASCAR, you actually have to fuel the car throughout the course of the race, so every time they're on pit road, they're constantly topping off on fuel to stay up on strategy, so that's what a lot of drivers did there. There was quite a few fuel-only stops, try and minimize the amount of time on pit road and gain some spots. One thing in NASCAR compared to Formula 1, the pit stops are usually longer as well, as you only have 2 tire changers compared to Formula 1 having, I guess, at least 4 different. There's probably more than 4 people that are changing the tires because you got a tire carrier, tire changer on each tire. You only have one on each side of the tire in NASCAR. So pit stops are a little longer, so you can usually have a quicker stop if you go fuel only, but obviously you're going to have more tire wear on your tires if you go fuel only. Don't change your tires compared to guys that are going to be restarting behind you, obviously because we're under a caution right now, which are, again, always full course. Trying to explain it the best I can. Again, I don't watch too many F1 races. To be honest, I haven't watched one this year. I did watch a couple last year and the year before that. I'm doing my best because I know that there are a lot of international fans that are watching this that have not watched NASCAR before. Trying to give you guys the best info as possible. And yeah, 36 races the entire season. Yeah, so row 1, I'm not sure if they're going to go single file or double file on this restart yet. They went single file off the start, but with everybody pretty much on slicks, there isn't as much standing water around the racetrack anymore. So I'd imagine we're probably going to get our first double file restart of the race. Any restart in NASCAR is usually double file. They went single file off the start for safety concern because there was a lot of water, obviously, on the track with everybody starting on rain tires. But yep, double file start. Chase Briscoe will be on row 1. Todd Gillen, rather, will be row 1. Rookie will lead the field to the restart alongside Joey Logano. Row 2 in the restart is going to be Michael McDowell, Ty Dillon. Green flag back in the air as they enter the Geico restart zone. Gillen on the inside as they head towards turn 1. Joey Logano up high. 2x2 is most of the field. We'll see if anybody tries to pull out a line, making it 3 wide, middle of the pack. It looks like Chase Elliott will be the first driver to go 3 wide to the bottom. Squeezes Christopher Bell. Bell has to pull himself back in line. Elliott now into the S's side by side with another car inside the top dozen. Still side by side for position right now for third between Ty Dillon and Michael McDowell as they run door to door. Kyle Busch in 5th place after starting at the rear will dart out of line. 3 wide goes Busch to the inside. As they enter the bus stop, Ty Dillon will hop out of the gas. Busch power slides into the corner as he completes the pass. What a move by Kyle Busch as he goes 3 wide, gets around both Michael McDowell and Ty Dillon cleanly, and now is on pursuit to catch the top 2 in front of him of Joey Logano and Todd Gillen. Busch has 1 win this season, and it was in the only dirt race of the season back at Bristol. Yet to win on an asphalt racetrack this year, and has had quite a bit of a struggle over recent months on the schedule. Finally got a top 10, breaking an 8-race streak in which he didn't finish inside the top 10 prior to that. And looking for some more momentum today, trying to get the 2nd win of the season. Todd Gillen going to lead his first green flag lap of the day as he has gapped Joey Logano by about 4 or 5 car lengths on the opening lap after the restart. Kyle Busch looks to the inside of Logano for 2nd place into turn 1. Side by side for position as well, a little bit behind them between Joey Hand and Corey LaJoie as they are both inside the top 10 battling for 6, and they'll remain side by side, it looks like, into the S's as well before Hand finally clears LaJoie for position. Kimi Räikkönen had a pretty good restart that time and already gained 6 spots, and he is inside the top 10 for the first time, currently in 9th, right ahead of Chris Buescher, who is one of the leaders towards the end of stage 1 before he had pitted late in the stage. Chase Elliott now looking to get around the 17 of Buescher, side by side for position, right in line behind Räikkönen in turn 5. And they'll remain side by side off the exit of the corner. Now Elliott slides up and he clears with a block, barely holding on to his position ahead of Buescher. Corey LaJoie kind of stacking up the cars of Cole Custer, Räikkönen, Elliott, and Buescher behind him as they are running all in position 7 through 11th. And Cole Custer was outside the top 20 for most of the day, as well as LaJoie prior to the end of the stage. So we'll see who's going to be the more aggressive driver to get around those two between Räikkönen and Elliott, or the next 2 cars in line behind him. Gillen still in the lead and gapped Logano that last lap by another couple tenths of a second as he's now 7/10 of a second ahead of Joey. Kyle Busch is in 3rd place, 1.1 seconds off the lead. Michael McDowell in 4th, 1.6 seconds off the lead. And Ty Dillon rounds out the top 5 at 2.2 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott going to the outside of Räikkönen, took a peek, backed out of the gas, didn't want to go side by side in the bus stop, hops back in line behind him. Now enters deep into turn 5 as he goes to the inside of the 91 car, side by side battle for position. And for 9th place as Elliott is going to overtake Räikkönen off the exit of turn 5, heading towards the next long straight in turn 6. Elliott's gained quite a few spots since the restart as well now as he's back inside the top 10 after running in the top 5 for the majority of the race in stage 1. And they're still stuck behind LaJoie, and there's quite a gap between Joey Hand at 6th and the 7th place car of Corey LaJoie, about 2.5 seconds already the difference. Big run by Elliott in turn 1, stands on the throttle exiting the corner as they head towards the S's. He's directly in line behind the 41 of Custer, and Kyle Busch is still battling Joey Logano. He went side by side the 2nd lap after the restart into turn 1, but he couldn't complete the pass. Had to hop back and line him, and now he's still stuck behind him into the bus stop. Busch a little bit deeper into the braking zone than Logano, allows Logano to beat him back to the gas so as they exit the corner and head towards turn 5. Logano trying to close the door and close that gap, I should say, on the 38 car of Gillen, who is still out in front of him. Great run for Gillen right now, the rookie who is out in front of the field after restarting there at the beginning of the stage. It stayed out to gain track position during the stage break and both before the stage end. A lot of newcomers into the chat. I see you guys. I usually try to shout you out as much as possible. Thanks for tuning in. Meanwhile, Logano locks the front tires up, blows turn 1, got to the inside of Gillen, but he went so wide off the exit of the corner that Gillen was able to get back around him. Todd Gillen back to the lead after Joey Logano contested in turn 1. Michael McDowell quickly closing behind both Kyle Busch and Joey Logano as well. 4 cars within 0.6 of a second into the bus stop. Busch took a peek, hops back in line in the bus stop behind Logano, who has a better run on the 38 car once again into turn 5. Logano going for the lead to the inside. Gillen holds him tight in the middle of the corner, now washes up off the exit, and Joey Logano will take his first lead of the race. Busch to second, McDowell to third. Gillen way wide, struggling for grip, trying to get back onto the racing surface. He has lost a bunch of positions, and there may be a problem with the 38 car right now because he is very slow. I wonder if maybe he has a tire going down or what the problem is, because he has lost 5 positions all of a sudden, is still slow. Major issue right now for Todd Gillen, who was leading the race. He is heading to pit road. I think he has a tire down, but I'm not entirely sure. That gave the lead to Logano. Tough break there, and the battle for the lead continues now between longtime rivals Joey Logano and Kyle Busch. 2 former champions of the NASCAR Cup Series and 2 former winners at Watkins Glen. Changing tires right now in the 38 car, and maybe it's a transaxle issue with the 38. Maybe Gillen had missed a shift, which caused him to have this transaxle issue there. Looking at the rear of the left rear tire after they have taken it off. Now doing the same with the right side, taking their time on pit road. Lengthy stop for the 38, trying to make sure there's no major mechanical issue before they send the 38 car back on the track. Tough break for Gillen, having this transaxle issue after potentially missing a shift while leading and trying to keep Joey Logano and Kyle Busch behind him in a tight battle at the time. Take a full field rundown quickly while they're under a full screen commercial break. 29 laps complete out of 90 in the Go Bowling at the Glen at Watkins Glen International. Joey Logano leads for the first time today, has led the last 2 laps, and currently 0.7 of a second ahead of Kyle Busch in second. Michael McDowell's 1.5 seconds off the lead in third. Ty Dillon is 2.2 seconds off the lead in fourth. Joey Hand rounds out the top 5 at 3.1 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott is in fourth, 4.5 seconds off the lead. 6.5 seconds back is Cole Custer in seventh. Kimi Räikkönen is 7.5 seconds off the lead in eighth. Corey LaJoie in ninth, 7.6 back as well. And Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10, 7.7 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell is in 11th place. Kyle Larson in 12th. 13th is Larice Hesmans. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 14th, and Ryan Blaney is 15th. AJ Allmendinger back to 16th after that lap 2 spin. Martin Truex Jr. in 17th, Ross Chastain 18th, Alex Bowman 19th, Mike Rockefeller rounds out the top 20. Daniel Suarez fell back to 21st after the restart. Eric Jones in 22nd, Tyler Reddick back to 23rd, Austin Cindric 24th, William Byron 25th, Eric Almirola 26th, Austin Dillon 27th, Ty Gibbs 28th, Brad Keselowski 29th, Bubba Wallace is 30th. Justin Haley 31st, Kevin Harvick in 32nd, Harrison Burton 33rd, Chase Briscoe in 34th. He's the last car on the lead lap after, I believe, he won the stage, but he has fallen back after this last restart. Denny Hamlin in 35th is currently the first car 1 lap down and trying to finish there so he can get the free pass at the end of stage 2. Cody Ware in 36th, right behind him. Todd Gillen now is 2 laps down after having a transaxle issue from the lead. Unfortunate for him. Hopefully get that car back on the track. But for the meantime, he is in 37th. Daniel Kvyat in 38th. He is 6 laps down. Some sort of a mechanical issue there as well. Kyle Tilley out of the race. 15 laps down in the 78 car, rounding out the 39 car field. We have already had 7 lead changes and 6 different leaders so far at Watkins Glen in an entertaining race to say the least so far. A race in which started in the rain and in the wet. Now it is mostly dry. Everybody on slicks. And it is not currently raining at the track. I'm not sure what the rest of the radar looks for the rest of the day, but definitely an interesting start. Various strategies on in stage 1 as well. Logano and Busch slowly putting a gap on Michael McDowell in third, but they're still closely tucked next to one another. Where can I find this race? Can't find it on ESPN. That is because ESPN is not a provider of NASCAR as of right now. NBC has the airing rights, and currently it's on their second network, which is the USA Network, their cable network, main cable provider. So USA Network is where you could find today's race. Over 850 people watching as of right now. Again, greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Road to 3,000 subs. I think we can get there before the end of the stream. Definitely hit that subscribe button. We got a car around in the bus stop right now, and it's Tyler Reddick. Looks like the 77 car as well of Mike Rockenfeller has also spun. There's a fire out of the exhaust of the 8 cars. He's trying to get the car rolling back in the right direction. Remember, it downpoured before the start of the race, and now Reddick is off and running again. So, not sure exactly what happened. Hopefully we can get a replay of what happened in the bus stop, but it was towards the exit of the bus stop in turn 5. Tyler Reddick had made contact with Mike Rockenfeller. So it seems like of the drivers that are looking as if they could potentially go on a 2-stop strategy, Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott are the top 2 of those. Showing one replay right now on the screen of what happened between Reddick and Rockenfeller. It was kind of hard to tell still how that started. Rockenfeller looked like he might have hit the curbing towards the exit of the corner and potentially hopped up into Reddick as they were side by side in the middle of the corner and allowed both cars to spin out. Every other car missed him in the field, going around him and splitting around him. Chase Elliott battling Ty Dillon for 4th place on the racetrack. Dillon holds on to his positioning off the exit of turn 7. Elliott going to pull out of line and try to late break into turn 1 as he pulls again to the inside of Ty Dillon. Dillon goes a bit wide, and Elliott's going to be clear in turn 1 off the exit of the corner. Chase Elliott back up to P4. And he is currently about 4.2 seconds off race leader Joey Logano. Quickly pulling away from Ty Dillon as he's about 3 to 5 car lengths ahead of him and growing that gap as well. Kvyat went to the garage too. Yeah, that's probably it. Todd Gillen is still... He's 5 laps down, so he might have just pulled into the garage. Also, tough break. Now he's 6 down, so yeah. Looks like we have 3 cars out of the race, out of the 39 right now. A couple of the international drivers of Kyle Tilley, Daniel Kvyat, and now Todd Gillen out of the race as well. Chris Buescher has made a pass on Kimi Räikkönen for 8th place moments ago as well. Bumping the 91 car back to 9th. Still only a 0.7 of a second difference between Busch and Logano, but the fastest car on the racetrack right now seems to be the 9 of Chase Elliott. After he made the pass on Ty Dillon the last lap in turn 1, he was able, or I should say he was right around 4.2 seconds off the lead. 1 lap later, he's 3.7 seconds off the lead. Just 6 laps to go, though, in Stage 2, and we'll see who will be on the pit stop strategy of potentially pitting sometime soon. Contact between Martin Truex Jr. and Ross Chastain in the S's as Chastain forced his way down to the inside of the 19 car and they rub fenders. Chastain completes the pass. Truex struggling with his race car right now, has been outside the top 10 all day and is currently back in the 17th place position. Make that 18th. Daniel Suarez now going side by side in the bus stop with Truex as Truex is falling back a little bit more. Up over the curbing they go. Suarez clear on the outside, and another Trackhouse car is gotten by the 19 on this lap. Alex Bowman all over the back of Truex as he continues to lose ground. The Toyotas, outside of Kyle Busch today, have continued to struggle as they have on road courses most of the season. Another pass for position inside the top 10. Kyle Larson has gotten around Kimi Räikkönen with 5 laps to go in the stage now for the leaders. Who will stay out and who will pit during the stage breaks. Pit road again closes with 2 laps to go in the stage, so if you're too far behind, race leader Joey Logano, which really, if you're not inside the top probably 4, I don't think you have a chance to get to the pit road commitment line in time before the leader gets to the start-finish line. You're probably going to be seeing drivers pit, quite a few of them, if not this lap, the following lap, when they work their way off turn 7 towards the start-finish line again. Very interesting, no track limits. There are track limits to a certain extent. You can't cut a corner, but if you go wide off the exit of the corner, that is not out of bounds typically in NASCAR, and the reason why is because these cars are a lot heavier than most open-wheel race cars, and even sports cars in general too. These cars are just so much heavier. There's a lot less downforce. Usually there's high downforce, and like the Formula 1 IndyCar motorsports as well. So that's why you see these cars being able to swing out pretty wide off the exit of a corner. I think that was Joey Hand that might have locked his tires up going into turn 1 just a bit. Saw some smoke puffing out of the rear of that car. Nothing major as far as an issue goes. Logano a bit quicker than Busch that last lap again. Chase Elliott now down under 3 seconds off the race lead. It's a full second back of Michael McDowell in third. Didn't look like anybody hit pit road that last time by. We'll see if anybody pits this time by. It's going to be the last chance for many to hit pit road before pit road closes with 2 to go at stage 2. Currently your top 10 is Joey Logano in first, Kyle Busch second, Michael McDowell third, Chase Elliott fourth, Ty Dillon rounds out the top 5, Joey Hand at 6th, Cole Custer 7th, Chris Buescher 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, Kimi Räikkönen rounds out the top 10. Spotlight drivers coming into the day. Our 2 must-haves are both in the top 10 of Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. Again, Chase Elliott in P4. And P9 is where Kyle Larson runs. Our 2 sleeper picks also inside the top 10 of Chris Buescher at 8th. Michael McDowell running right now in 3rd place. And the 2 don't have picks that I predicted to finish outside the top 10, or both outside the top 10, have been all day. Ryan Blaney in 12th, although he's gained quite a few spots from the start. And Mark Truex Jr. is mightily struggling back in the 29th position. Kyle Busch beer. Räikkönen is in the pits as well as others, and you guys will get to listen in to the pit reporters as stops are going on.
Parker.
Kimi Räikkönen here on pit road with 3 to go in this stage here. He was one of those cars that got the slicks early, so just trying to connect the fuel strategy here for the 91. He makes his second stop, Dave.
And Martin Truex Jr. trying to find a way into the playoffs. Remember, one of his tasks today is to take care of the engine in that 19 car. Baby that motor so that he doesn't have the same problem that 2 of his teammates have had this weekend so far.
Looks like there was about contact on pit road between Hesmans and Truex. And it looked like the 19 kind of pulled into the 27, initiating the contact on pit road, so I'm not sure what exactly happened there. Pit road is now closed. Joey Logano has crossed the start-finish line and continues to lead over Kyle Busch. Lap car coming out of the pits down at the bottom of the racetrack right now as the leaders are getting by on the outside. That may potentially not allow Denny Hamlin to get the free pass at the end of the stage. Looked like Mike Rockefeller was that car that was lapped down. So that could keep Denny Hamlin a lap down still. Kyle Busch is within a half a second again of Logano. Chase Elliott has not really closed that gap a whole lot, maybe preserving his tires later in the stage as he got to within 3 seconds and now is about 3.8 seconds off the lead again. McDowell closing the gap though. He's 1.9 seconds off the lead, trying to run down the 18 and the 22 for more track position. And the sun is out over most of this racetrack. That's going to change the track conditions as the track temp is going to continue to warm as we get later in this race, as the track is much drier, of course, and pretty much all dry for the most part. Final lap, stage 2. Logano with 0.6 of a second of a gap over Kyle Busch in second. Logano trying to look for another stage win this season. Race only on USA as far as television goes, yes. It might be on Peacock this week. I'm not entirely sure if it is or not, though, so don't take my word for it. Got to check my fantasy lineup here before it closes. I remembered this week. I took Reddick out of my lineup. I had to put him in my garage after that spin he had moments ago and stick Chris Buescher in there because Buescher's been in the top 10 all day. Oh, jeez, I just dropped my phone. All right. We're all right. I have carpet. Everything's okay. Final turn in stage 2 for Joey Logano. Half a second lead still over Kyle Busch, and Logano is going to win stage 2 at Watkins Glen. Again, Kyle Busch will finish P2. Michael McDowell just coming off of turn 7. McDowell will finish 3rd in the stage. Chase Elliott 4th, and Ty Dillon rounds out the top 5. Joey Handon 6th, Chris Buescher 7th, Kyle Larson 8th, Cole Custer 9th. Christopher Bell will round out the top 10 in stage number 2. I think the only car that I know of that hit pit road before the end of the stage, I believe, was Kimi Räikkönen. I don't think anybody else hit the pits, which is very interesting. We'll see how many pit stops we get during the stage 2 break when NBC comes back from the commercial break. I got the wrong screen up. There we go. They made a double tap on that. So at the end of stage 2 are spotlight drivers from the predictions in the pre-race coverage. My race win pick and one of the must-haves, Chase Elliott, 4th. Kyle Larson in 8th was another one of the must-have picks. Those were probably the 2 heaviest favorites coming into the race today. Both having solid days so far, getting some stage points, and of course, up towards the front of the field. The 2 don't have picks of Ryan Blaney. Martin Truex Jr. still both outside the top 10. Blaney finished 13th in stage 2. Martin Truex Jr. was 31st at the end of stage 2. And the 2 sleeper picks, both inside the top 10. McDowell has a shot to win this. Has looked very sporty today. In 3rd place, Chris Buescher in 7th. Drivers who could potentially get into the playoffs with a win today that are inside the top 10 would include Michael McDowell, Ty Dillon, Chris Buescher, Cole Custer, Joey Hand not running full time, so that wouldn't be a playoff spot that would go against Blaney or Truex, who are battling for that last spot on points. And honestly, Truex is very fortunate that Ryan Blaney was not able to get stage points today, just like the 19 car. So if somehow they get that 19 car better in this final stage, that would probably be the way to go. I understand from what I've heard basically from the in-race reporters throughout the course of the race is Truex is maybe dealing with some sort of an engine issue. I say run it till it blows at this point. When you're in the points deficit you are, and now there's less than 50 laps to go in the race, you're already 18 spots behind Blaney. You're going to lose points if you finish where you're at right now, so you might as well just run it till it blows, especially when you consider the fact that there's 3 cars already out of the race. I mean, what, he could possibly lose 4 more positions? 4 more points he can lose? You're already going to lose a bunch at this point. I think you just got to step on the gas and go if you're Truex. Not worry about that engine at all. Anyone know if Stage 3 is on TV? It's on the USA Network. Tire races. If you don't have it, by all means, you can stay tuned here. Looks like they're underneath the hood of the 14 car of Chase Briscoe, having some sort of a mechanical issue there. They've got some hoses hooked into the engine, maybe trying to cool it down. Potentially an overheating issue for Briscoe. Tough break. Remember, he won Stage 1. And there will be some pit stops coming up pretty soon because there are a lot of pit crew members that are up on the wall getting ready to service their race team's cars. This is not going to be the final pit stop of the day for those pitting. You will not be able to go on fuel all the way to the end of the race from pitting now. Almost halfway done already. Yeah, halfway, run the thing until it blows or doesn't, exactly. It'd be a little bit different if he was maybe ahead of Blaney, but you're already behind him. You got nothing to lose. You got to go, or you're going to miss the playoffs. Can't baby it. You're too late in the season now. kind of your destiny at this point. If you're the 19 team. Still waiting on the field to make their way around this long 2.45 mile road course in Watkins Glen, New York. Heading towards turn 6 right now is the pace car. And off the exit of turn 7 is where pit road entry is. And it was a transaxle break for Ty Gillen's race car, by the way. The early going of stage 2. And here is the report.
It definitely has, as Joey Logano will lead Kyle Busch onto pit road, as well as others making their way onto pit road. Parker, in front of you.
Right, and that blue car back there is Ty Dillon, who finished 5th in stage 2 after this excellent run in these variable conditions. Very happy with the handling of that race car. Saying it's turning well before Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for him. They're going to tell him to wait on that fuel, Dave.
Stage winner Logano said, I need more turn, but I can't afford to lose the back end. He came into this race today, 3rd in playoff points. He'll get one more there, Marty.
These are the teams and drivers that pitted at lap 9 or 10. They will have one more stop today. Kyle Busch needs more front grip. They're thinking maybe on that final stop, fuel only. A little drag race there between Kyle Busch and Joey Logano off of pit road. Stage 2 wrapped up. Logano wound up getting the stage win here at Watkins Glen, but all these guys will be way behind in track position.
For Joey Logano and Chase Briscoe, your 2 stage winners today, that was both their 4th stages won this season. So 4 stage wins apiece now for Logano and Briscoe. So they'll receive a playoff point heading towards the playoffs because we know both drivers are qualified as they each have at least 1 win on the season. 2 for Logano and 1 for Briscoe so far this year. Patrick Shadley, saw you in the chat for the first time. Thanks for tuning in. You might have been here for a while. I have really no clue. There's been so many people in the chat today. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in, chatting throughout the course of today's race. And definitely, again, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. A new stream record. Over 300 likes over the course of one live race commentary live stream today. We have never hit 300 likes during the course of one of these live commentary live streams. Greatly appreciate you guys hitting that like button. Continue to do so. Still over half of you guys watching right now have not hit it, so definitely do so. And again, subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is to get to 3,000 subscribers on the channel today, and we are still a little over 30 away. And I guarantee not all of you guys are subscribed that are watching right now. In fact, 70% of those who have watched the channel over the last 28 days are not subscribed. So you guys are watching. Greatly appreciate it. That helps me out a bunch. But be sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any more of these live race commentary streams on the race weekends. For tracks I don't go to in person, again, next live race commentary stream will be next weekend, and it'll be for the Xfinity Series race at Daytona. That will take place on Friday night. I believe at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time is when that race is set to kick off. So that race is going to be on the USA Network as well. You can't watch and tune in here. We'll have live commentary for the Xfinity Series race at Daytona next Friday. As far as the Cup Series race go, I have plans on Saturday night. I'll be watching the race basically on the go that night, keeping track of it. I'll have a predictions and a post-race analysis video that is going to be set out for that. But as far as the live race commentary for the Cup Series next week, there's no plans on me doing live commentary unless the race gets some reason rained out and they run on Sunday. If there is rain Saturday night at Daytona, they can't get the race in that night, be sure to tune in on Sunday. Whatever time they end up having that on, I will be here and I will be giving you guys the commentary for the race on Sunday next week. And I'll keep you guys posted in the community tab as well for those of you wondering throughout the course of the week what the streaming schedule is. And especially as we get closer to next weekend, I'll have a better idea, obviously, of what time the race may be on Sunday if it does get postponed. But again, that's only if the race Saturday night gets postponed. But regardless of the fact, I will be doing live commentary for the Xfinity Series race in Daytona next weekend. Final race of the regular season for the Cup Series side, and possibly the last chance as far as wildcard races go for the Xfinity Series for drivers to potentially get a win and lock themselves in the Xfinity Series playoffs. From Honolulu, Hawaii, thanks for tuning in. K.Kai Stewart. Evelik, I think is how you say the name. Wingy, thanks for tuning in. And Curse Studios, thanks for the $5 super chat. Back to watch your stream again. And go number 9. Yeah, Chase Elliott was my pick to win today's race. It looks like he's going to be in second place on the restart, as he had stayed out during the pits. Both him and McDowell are on a 2-stop strategy. Whether you pitted or not pitted during the stage break, it is going to be a 1-stop race to the finish. So it'll be interesting to see when the drivers decide to pit and not to pit. You don't want to pit and then a potential caution comes out and you end up getting, stuck. Or I should say, you're not going to get stuck a lap down at Watkins Glen. It's a little bit different. You actually want to pit before a potential caution so you can then cycle back to the lead following a restart, knowing you'd stay out with there being just one more pit stop left at the end of the race at this point. So we have about half the race still to go entering this final stage, 43 laps in out of 47. We have not had a caution for incident today, but we have seen a couple different spins on the racetrack. Mike Rockenfeller and Tyler Reddick made contact in the bus stop, middle of stage 2, and both spun. They're still on the race. AJ Allmendinger had a spin in turn 1 on lap 2. Off the front bumper of Austin Cindric as they were battling for 5th at the time, and that was still when it was wet in the rain at that time when that spin had taken place as well. But no cautions for incidents so far today. Other than that, a pretty clean race, but a very good one at that. We've seen a lot of gutsy moves being paid off in a clean way, and my favorite kind of racing is when everybody is super aggressive, but they're able to keep it clean. This is my favorite type of racing that we're seeing today, and hopefully for most of you guys as well. Raikkonen pitted. Yeah, he pitted before the end of the stage. There wasn't many drivers that pitted during the stage. Kyle Busch was one that did, though. Front row for the restart will be Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott. Row 2, Joey Hand, Chris Buescher. Row 3, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell. Row 4, AJ Allmendinger, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Then Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain will be in row 5 for the restart. Pace cars pulled on to pit road this time by. Green flag will be in the air as they enter the Geico restart zone. And it'll be Michael McDowell on the inside, Chase Elliott on the outside for the restart. Green flag back in the air. McDowell gets a great launch. Going to try to pull clear of the 9 car of Chase Elliott. Now he protects the bottom. 3 wide move towards the back. Now 4 wide goes Eric Jones. And off in the grass goes Ryan Blaney. He's sideways. Keeps control of his race car. He's going to lose a bunch of positions, though, on the inside. Still 4 and 5 wide as they try to funnel into the S's. How are they going to make that work? Front of the field, they're 3 wide for the lead. And Michael McDowell is going to hang on in front of Chase Elliott. And I believe that was Joey Hand who also went 3 wide alongside those other 2 cars looking for the lead. Hand had to back out of the gas that stacked up both Christopher Bell and Chris Buescher behind. They're side-by-side for 4th as they head into the bus stop, while Allmendinger and Larson are also side-by-side right behind them. Still side-by-side, middle of the bus stop between a couple cars. Looked like Ryan Blaney and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. It was actually Austin Cindric who clipped the grass and went wide, not Ryan Blaney. There was a spin. Kimi Räikkönen has hit the tire wall off the exit of the bus stop. Contact, it looked like, from Austin Dillon, as Austin Dillon and Räikkönen are around. Caution is out for the 3rd time today, and for the first time for incident. Waiting to see a replay, but looks like Räikkönen is stuck in the grass right now, so he's waiting to get a push as he has hit the tire wall at the front of pit road. Quite a bit of damage, or not pit road, but the tire wall at the exit of turn 5. Quite a bit of damage on the left front of the 91 car. And one of the fan favorites, I'm sure, in the chat is unfortunately just gotten in an accident here on the restart. Window net is down, and Räikkönen is going to hop out of the car as his day is going to come to an end. Showing the replay right now of what exactly happened. Looked like Austin Dillon had actually gotten spun. Ross Chastain was behind the 3 car. I'm not sure. It looked like Chastain hit the curb and then ended up in the side of the 3 of Austin Dillon. That spun Dillon around. Then as Chastain was trying to miss... Oh man, pretty hard in the tire wall for Räikkönen as well. It was a pretty good hit. But he is out of the car under his own power. Luckily, it's one of the slowest areas of the track. Big wheel hop by the 91 of Räikkönen. It looked like he ran up over the left rear tire of Larice Hesmans. They were 3 wide behind the spinning Austin Dillon race car. So they were 3 wide behind Dillon, who spun off the front bumper of Ross Chastain. And as Dillon went sliding in the grass, Raikkonen and Hesmans made contact. Raikkonen's right front went over the left rear of Hesmans' race car, which then shot him into the tire wall off the exit of the Turn 5 bus stop. So that has caused our first caution for incident today. God, Chastain. Yeah, Chastain had a pretty gigantic bounce off the curb, which knocked him into Dillon. They were side by side in the bus stop as it is, and usually you can't go side by side in the bus stop. We saw a wreck late in the Xfinity Series race yesterday between 2 drivers that were side by side for the lead in the bus stop of William Byron and Ty Gibbs at the time. And most of the field actually made it through the bus stop ahead of them, but they were 2 and 3 wide further back, and they were just never going to make it. The dangers of being in the middle to the back of the pack, though, on a restart in NASCAR. And as a product of it, the strategy Raikkonen was on, they had him pit before the end of the stage. He was 22nd on the restart as a result, and right in the middle of harm's way after the contact in front of him between Chastain and Dillon. I don't think Gimme necessarily got punted. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time there. Chastain and Dillon maybe could have been less aggressive. There could have been a way that maybe one of those 2 cars could have potentially backed out of the gas before getting into the bus stop. Chastain was the car on the outside entering the bus stop, so if you had to pick one car to potentially lift in that situation to not go side by side going into that set of corners, Chastain probably would have been the driver to back out, get behind. But I also don't know exactly how closely behind there were other cars, because it looked like they were pretty tightly bunched back behind him, that maybe he could have even had a choice of getting out of the gas. We just kind of saw them exiting the bus stop where the contact happened, causing the wreck of a 2-car accident. But Raikkonen into the tire wall is the main reason for the caution. Austin Dillon was able to get going out of the grass off the exit of the corner. He didn't really have any significant damage on his car after the contact with the 1 into the left rear corner panel of the 3. As far as I know, I don't think he's running any other races this year. I know earlier when it was announced that he was going to run in the 91 car, that it was just going to be a one-time race. And not just for him this season, but I think the 91 car as a whole was just going to run this one race this year. The plan is to have that 91 car potentially run more races next season with many different drivers, both international and from other motorsports. So this might not be the last time we see Raikkonen in the Cup car, but as far as this season goes, that's as far as I know. It was just this one-off race this season. It is kind of coincidental, whether it's his fault or not, how Chastain seems to be involved in an accident every single week. It is ridiculous. I'd have to go back. I'm trying to think. Last week, there was contact between him and Kyle Busch, even though it wasn't his fault. He was involved there. He was involved in an accident in Michigan, which also wasn't his fault, with Christopher Bell. I'm trying to think what the weekend before that what happened. Obviously this week, that's at least 3 weeks in a row. I think they're at it. Oh yeah, at Indy the week before that, he just completely blew turn 1 and tried to shortcut the corner. He tried to. Oh jeez. So he didn't actually cause a wreck. Well, then he actually got into Joey Hand and spun him earlier in the race too, at Indy. So I guess he spun him earlier, and then he tried to game the system and take the excess road, and was racing Reddick aggressively there for the win at the end, even though he was going to get black flagged. Yeah, I can't do anything really about the bots. I apologize for that. Best thing to do is just ignore them. They'll go away after some point in time. It's an infrequent problem in YouTube, I've noticed during live stream chats over recent months. They're everywhere. Green flag back in the air. Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott on the front row for the restart. 2 and 3 wide towards turn 1 again, middle of the pack. Justin Haley's going to be one car that's going to pull out of line, trying to make a pass on Daniel Suarez and Kevin Harvick. Chase Elliott gets a good run off the exit of the corner, but not as good as Christopher Bell, who's able to get underneath him side by side for second. Kyle Larson's able to follow himself in line right in front of Joey Hand, and that will move Larson up to P4 right behind Bell, who cannot stay alongside Elliott as Elliott is clear at second. Michael McDowell holds on to the lead. They'll be heading for the bus stop first time following this restart now as they have just over 40 laps to go. McDowell holds on to the lead. Larson a bit quicker through the bus stop than Christopher Bell in front of him. Bell the highest running Toyota in the field. Larson alongside Bell off the exit of turn 5, side by side for third place right now, down the long straightaway as they head towards turn 6. Bell on the outside, or Bell on the inside towards 6, Larson on the outside. Bell will just hop back in line behind the 5 car and try to control his position, make sure that Joey Hand wasn't also going to get underneath him. So Kyle Larson all clear for third. First lap after the restart this time, no caution, no spins anywhere in the field. And Chase Elliott still looking aggressively to try and get around Michael McDowell. McDowell trying to punch his ticket to the playoffs for the second season in a row if he can get a win today at Watkins Glen. And for Ryan Blaney and Ryan Blaney fans, they're hoping that does not happen. That would knock their driver out of the playoffs, despite the fact Blaney is now inside the top 10 for the first time today and having another strong run as he has most of the season, as he currently sits second in the regular season standings. 0.3 of a second is the margin of a lead right now for McDowell over Elliott. Very tight, about 2 car lengths. Elliott outbraking McDowell into the bus stop, gets through the curbing a little bit better, and he's on the attack in turn 5. Elliott all over the right rear corner panel, the 34 car moving around quite a bit in the middle of the corner. Elliott's going to pull to the inside and now trying to side draft the right rear corner panel of McDowell. Side by side for the race lead is the 34 and the 9. As they head towards turn 6, Elliott on the outside, McDowell down low. Elliott is clear, and Chase Elliott is out in front for the third different time today. And the first time on slick tires, Chase Elliott has led in this race as McDowell stays in close pursuit behind Elliott, trying to find a way to get back around him. 41 laps to go at the line. Still one more pit stop left for everybody in the field. But it is Chase Elliott who leads this race, and now Kyle Larson trying to close in on Michael McDowell for a second so he could try to keep a close proximity behind his teammate, who is now the new leader as of that last time by the start-finish line. Four-tenths of a second is the gap now between Elliott and McDowell as they head for the bus stop. Seems to be where McDowell's the slowest around the racetrack since the restart is in the bus stop. Both the HMS cars of Larson and Elliott are a bit better than in there. AJ Allmendinger, meanwhile, back inside the top 10 and is currently in the 6th place position. Couple tenths of a second behind Joey Hand. Larson all over the back of McDowell in turn 6, both on the inside lane. Saw a lot of guys using the outside in 6 in the rain earlier, but not so much in the dry conditions and on slick tires. Taking that normal arc into the corner. Elliott has now grown the lead out to just over 1 second over McDowell. Larson needs to get around this 34 car quickly before the 9 of Elliott just pulls away. 40 laps to go at Watkins Glen. Larson turned McDowell. I just glanced at the chat and saw that. Oh, jeez. I don't want that to happen. Shout out to Joey Hand, still inside the top 5 in a Rick Ware racing car today. 5th place. He's ran top 10 for a large majority pretty much since the start of stage 2. McDowell still holding up Larson, turn 5. McDowell holding on to the bottom, trying to hold on to as much track position as he can. He's not just going to let the 5 car go. Larson's going to have to get around him the hard way. Now we're in this final stage now. You never know if a caution can come out at any point. Bunch the field back together. You want the best track position possible. McDowell gaps Larson a little bit off the exit of turn 7 that time. A.J. Allmendinger still making his way through the field. He seemed to be the quickest car on the racetrack that last lap at 6th, and he may still have a shot at the win yet. Plenty of time for him to still get through the front if he can make some passes on some other cars in the field. Continuously closing on Joey Hand for position just in front of him. Much tighter exit to the S's that time as Allmendinger, maybe trying to get as much clean air in his car as possible before hopping back in the draft on the long straightaway heading towards the bus stop at turn 5. McDowell slowly gapping Larson again in the bus stop, and McDowell over the first half of this lap is about 0.2 of a second quicker than Elliott already, so maybe he has found something in that 34 car, a second win perhaps as he's starting to gap the 5 of Larson. And Larson may have missed his opportunity to get around McDowell. Allmendinger aggressively hard on the brakes very late into turn 6 in comparison to the 2 cars of Bell and Hand in front of him. Into turn 7, all over the back bumper of Joey Hand, looking to potentially make a pass down towards turn 1. In the draft is Allmendinger. Hand pulling off the top lane just a bit. By the way, Chris Buescher is back on the racetrack as of right now after having some sort of a mechanical issue where they were under the hood of that race car. And currently Briscoe is in 32nd towards the tail end of the lead lap. But he is at least on the lead lap. And also during that Raikkonen crash, Denny Hamlin had gotten the free pass to get back on the lead lap. Quite a bit of aggressive racing going on towards the back of the pack right now. Ty Dillon, Denny Hamlin battling for position. Reese Hesman's in there in that battle as well. Ty Gibbs looking to make a pass on Hesmans as they head towards the bus stop this time. Hops back in line as he didn't get enough of a run to pull alongside Hesmans. Or do you really want to be side by side on the bus stop? We've seen a couple spins in that area of the track already today. That was the cause of the 1 caution for incident early in this final stage. Harvick should win 3 in a row. I don't know about that. He hasn't ran particularly well today. I was actually expecting Harvick to have a better run than what he has. He's up to 13th, which is, I believe, as far up in the running order that he has been so far. So Allmendinger was a bit quicker than Chase Elliott before he caught the back of Joey Hand, and now all of a sudden his pace has kind of dropped off in comparison to the 9 as he's still behind Hand and Bell. And Bell's really lost the 5 of Kyle Larson, about a 2-second gap between 3rd and 4th place on the racetrack. One second lead now between Elliott and McDowell. McDowell, it's the 3rd consecutive lap now. He has been a bit quicker than Elliott after losing the lead and losing time, and maybe he was just a little over-pressured. And potentially maybe just better short-run cars by Elliott and Larson. Larson was one of only a few cars that actually made a full 10-lap green flag run. And Joey Hand is going to be the first car to hit pit road from 5th place.
They pitted at lap 12. You know who is thanking?
A couple other cars in the pits as well.
Right now, you mentioned his name, Ryan Blaney. Blaney is sitting in 8th position right now. When Michael McDowell was leading, you mentioned it, Rick, he was out of the playoffs. Right now, Martin Truex Jr. all the way back in 21st, and that has dramatically changed since the playoff standings. Right now, Blaney plus 39. We could be looking at a scenario next week, Rick, where Martin Truex Jr. might be in a must-win situation at Daytona. Final race of the regular season next week.
Well, you heard it right there. 39 points to good is Ryan Blaney as we run versus Martin Truex Jr. for the final playoff spot right now, as long as we don't get another new winner today. Michael McDowell very close to potentially doing so in 2nd. And Chris Buescher in 6th place as well has had a great day so far and has looked like at times he has had race-winning speed. Of course, he has been on a hot streak here as of late and has had good cars at the racetrack for RFK. His teammate Brad Keselowski, on the other hand, is struggling again this weekend as he is back in the 18th place position still. Brad has not ran particularly well on road courses in recent years. Doesn't matter to see what the road course is. Chris Buescher now in the pits, along with Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who have decided to make their green flag pit stop. Parker?
right, Steve? Fitting out of the top 10 there for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. A great run here on the road course, and now with about 35 laps to go, we'll see if he's able to connect this to the end, Dave.
Remember, Chris Buescher was the first one in to put slicks on versus the rain tires. So again, hitting a little bit early here. Their get home lap, they're calling 55. We'll have to save a little bit to get from here. A little bit slow, waiting on the right-hand side, waiting for the fuel, and off he goes.
That's just how long it takes.
16.9 second stop for Chris Buescher. Buescher was trying to, Buescher's crew, I should say, was desperately trying to make sure they were going to have that tank full of fuel. So the window may be open to the end of this race to make it now. Big moment by Kyle Larson as he was trying to close in on Michael McDowell for second place in turn 6 at a big hop off the curb. Both Larson and McDowell will pit from second and third now as Elliott, the race leader, stays on the racetrack.
Parker.
Right, and you saw it there in turn 6. Larson just struggling in that dirty air behind McDowell. They're just unable to get the car to do what he wants, and it's getting tight at times in traffic, and then you get that loose on the exit. It's 4 tires for him and filling it full of Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Crew goes over the wall, including tire carrier Brett Sancelli. They'll try to get Michael McDowell on and off pit road with a fast stop here, but again, waiting on fuel. Remember, 1 extra lap compared to Chris Buescher, who came in, and now they will send him away. Joey Logano on pit road as well. This will be their get home lap. They put on left side tires and fuel it. He didn't have to take as much, right, Steve? He pitted later.
Yeah, so basically they're just trying to, they're afraid of those yellows, Dave, right? So they're coming right now. They don't have to wait as long for the fuel. You see what the advantage is, Dave. Great point. He catches right back to the 34 because the 22 had the requirement of less fuel. I assume the 9 will come this time. But Burton, how about that save by the 5?
So there's some extra input there from Steve Letarte. I would assume Chase Elliott's probably going to come into the pits this time so he doesn't lose too much time on older tires, considering he only had about a 1.2 second lead over Michael McDowell and McDowell pit, and that is not the case this time. Chase Elliott continues to stay out of the pits. AJ Allmendinger is now up to second, so never mind. Allmendinger's in the pits as well as Christopher Bell, both inside the top 5.
What comes out, and we will
Blaney
lose our
in,
track
Byron in
position
as
to
well.
these cars.
Justin Haley's
Parker.
in.
See AJ Allmendinger pitting here from the top 5. Really fast race car here as we went into the dry conditions. He told me he was really happy with this race car after yesterday's practice and that they were, quote, in the ballgame, Marty.
Here comes the group who pitted at lap 17. Among those guys, Ryan Blaney coming to pit road right here, saying he lost the handle a little bit towards the end of that run. No word on Chase Elliott's radio as to when they would pit. You see that big wedge adjustment for Blaney as well. Interesting to keep in mind, Tyler Reddick and also Kyle Busch came down. Flash of fuel only for both of those cars. Remember, they topped off under that last caution, so we'll see if they gained a lot of track position as well. Look at a track race off pit road. Chase Elliott still on the racetrack.
Elliott entering turn 6 right now, heading towards turn 7. We'll see if he pits. He's got 12.4 second lead over Daniel Suarez in second, and Elliott from the lead is on his way in. We'll have to see who's going to cycle out ahead between himself and Kyle Larson, as Larson had cycled ahead of the 34 of McDowell when they both pitted nose to tail from positions 2 and 3 on the racetrack, at least at the time of them pitting behind Elliott.
That is a long time on pit road, Marty, for the 9 of Elliott. Slow down there to the stall. We'll see if he can beat the 5 out.
That would have been excruciating for the driver. This is exactly the lap Alan Gustafson wanted to hit pit road. When I talked to him this morning, lap 59, got to pull the windshield wiper up to get that tear off. Chase Elliott said, I think I hurt the front tires early in that run. That's on me. Wants no other changes otherwise. Bleeding on all the Sunoco fuel to get in. Now let's watch the bleeding. Going to be tight with his teammate Kyle Larson.
Larson just heading towards turn 1 as Chase Elliott is about to exit pit road in the Estes. It looks like Elliott is going to come out well ahead of Kyle Larson in the 5, and he's going to have about a couple second advantage over his teammate now. And it's a repeat of last season. It's going to be a battle between Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott, from what it appears, for the win today, as long as it stays green for these final 32 laps of the race. There are still 5 cars on the racetrack that still have to make their final stop. That would include Cole Custer, Austin Cindric, Corey LaJoie, Austin Dillon, and Mike Rockefeller still on the racetrack. Chase Elliott is in 6th, 21 seconds off the lead, and about a second and a half, of course, interval time at least over Kyle Larson, who is in 7th. And Michael McDowell had a very slow pit stop on that 34 team trying to pack it full of fuel, but he came out 3 seconds behind Larson despite pitting on the same exact lap. And despite the fact Elliott pitted about 3 laps after both Larson and McDowell, he was still able to gap Larson by about a half a second as well. So fast stop for the 9 team. You just got to hope that they got the car full of fuel, of course, to the very end. Top 5 still stay on the racetrack that time by on the start-finish, to the start-finish line. Side-by-side commercial break. We'll go through the full field rundown real quick. Cole Custer is your current race leader. He is the 7th different leader of the race so far today. Austin Cindric is in second place, 1.7 seconds off the lead. Corey LaJoie's in third, 5 seconds off the lead. Austin Dillon in fourth, and Mike Rockefeller rounds out the top 5. Chase Elliott, as mentioned, is in 6th. Kyle Larson in 7th. Michael McDowell at 8th. Kyle Busch 9th, and Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Tyler Reddick in 11th. AJ Allmendinger in 12th. Christopher Bell in 13th. 14th is Martin Truex Jr. Daniel Suarez is 15th. Eric Jones in 16th. Denny Hamlin 17th after being a lap down at one point today and for a large portion of today's race. Chris Buescher back to 18th after green flag pit stops. Ty Dillon in 19th, and Kevin Harvick is 20th. Joey Hans falling all the way back to 21st. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd. Ryan Blaney fell back to 23rd. Brad Keselowski 24th. William Byron is 25th. Alex Bowman in 26th. 27th is Chase Briscoe. Bubba Wallace 28th. Justin Haley 29th. Ross Chastain is 30th. Harrison Burton in 31st. Eric Almirola 32nd. Ty Gibbs in 33rd. Larice Hezemans in 34th. Cody Ware is a first car lap down at 35th. Kimi Räikkönen out of the race in 36th, as well as Todd Gilliland in 37th. Daniel Kvyat 38th, and Kyle Tilley rounds out the 39 car field today. 4 cars are out of the 39 that started today's race, and 34 remain on the lead lap. Just 3 cautions, 2 for the stage break and 1 for incident early on in the stage when Austin Dillon went for a spin in the bus stop, and then 3 wide behind him trying to miss the spinning Dillon caused contact between Hezemans and Räikkönen, which sent Räikkönen into the tire wall at the exit of the Turn 5 bus stop. We have just hit 3,000 subscribers on the channel. I greatly appreciate you guys hitting that subscribe button. Definitely do so if you haven't already. And thank you so much for your appreciation and support in these daily live streams, but especially these live race commentary streams on the race weekend. So we have 29 laps to go as of right now. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in so far. One of the top 5 have just pit. Trying to see who that was. It was when I was reading the leaderboards, that's why I missed it. So that bumps Chase Elliott up to 5th. Austin Cindric. Cindric has just hit pit road in the 2 car. So Cindric in the pits. Cole Custer is about 7 seconds ahead of Corey LaJoie right now for the race lead. Custer slides into turn 6. He's only got about 14 extra laps on his tires compared to Chase Elliott. If he's going to stay out to the very end of the run, he can go quite a ways before he has to pit yet. Chase Elliott is definitely much quicker than Cole Custer on the racetrack, not only with his fresh tires, but overall has had a much quicker pace. One of, if not the fastest car in the field so far has been Elliott. Kyle Larson has closed the gap just a bit on Chase Elliott. Maybe a couple car lengths at the most. It looks to appear a 9 to 10 car length difference. Here's Parker Kligerman with Kimi Räikkönen.
Bus stop, was there anything you felt you could have done different there to avoid it?
Yeah, I wasn't very involved with it until I had a good line there, but everybody seemed to come on the left. Unfortunately, I had no time to react, and yeah, the impact was small. Apart from the first impact, somebody hit the tire or the wheels directly, and the wheel spun, and something wrong with the wrist, but that's how it goes.
I know it was shorter than you wanted, but did you enjoy yourself here in the NASCAR Cup Series?
Yeah, it was good fun, you know, and yeah, felt more confidence all the time, and you know, had some good battles, and yeah, it's a shame. I think the car felt like it had a lot of speed in there, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Will we see you come back?
Well, we'll see. I don't know myself either, so.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And that was Kimi Räikkönen following his crash on the opening lap, green flag lap at that in stage number 3. Great to see him running today. Definitely felt the presence in our chat alone was Kimi Räikkönen running today's race, as we had a lot of international people watching at the time. Some may have left after that. Some may still be here, but definitely giving off. He's helping NASCAR by running today. It's getting more eyes on the sport internationally today for sure, and it's definitely fun to see that. It definitely expands the sport, and hopefully we get more international drivers and maybe drivers coming over for Formula One to race in NASCAR. Fun to see how they compete. Räikkönen honestly had a very competitive day before that crash. He held his own and then some. Custer put up 10 seconds now over Corey LaJoie. He's much quicker than the current second place car. Chase Elliott seems to be about a half a second a lap quicker than Custer. He's not going to get to Custer until Custer pits. And Custer could probably still go at least 15 more laps on fuel. Looked like the 14 car of Chase Briscoe has gone around. He has damage to the right front of his race car in the bus stop. Like Ross Chastain got a little loose going into the bus stop, and he ended up losing control off the curbing. And the 14 car may have actually gotten into the left rear of Chastain, which sent him around. I'm not sure if the contact came before Chastain started spinning or after, but a spin from Chastain and Briscoe in the bus stop. Damage on the right front of the 14 car after contact with the left rear of Chastain, and Chastain is now in the pits as well. Briscoe stayed on the track that time by. Elliott putting a gap over Kyle Larson. It's now about a 1.7 to 1.8 second difference between the two cars. Elliott has just passed Cody Ware this lap, and now Larson's going to try to get around the 51 car next. Hopefully he can catch him on a straightaway, so it's not going to affect his cornering ability and cost him too much time. In line behind Cody Ware in turn 6. Has to go to the outside in turn 7 now to get around him. Side by side for the back in the pack. Martin Truex Jr., Chris Buescher battling for position. Currently battling for 15. Truex was 30th at the end of stage number 1. Really fell back there, but he's on the move. They made the right adjustments to that 19 car, and he's currently above Ryan Blaney in the running order as we speak. Blaney did not have a great pit stop at Penske Ford. He's back to 23rd, and neither Blaney or Truex, as far as I know, scored stage points today. So he's looking to get some sort of a net gain. One of his better tracks at Watkins Glen, despite the struggles from Toyota. Although Kyle Busch has had a pretty good day so far for Toyota. Christopher Bell kind of appearing here late in stage 3. All of a sudden looking like a top 10 contender. Cole Custer is in from the lead. This will give the race lead now to, it looks like, Austin Dillon, who has just passed Corey LaJoie on the racetrack also.
Cindric was able to rejoin around 13th or 14th. We'll see where Cole Custer's able to rejoin after this pit stop.
So this...
Truex spinning for fuel only. Thank you on that. I did not know that. That would explain why he gained about 15 positions in this stage already. I was going to say, I was like, wow, that's a completely different car. Got to try something, I guess, when you're that deep in the field. It's like Cole Custer is going to cycle out right in front of Martin Truex Jr. And that will be in the 15th place position, will be Custer after pitting from the lead. Chase Elliott 4 seconds off the lead now. Now he's got 2.5 seconds roughly. Make that, about 2.5 seconds back to Kyle Larson behind him. Cody Ware has spun in the bus stop. He's going to merge back on the racetrack in turn 5 as cars are blowing around him on the outside in the top 10. Cody Ware just lost it right in the middle of the corner. Had a big hop off the curb, as pretty much every driver has had over the curbing at Watkins Glen all over the racetrack today, and lost control as the car came back down on all 4. Mike Rockefeller will pit from third, now leaving just Corey LaJoie and Austin Dillon that still have to hit pit road before the end of this race. Austin Dillon is currently the 8th different leader so far. Chase Elliott has led the most with 16 laps led. That's 1 more than Logano and 2 more than McDowell. And McDowell is nowhere close to the pace that the 9 and the 5 are on, as he's about a full 8 seconds behind Chase Elliott as we run. 23 laps to go currently. And it has been about 23 laps since Austin Dillon last pitted. Corey LaJoie last pitted 4 laps before Dillon. I would assume it might be a fuel-only stop for Austin Dillon. That could be why he's taken it to the very end. Dillon qualified in the 12th place position just outside the top 10 today. Hasn't really ran there for most of the day. Has ran closer to 20th or worse. So trying something different here in this final stage on strategy to get himself the best finishing position possible. Like to take the Mustang around the track? That'd be pretty cool. I'd rip mine around a road course. I don't know how much you'd be able to handle. Just over 400 likes on the stream right now. We have almost doubled our previous record of 266. I guess we still have about 100 more to go, but hey, we still might get there. We've got enough people watching. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Live race commentary, live streams on the daily, whether it is the real races on the race weekend and the video game side during the week, all in the hopes of hopefully one day getting into the commentating booth. Future NASCAR races down the road. Just hit 3,000 subscribers on the channel today and still growing, so be sure, hit that subscribe button. Won't want to miss these streams going forward. Be doing live commentary for the Xfinity Series race next weekend on a Friday night at Daytona, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, I believe, is the start of that race. Won't want to miss it. That will be the next live race commentary live stream on the channel, and I will be doing Cup Series live commentary next weekend, only if the race gets rained out to Sunday. I will not be able to do it Saturday night, but that is why we're doing the Xfinity race in return next weekend, so I can give you guys some sort of live commentary for one of the real races on the NASCAR race weekend next week. 21 laps to go. Austin Dillon, Corey LaJoie still on the track. Chase Elliott just a 1.5 seconds off the race lead. It's going to be interesting to see when he catches LaJoie and Dillon how much he is going to be held up, as it looks like Elliott is closing in on LaJoie in the bus stop right now. This is the chance for Kyle Larson to try and gain time. LaJoie goes a bit wide off the final curb in the bus stop. Chase Elliott to second, passes him down low into turn 5. And Elliott quickly 1 second off the lead, off of Austin Dillon. On fresher tires and having a faster race car than the other Chevrolet in front of him. 20 to go this time by. Austin Dillon will lead this lap. He'll be staying out of the pits again. Chase Elliott trying to run him down. Austin Dillon in first, Chase Elliott second, Corey LaJoie third, Kyle Larson fourth, Michael McDowell fifth, AJ Allmendinger sixth, Kyle Busch seventh, Tyler Reddick eighth, Joey Logano ninth, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10 as of right now. Elliott still in close pursuit right now behind Austin Dillon, heading to the bus stop. Gains quite a bit of time on the 3. Into turn 5 where he got around Corey LaJoie the lap before. And off the exit of turn 5, he's swinging a little bit wider than the 3 car, pressing hard. Gap is about 1.5 seconds between Elliott and Larson. Larson picking up a little time with Elliott in the dirty air behind the 3. Maybe Larson trying to save his tires a bit more and not overcook him this early in the run with still 20 to go, so he can have a shot to gain on Elliott. Elliott still behind Dillon. 19 to go at the line. Elliott looks low into turn 1. diving it deep into the corner. Still can't get to the inside of Dillon. He was too far back before making the move. Slides the rear tires off the exit of the turn 1 on that curbing on the outside. Much smoother exit for Kyle Larson. Larson continues to close. Austin Dillon in front of him on older tires, holding up Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson on the attack from behind. Larson now within about maybe 7 or 8 car lengths as they head towards the bus stop. Late into the braking zone goes Larson. Elliott needs to get around Austin Dillon quickly if he's going to want a shot to hold off Kyle Larson. Elliott to the inside in turn 5 and will finally get around Austin Dillon for the lead. He's all clear. And now here comes Kyle Larson in the 5 with a big run off the exit of turn 5. Right in line behind Dillon. Looks to the inside into turn 6. Kyle Larson going for second. Late in the braking zone. Clears Dillon. Half a second is the difference between Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Who will have the quicker pace as Elliott comes by to lead this lap at the line to make it an official lead change? 18 laps to go around the 2.45 mile road course at Watkins Glen in upstate New York. Who is going to be better between these two Hendrick Motorsport teammates? Corey LaJoie, Austin Dillon still have not pitted, but they are no longer the leaders. They are running 3rd and 4th. Michael McDowell 9.5 seconds off race leader Chase Elliott. AJ Allmendinger only about 1.5 seconds behind McDowell for position, which would eventually be the battle for 3rd once Dillon and LaJoie both pit for the final time. Everybody else is good on fuel to the end, presumably. Elliott's going to be the best on fuel to the end because he was one of the last to pit, yet is still the leader. And still cycled out ahead of everybody else as he didn't have to take maybe as much fuel, and that definitely helped. Larson a bit quicker through turn 5 than Chase Elliott that last lap. And Larson, being the great race car driver he is, has a chance to finally be close enough to follow Chase Elliott's line. Try to figure out where Elliott's beating him, what he can do different to beat Elliott. The only thing he really can't do is figure out exactly where his shifting points are. But I'm sure he can pick up on exactly about where he is braking and where he needs to pick the throttle back up in order to try and catch the 9 of Elliott. As long as he stays within close proximity behind him, he'll have a chance to be able to keep the pressure on Elliott and continue to learn. Elliott a bit quicker through turn 1 as he pulled out about another car length and a half or so on Larson. Kyle Busch has wrecked. Busch is around. It looks like it's off the exit of turn 1. He was inside the top 10. He is sitting backwards. His car is rolling. He's trying to get back in the right direction. He was waiting for the track to pull clear again, and Kyle Busch is back in the right direction. Kyle Busch was right behind Joey Logano. There was no contact between the two cars. Busch just went up over the curbing off the exit of turn 1 and ended up losing control and ended up hitting the driver's side door against the guardrail on the inside of turn 1 after spinning and sliding backwards. But he was able to keep the car running, and we continue to stay green at Watkins Glen following Kyle Busch's single car spin. Tough break for Busch after running inside the top 10 all day. That drops him back to the 29th place position. And I believe he was in 7th place when he had spun. Actually, he would have been in 9th because Logano was in 8th. Shout out to Tyler Reddick running in the 7th place position right now after spinning earlier in the race as well. Allmendinger also spun earlier in the race and is in 6th, although Reddick spun much later because his spin was at stage 2 compared to lap 2 for Allmendinger. Still waiting on the 3rd and 4th place cars to pit, but right now the top 5, Chase Elliott first, Kyle Larson in 2nd. Elliott just got around Cody Ware. Larson trying to do the same. Larson on the outside in turn 7. That's going to scrub a little bit of time off for him. And Ware went to pit anyway that lap, so that definitely costed Larson more than Elliott. Larson lost 0.5 second in turn 7 alone to Elliott trying to get around Ware. Last car in the lead lap is Ross Chastain in the 1. That is the next car Chase Elliott has to pass. It may not be easy. This could give Larson another opportunity now that he's about 2 seconds off the race lead again from Chase Elliott. Still 15 laps to go. Last car in the lead lap again is Ross Chastain. So again, the top 5, Chase Elliott in the lead. Larson 1.7 off the lead, seconds off the lead in second. Austin Dillon third, Michael McDowell fourth. AJ Allmendinger now rounds out the top 5. Corey LaJoie is just pit, so actually McDowell's up to 4th and Allmendinger 5th. Austin Dillon's still on the track, about 6 seconds off the lead. Elliott has caught Chastain into turn 6, rides in line right behind him. More dirty air for the 9 car of Elliott, and obviously he's faster than the 1, and needs to get around him. Battle for position going on between Eric Jones, Kevin Harvick for 12th place. Austin Cindric just made the pass on Jones this last lap for 12th. Seems to be the problem. Everything continues to be happening to Busch. Yeah, I know. Just lost control off turn 1. Everybody's been hopping over the same curb all day today, but that's the first time we've seen somebody spin. We've seen that issue from other drivers, though, in the past, even in the Gen 6 era, so it's definitely not an easy exit to the corner. It's very rough. 2.1 second lead now between Elliott and Larson. Elliott a bit faster than the 5 car that last lap. I'm not sure if he's gotten around Chastain or not. They are currently focused in camera-wise on the battle for 12th between Cindric, Jones, and Harvick. 14 laps to go. Just over 800 people watching the stream right now. Our 3rd most watched stream of the year so far. Virtue of concurrent viewers, so thanks for everybody tuning in. And again, hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We are getting closer to the end. Still a 2.1 second lead. Austin Dillon will finally pit from 3rd this time by. That will move Michael McDowell up to P3, Allmendinger to 4th. They're about 11 seconds off the race lead. At least McDowell is, and then another second behind him is Allmendinger. Eric Jones going to get back by the 2 of Austin Cindric for position. Kevin Harvick now to the inside of Cindric as well on the main straightaway, and they're side by side into turn 1. And Harvick is clear off the exit of the corner. Cindric loses another spot. Elliott was able to get around Chastain that last lap. Kevin Harvick is not quite caught up to the 1 car yet. A lot of clean air in front of the 9 car. I don't think there's another lap car he's going to be catching anytime soon. Austin Dillon did not go fuel only with this stop. He took tires, 4 tires during his pit stop. So that has cycled him back to 26, trying to take some sort of an advantage on these fresher tires now to the end. If he would have went fuel only, he probably would have cycled out probably somewhere around that battle we saw between Jones, Harvick, and Cindric, if I had to imagine, because Custer was only a couple seconds in front of him when he pitted, and Cole Custer is in 11th as of right now. Make that 10th because Austin Dillon pitted, so Cole Custer back inside the top 10. Strong run after starting deep in the field, not qualifying well earlier in the day. 12 laps to go. Elliott continues to lead. Larson now only 1.7 seconds off the lead. He has closed the gap on the 9 of Elliott as he's trying to run down. Oh, man, Joey Hand is around. He's in the tire wall. Not sure what corner that is. Can he get back rolling? He does not. Caution is out. Caution is out for the 4th time today. Joey Hand has crashed. He has backed it hard into the outside wall off of some corner. It looks like turn 1. Turn 1. Joey Hand has crashed into the tire wall, and we have a caution lead at Watkins Glen. Well, time to rack them and stack them. We're going to have a late race restart. 4th caution today and our 2nd for incident. Joey Hand just lost control, came in too hot as he was battling Martin Truex Jr. for position outside the top 10, and he went into the tire wall pretty hard. And because the tire wall did get moved, that is why the caution came out, because Joey Hand was able to drive away, but because the tire wall, again, was bent. It was moved. Part of it has come apart. They're going to have to put that back together, so caution is out. Yeah, Joey Hand just went a little too hot into turn 1 trying to make the pass on Truex. At the time they were battling, it looked like for 14th. Tough break for Hand. He was having a great day, but overdrove the corner. That's what you call a hand job? That is great. Comment of the day. It's a bald GB for that one. Oh my goodness. We've got being Chastain and we've got a hand job. Oh my goodness. So again, caution struck with 12 to go. Pit road will be open this time by, I'd have to imagine, once the field gets bunched back together here. It gets organized. Now remember, everybody has more than 20 lap older tires except for Corey LaJoie and Austin Dillon, who just pitted just before the yellow. That's a perfect caution for both of those guys, although they're both outside the top 20. LaJoie in 24th, Austin Dillon in 25th. So I wouldn't say that they're in contention to win this race necessarily, but how many cars will potentially pit for fresher tires that are towards the front of the field? I wouldn't pit. I think track position matters too much. We're not going to have many laps left on the restart. I mean, you might be lucky to get a dozen positions if you pit even for over 20 lap fresher tires. I just don't see that benefiting you very much. If you're at the tail end of the lead lap, yeah, sure, pit. You know, if you're a guy like Ty Gibbs, Eric Almirola, if you're back in that area, 25th or worse, Kyle Busch. Although Busch is still a lap down because Chastain is going to get the free pass with this caution. He went a lap down a couple laps before the yellow flag had waved for hand spinning. I have money on Chase Elliott, and as long as really Michael McDowell or Chris Buescher, who are in the top 10, don't win this race, even Cole Custer for that matter, but as long as we don't get another new winner, I'm all right. As a Ryan Blaney fan, I do not want Blaney to miss the playoffs. He's a championship 4 contender if he makes it to the playoffs. I mean, he's second in points for a reason. Somebody's going to have to make it on points in the round of 8 regardless of who wins the races. Even if Blaney doesn't win, he could be that guy. I'm not just saying that because I'm a fan. Obviously, I think the stats speak for himself. William Byron coming into the pits. It looks like Bubba Wallace, Justin Haley are also in. I'm trying to find my controller. Here it is.
Will be a battle between Elliott and Larson when we return.
Well, we didn't get any pit stop reports like I was hoping for there. Oh boy. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got about 10 laps to go. By the time we go green, we'll probably have 8 or 9 laps to go in the restart. This is going to get wild. We've seen some crazy finishes to road course races this year. Will we see another one? And it's Elliott versus Larson for the second year in a row. But don't count out Michael McDowell and AJ Allmendinger. They're going to be right there as well. It is going to get good. Just over 800 people watching the stream right now. All awaiting for the same potential final restart of the race. It's over 450 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everything you guys have done today. And we might set a stream record for the most people watching a single stream. Our record is 946. That is the record that we are shooting for right now, and I believe that was at Nashville. It was either Nashville or Road America we had that record. I think it was Nashville. I could be wrong. It was either Nashville or Road America. I can't remember the race. Both those races I had about the same, but I can't remember which one I had more in. We had over 900 people in both of those. We'll see. Like and subscribe. How's Suarez looking? Haven't been able to look at the race. Suarez is in 6th. He's had a great day. Quietly inside the top 10. Yeah, Tyler Reddick back in the top 5. He's looking for his 3rd road course win of the season. They're lined up double file. They'll be going green this time. We'll have 9 laps to go on the restart. And we still have about 50 minutes left of daylight at Watkins Glen, so there's going to be no issue getting this race in before dark. They're going to be able to settle it. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson going for the win. And if you're Ryan Blaney, you're just hoping that Michael McDowell does not win this race starting inside Road 2. And I would not doubt that this could be the final chance for McDowell. You never know what happens at Daytona next week, but this could be the final opportunity he's going to have at a win this late in the race. Will he go 3 wide to the inside if he gets a good launch on the 5 and the 9? How much of a push may he give the 5 of Kyle Larson going into turn 1? Chase Elliott elects the outside. He's the first driver to lead on the restart that has taken the outside lane. Everybody's taken the inside so far, so it's going to be interesting to see if this works. Hesmans pulls the pit road further back. Green flag is back in the air. Dead even off the start between Larson. McDowell trying to go 3 wide to the inside. Larson with a block. Reddick trying to fill the void in the middle. Now Reddick is 3 wide. He gets into Michael McDowell. He got into his back bumper. Now they're 4 wide off the exit of turn 1. Back down to 3x3 as they try to funnel into the S's. Michael McDowell's lost about 3 or 4 positions on the restart after that bump from behind from Tyler Reddick. Still shaking and baking for positions back in the pack. Still 3 wide through the S's as they file out of the corner. McDowell right in line behind a couple cars that are single file. Joey Logano and I believe Daniel Suarez, who are battling for the 5th place position as of right now. Make that 4th. Battling for 4th place. AJ Allmendinger was able to get to 3rd following the restart. Chase Elliott came out as the leader by a couple car lengths on Kyle Larson. It's Elliott versus Larson versus Allmendinger at the front of the field, and you got a little bit of a gap back to the 4th place car of Joey Logano. 4/10 of a second now is the difference between P1, P2, but realistically it's only about 2 to 2.5 car lengths off the exit of turn 7. Allmendinger 1.1 seconds off the lead following turn 7 as well as he's pushing hard. Looking for back-to-back top 5s on road courses as he finished in 5th place at Indy just a few weeks ago. Elliott gapping Larson in turn 1 again. Was that Larson's last opportunity to get by Elliott, or does he have something for Chase in these final 8 laps? We have a car around in turn 1. In the gravel trap, it's Hesmans, and he is stuck. This is going to cause another caution. He is spinning the rear wheels, trying to get back in the gas. We're going to have a caution with 8 laps to go. Hesmans is around in the sand. I think it's in turn 1. Although there is no sand in turn 1 anymore, so never mind. It's not turn 1. I don't know exactly where out on the track he was. He pitted right before. The field went green. So he was well behind the rest of the field when he had spun and went into the gravel pit. Put it out, yep. 5th caution of the day. Hasn't been stuck in the gravel trap. Turn 6. Just went in too hot and ended up spinning backwards into the sand in turn 6. Same spot Chastain got stuck in practice yesterday. And we're going to have another restart, which is going to be another shot for Larson to get by Elliott. McDowell fell all the way back to 6th after restarting 3rd. He tried to go 3 wide to the inside, then Larson blocked him, and Tyler Reddick got into the back of the 34 car in turn 1, which kind of launched the 34 a bit wide in the middle of the corner, where Logano, Allmendinger, and Reddick were able to get by McDowell. Yeah, I did put Reddick in my garage on my fantasy team before the end of stage 2. I didn't think he was going to get back up that quick. Steve Reed, thanks for that comment. Peggy Peters. Hope Elliott spins out, retired of Golden Daddy's boy. Jeez. Bundle of nerves here. Still loving it. Another shot for the Dinger as well. He'll be on the inside of row 2 in the restart this time. So assuming that the top 10 stays out of the pits, this should be quick cleanup. All they have to do is just pull the 27 car out of the gravel pit. They'll get back to green ASAP. Full field running order quickly under this, hopefully, final caution of the race. Chase Elliott in first, Kyle Larson in second, AJ Allmendinger third, Tyler Reddick fourth, Joey Logano fourth, Tyler Reddick is fifth, Michael McDowell in sixth, Daniel Suarez seventh, Christopher Bell at eighth, Eric Jones ninth, Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10. Cole Custer in 11th, Austin Cindric 12th, Kevin Harvick 13th, Ty Dillon 14th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 15th, Denny Hamlin at 16th, Brad Keselowski 17th, 18th is Alex Bowman, Mark Truex Jr. 19th, Ryan Blaney is 20th, 21st is Austin Dillon, William Byron 22nd, 23rd is Justin Haley, 24th, Corey LaJoie, Chase Briscoe in 25th, Harrison Burton 26th, Ross Chastain 27th, Ty Gibbs 28th, Eric Almirola 29th, Mike Rockefeller is 30th. 31st is Joey Hand, Bubba Wallace in 32nd, Kyle Busch in 33rd, Reese Hesman's 34th, Cody Ware 35th, Daniel Kvyat 36th, and Kimi Räikkönen would be 37th, finished today, Ty Gillen 38th, Kyle Tilley in 39th. So Kvyat actually came back out on the track and was able to surpass Räikkönen in the running order after a mechanical issue on Kvyat's car earlier in stage 1. Here is Dave Burns with Alan Gustafson. Going to give him a little interview here late.
For just a second. And we'll ask you first, Alan, did you like what you saw in the last restart, the lane choice? You want him to go there again?
I mean, it's really up to him. We retained the lead. I don't really know what's going on inside the car, into the corner and all the dynamics that go on there. So, yeah, I mean, we retained the lead. That's obviously objective, so we just need to do that this time and how many ever more it takes.
Correct, and we could get to overtime. Does this caution, did you need it? You didn't need it to get to the end, did you? But you need it for overtime?
No.
All right, his man's getting ready to go. He'll lead him to green again.
Work next down.
All these cautions allowing drivers to save fuel under the caution flags here late in the race as well for those that might have been trying to push it, pitting as early as they did under green flag conditions, around 36, 37 laps to go in this final stage. Cautions breed cautions. That is very true. Sad but true. I say sad because sometimes it turns into wreckfest. They've just been a couple of single car spins from Joey Hand and Reese Hesman's two part-time drivers in the Cup Series making mistakes here in these final dozen laps that have sparked a couple of late yellows. Going back to 10 years ago again, this has been the highlight of the week, I feel like, is just replaying and re-showing this 2012 finish at Watkins Glen with it being the 10-year anniversary of it. Marcus Ambrose's first career NASCAR Cup Series win, passing both Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski on the final lap of the race. Another late race restart here today. Highest running driver in the running order without a win that is running full-time and is playoff eligible would be Michael McDowell in 6th. For those of you wondering. Also in the top 10, Eric Jones in 9th, Chris Buescher 10th of those without a win so far this season. Cole Custer, who has been in the top 10 for a large portion of the final stages, in 11th currently as well. Almost 900 people currently watching as we're about to head into another late race restart. We'll have 5 laps to go this time by, and it looks like the field is doubling up. So 5 to go. That's how many laps you're going to have left on the restart. Chase Elliott has been the class of the field, even a couple laps after the restart, short run, long run. He is the guy to beat. The only real chance to beat him today is likely going to be to get around him on the restart in turn 1. Because I doubt he's going to be one to make a major mistake here that costs himself the win following turn 1, unless he has got a car in hot pursuit behind him. So row 1 on the restart, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson. Chase Elliott will elect the outside like he did last time. He's the only driver to elect the outside lane on a restart today. It worked for him the first time. We'll see if it'll work for him a second time. Allmendinger, Logano in row 2 with AJ down low. And then in row 3 is Tyler Reddick and Michael McDowell with Reddick on the inside. Green flag back in the air. Pretty good launch for the 16 car of AJ Allmendinger. Door to door is the 5 and the 9. Larson locks the tires up. He runs the 9 car wide, and Larson's in the lead off of turn 1. Tyler Reddick sliding around on the curbing as well. Going to lose a couple positions. Joey Logano gets back around him, and back in line in 5th is Reddick. Chase Elliott back to 3rd as AJ Allmendinger is able to get by for 2nd as well. Logano charging as he gets to the outside of Chase Elliott, heading towards the bus stop for 3rd place. Kyle Larson slid the front tires, really all 4 tires, into turn 1 on the restart. Went wide. Elliott is falling back, way back now. Everybody's getting around Chase Elliott. They're pushing him around. Logano to 3rd, Reddick to 4th, McDowell on the inside of Elliott now for 5th, and it's Kyle Larson and AJ Allmendinger going for the win at the Glen. And the fastest car all day long is now back to 5th place as he fends off Michael McDowell into turn 6. Does Elliott have enough time to get back through the field? He's 2 seconds off the lead, but he's got 4 cars to pass yet to try to get back to the front. Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell side by side off turn 7 for position as well. Larson about 2 to 3 car lengths ahead of Allmendinger into turn 1 with 4 laps to go. 2 by 2 are some of the cars in the back half of the top 10 right now. One car goes very wide. I think it was Tyler Reddick. Might allow an opening for Chase Elliott to close the gap on Reddick. He couldn't quite get alongside of him into the S's though. Kyle Larson trying to take his 2nd win of the season. Allmendinger looking for his 1st as well, the 1st for colleague in that 16 chartered car, which has been ran part-time by various drivers this season. Daniel Hemrick at times, Noah Gregson's driven in that car, and now AJ Allmendinger. Allmendinger gains in the bus stop and through turn 5. Maybe a bit quicker than Kyle Larson. Who knows? We haven't seen these guys go head-to-head all day. And Joey Logano back in 3rd is only 1.7 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott still cannot get around the 8 of Tyler Reddick for 4th right now. Allmendinger loses time in turn 6. And I think Elliott might have moved Reddick out of the way because Reddick went extremely wide in turn 6. And Chase Elliott is up a spot now to P4. 3 laps to go. Elliott actually trying to get back around Tyler Reddick potentially. It's hard to tell who is who back there off camera. Remember, if Allmendinger wins, then the 16 car is going to be in the playoffs for the Owners' Championship, and that would be 16 different winners in the Owners' playoff field, which is different from the drivers, of course. One car sliding sideways a little bit further back off the exit of the S's for position, as there might have been contact back there. Couldn't tell who was battling. Looked like it was Reddick trying to hold off Daniel Suarez. Allmendinger again better, though, at the front of the field than Kyle Larson through the buses and through turn 5. Seems to be where Allmendinger is at his best in comparison to the 5 of Larson. Into turn 6 and 7, pretty equal that time. AJ Allmendinger finished 2nd in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. As long as he doesn't make a major mistake, it's a guaranteed top 2 today, but he's definitely going for the win. Elliott closing the gap on Joey Logano for 3rd, but those two are over 2 seconds off the lead. They're battling for position just in case something happens between the 5 and the 16. Larson gaps Allmendinger through turn 1. A half a second is the difference through the S's. Lap and a half to go as they head down the next long straightaway in the chute, heading towards the bus stop in turn 5. Allmendinger very late in the braking zone, doing all he can to keep pace with Kyle Larson. Digging deep. Again, a little bit better than Larson in the bus stop. But overall, he's lost a little bit of ground over the last lap or so. Allmendinger is wiggling around, working the race car. Loses a bit of traction up turn 5, and Larson now is gapped in by a couple more car lengths. 0.6 of a second heading towards turn 6, and they'll be coming to the white flag, which means if a caution comes out on the final lap, the race would be over. Elliott and Logano are battling bumper to bumper for third further back. Elliott still trying to get around him. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. It is Kyle Larson who leads A.J. Allmendinger by about 6 to 7 car lengths through turn 1 and now entering the S's. Larson had gotten by Elliott on the restart. He ran him a bit wide. He locked the front tires up. And he seems to be pulling away from A.J. Allmendinger, who is nothing for the 5 of Larson. Larson hasn't won since the second race of the season at Auto Club. Currently riding a 24-race winless streak throughout the course of the season. But this would be 5 more playoff points that will carry over in the playoffs when they begin in a couple weeks at Darlington in the Southern 500. 2 more corners to go for Kyle Larson. Allmendinger closed the gap just a bit through the bus stop in turn 5. But he's still sitting about 4 to 5 car lengths behind him. Elliott also still behind Logano as they enter towards turn 6 and a battle for third. A.J. Allmendinger digging hard, pushing towards turn 7. 4 car lengths is the gap off the exit of turn 7. Allmendinger had no shot to get there. Checkered flag in the air. Kyle Larson is going to win his second race of the 2022 Cup Series season. And Larson will get the weekend sweep at Watkins Glen, winning the Xfinity Series race yesterday and the Cup Series race today, leading only the final 5 laps of the race. The most important laps of the day. A.J. Allmendinger second, Joey Logano third, Chase Elliott fourth, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5. Michael McDowell in 6th, Tyler Reddick 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Eric Jones is going to round out the top 10 today. Those are the unofficial results to today's top 10. We'll go through the full field results after the interview with race winner Kyle Larson, as well as whatever other interviews we get before NBC goes to their first commercial break following the finish of this race. Just locked the tires up, slid it clear of Chase Elliott, and then Elliott got kind of bounced around. He was in third right behind A.J. Allmendinger, and he was on hot pursuit behind the second place car. And somehow Joey Logano got through the exit of the S's better than Elliott, was able to pull alongside of him. They went side by side in the bus stop. Elliott tried to back out to quickly give up the spot, so hopefully he can get back around him with a crossover, and in doing so, Reddick also got by, and Elliott was just put too far back in the field to have a shot there at the end. Be sure to stay tuned in. You guys will get to listen to all post-race interviews as we will start our post-race show. '18th career Cup Series win for Kyle Larson. And again, the weekend sweep at Watkins Glen for Larson. I believe he's the first driver to get the weekend sweep at Watkins Glen since Joey Logano in 2015. On the front stretch, no burnout at least yet from Larson as he is hopping out of his race car, and he is probably going to go over there and claim the checkered flag. Back-to-back wins at Watkins Glen for Kyle Larson as well. And that means Chase Elliott has gone through 5 road course races and still no wins on a road course this season. He's got one more shot to do so at the Roval in the playoffs, another one where he has gotten multiple wins at in his Cup Series career. Late race restarts, one too many for Chase Elliott. Gave an opportunity for Larson. I mentioned before they went green, his only real shot to beat Chase Elliott was passing him in turn 1 the restart. He did just that. Here's Marty Snyder with Kyle Larson.
Going into turn 1.
Yeah, I knew that was kind of my only opportunity. I'm not proud of it, but you being in the inside lane or the right lane, and you being the leader choosing the left lane, it's definitely wins out. But when it gets late in the race, it's definitely risky. And like I said, I knew that was my only opportunity to get by him. So I felt like our cars were pretty equal today, and had a lot of fun after the green flag cycle, trying to chase him down and kind of burnt my stuff up a little bit. But the restarts, kept me in it and kept our team in it. So proud of our guys. Good to get another win here at Watkins Glen. Get some more bonus points loaded in the playoffs, which is we haven't had many of those this year. So hopefully this will build on some momentum and we can keep racking up some more points.
So if the shoe was on the other foot, would you want to have a conversation with your teammate if that move happened?
I'm sure, yeah, we would ultimately have a conversation. We have a competition meeting tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, I think if I was in his shoes, I would understand the risk that I'm taking choosing left lane also. So again, like I said, I'm not proud of it, but it's for what I felt like I had to do to get the win.
Did you learn something on the restart before that you said, I'm going to try and take advantage of it on this final one?
Well, yeah, I mean, all the restarts I was in the right lane yesterday with William, I always got myself in a bad spot where, my angle was pinched off and we'd always make contact and I'd end up, sideways and get passed by people. So I knew everybody's aggression was going to be higher as each restart went on. And I didn't want to put myself in that position again to get passed by AJ or Joey, who are really aggressive behind me. So, yeah, it's just part of racing at road courses, especially this year, it seems like. So, again, not proud of it, but we did what we had to do.
Kyle Larson gets the win here at Watkins Glen, Dave, but I'm sure his teammate Chase Elliott's not going to be very happy about it.
Well, he ends.
And here is Dave Burns with Chase Elliott.
Says that he's not happy about the way it happened. He also said if he was in your shoes, he would have understood the risk of restarting on the outside there. That was the question that I had for you. Did you consider that risk on the final restart?
Just a huge congratulations to Kyle and everybody on the 5 team. Congratulations to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports for getting another win, and appreciate Kelly Blue Book for being on our car this weekend.
He says this will be discussed, obviously, in competition meetings and between the two of you. What would you like to say to him?
Congratulations. They did a great job. Seriously, they deserve it, and looking forward to going to Bristol next week and trying to get with our team.
One of your first conversations was with Mr. Hendrick. Was he able to console you at all on the loss today?
Just congratulate him. Like I said, always good to see HMS win. The boss deserves all the wins and all the great things that go on with this company. So just proud of that, and looking forward to next week.
All right, thanks, Chase. The dominant car today, Rick, keeping it positive here.
We'll go through the full field finishing order real quick as NBC/USA Network about to head to a commercial break, I'd have to imagine. You'll also get to listen to any other interviews following the commercial break on the other side. Kyle Larson wins today's race by 0.8 of a second with the margin of victory over second place EJ Allmendinger. Joey Logano ends up holding on for third, and Chase Elliott, as you just heard from moments ago, ends up finishing in fourth. Daniel Suarez had a quiet but good day, rounded out the top 5. Solid run for him on another road course this season, finishing in 5th. Michael McDowell in 6th place as well. Tyler Reddick in 7th. Christopher Bell 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And Eric Jones rounds out the top 10. Cole Custer in 11th. Kevin Harvick in 12th. 13th was Austin Cindric. Alex Bowman in 14th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 15th. Ty Dillon in 16th. Austin Dillon 17th. Justin Haley 18th. 19th was Brad Keselowski. Denny Hamlin 20th. Ross Chastain 21st. William Byron 22nd. Martin Truex Jr. 23rd. Ryan Blaney 24th. 25th was Chase Briscoe. Ty Gibbs 26th. Corey LaJoie 27th. Harrison Burton 28th. 29th was Eric Almirola. Mike Rockenfeller ends up 30th. Joey Hand last car in the lead lap at 31st. Kyle Busch, after spinning late in stage 3, ends up 32nd. First car, 1 lap down. Maurice Hezemans finishes a lap down behind him in 33rd. Cody Ware 2 laps down in 34th. Bubba Wallace had a mechanical issue there late in the race. I noticed he ends up finishing 7 laps down in 35th. Daniel Kvyat 36th. He ended up DNFing as well. Actually came back on the racetrack to get ahead of Raikkonen at some point in time there. So I guess he actually technically finished, but many laps down after an issue earlier. Raikkonen ended up crashing out early in stage 3. Todd Gilliland had a mechanical failure, a toe link issue on the rear. Knocked him out of the race while he was leading nonetheless early on. And then Kyle Tilley ends up last in today's race in 39th. Thanks for a couple more $5 super chats. Raji, thanks for your $5 super chat. Another great call on this race, Keegan. I greatly appreciate the support there. And then Curse Studios with another $5 super chat. Right side, Chase adds another top 5 to his ever-growing season record. That is 10 top 5s and 15 top 10s this season. Yep, and we still have 11 races to go, and a few more that Elliott has won at in his career, where he may have more shots still to win before season's end. Like the Roval I mentioned, he's won at Kansas before. We go there early in the playoffs. Also Phoenix, obviously, where he won the championship in 2020. Martinsville's a good track for him, so he's definitely got some good tracks. He'll have more opportunities at wins yet before the season is out. Still the most winningest driver this season. Kyle Larson, one of the few multi-time winners now this year, picking up the second race win for himself. Average race speed of 94.72 miles per hour, 5 cautions today, 3 for incident, all in the final stage. And we had a total of 9 different leaders for 13 lead changes in today's race as well. We also broke a couple stream records today. I want to shout you guys out collectively as a group for that. Over 500 likes on the stream, the most ever in a single full race, live race commentary live stream on the channel, obliterating the previous record of 266. So greatly appreciate you guys setting that record today, and we still have time in this post race for you guys to hit that like button if you have not already, and also subscribe if you haven't already. We also hit 3,000 subscribers on the channel today, well over that as well. I was hoping we can get there today. We got there. Thank you so much. A lot of international viewers watching the race, maybe still watching the stream. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in for maybe the first time ever, rooting on your favorite international drivers. I know Kimi Räikkönen was a big one, obviously, racing this weekend. And hopefully you enjoyed your maybe tribute to NASCAR and your debut of watching NASCAR. And hopefully you continue to watch the sport in the coming weeks as we are heating up our championship battle with just 1 week to go before the playoffs at Daytona next weekend. Time to see what the damage was on the fantasy team here. And we'll see how the fantasy league has gone this weekend. I didn't realize Watkins Glen sold out of grandstand seating today. I don't know how many of them stayed during the rain delay, because it looked somewhat sparse at various areas around the racetrack. I don't know why I went to this screen. Alright, let's go to the fantasy team here. Chase Elliott does clinch the regular season championship today with a 4th place finish as well. That is also worth noting. So Chase Elliott is the regular season champion. That will give him 15 more playoff points that will carry over into the playoffs in a couple weeks. Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, AJ Allmendinger were the 5 guys in my starting 5 at the end of today's race. Elliott, dominant car of the day, finished 4th. Kyle Larson won today's race, good run. AJ Allmendinger finished 2nd. Michael McDowell had a top 5 late in this race as well. I believe he held on to 5th, if I'm not mistaken. And then also Chris Buescher had a solid top 10 as well, so solid fantasy team this week. As far as the bonus points, I had Elliott beating Reddick, got points there. I had Blaney beating Harvick, that was not the case. I had Buescher beating McDowell, that was not the case. And I also missed out because I had Gillen over Burton. So, unfortunately, I only got 10 bonus points, but the rest of the lineup itself is pretty good. Joey Logano scored the most points of any driver today between stages and finish as well, with Logano finishing in 3rd and also getting 15 stage points, which was the most stage points of any other driver today. And the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 8th drivers, I had Reddick in my garage. If I would have had Chris Buescher over Tyler Reddick, or Reddick over Buescher in hindsight, I would have only got 7 more points. So pretty solid still. And even with that solid points day, I think the bonus points kind of costed me because I ended up finishing 5th. Monster Jam X10 is your Watkins Glen win. Actually tied for the win this week between Monster Jam X10 with 218 points, as well as Jordan 1199 also getting 218. So we have co-winners this weekend at Watkins Glen, barring post-race inspection. Patrick Shadley, P-Shat Motorsports, ends up in 3rd with 212 points. Dark Crypto, 209 points in 4th. And Ryan Gerard ends up with 203 points, actually tying me for 5th at 203 apiece. The standings coming into this week was pretty tight, especially within the top 2. And we have 1 week to go to crowning a regular season champion. And one of you will get to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500 if you are not... excluding the Daytona 500, again, if you win the regular season or playoff championship. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan came into the week just 20 24 points ahead of Inside Uranus. Both of them finished outside the top 5 today. P-Shat Motorsports, who comes in third in points, finishes third today. He's going to gain quite a few points. If you're within 200 points going into Daytona, I think realistically you still have a mathematical shot of winning the regular season championship. So I'm probably going to eliminate myself now, as I've not had as good of a season as last season when I won the playoff championship, and maybe I can go back-to-back in the playoff championship side of things. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan did beat Inside Uranus. Actually, they tied, so that points lead is still going to be 24 points between Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan and Inside Uranus. That is a very tight battle. And Inside Uranus trying to go for back-to-back regular season championships as well. That's how I met him at Fontana earlier this year. He won the contest. So, doing my quick math here, Patrick Chadley's going to gain 13 points. So, he doesn't gain a whole lot. It's probably just between the top 2. It's looking like it's basically between the top 2 for our regular season championship next week. I think last season was a little tighter at the end of the regular season. I thought there was like 3 or 4 of us that mathematically had a shot, but it looks like it's just 2 drivers, or the 2 players in the fantasy league that are going to go head-to-head. 24 points is the difference between them. It's been tight between those 2 all season. But good luck to you guys next week, whether you're watching or not watching. Hopefully you guys have a tight battle, and you're definitely going to be on the edges of your seats throughout Daytona, hoping your fantasy team plays off. As for the playoffs, it automatically resets. If you're not already in, be sure to join. It is the KRC League, KRC in all caps, space capital L on League. I'll put that in the chat real quick. Free to join. Again, chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing. 2022. Inside Uranus, thanks for the $2 super chat, and I will win it again. He's trying to go for back-to-back. That would be highly impressive to do that, considering how many people are in this league. He knows his fantasy. So, be interesting to see how that develops next weekend. USA Network signing off. Of course, they've gone past their scheduled window for today's race, so it's pretty obvious why they are signing off right now, of course. I think I might have had another super chat somewhere during the stream. Let me try to find it. I didn't realize... Oh, no, never mind. There was 4 altogether. Yeah, I got them all. I was a little confused there for a second. I was thinking I might have missed one. But I don't think I did. I think I had all 4 throughout the course of today's race. Thank you for those of you that did leave that. Most viewed stream on channel history today. We're at over 26,000 views and counting, and that's not to mention after the stream ends. Greatly appreciate you guys. We set 3 records today, plus we hit 3,000 subscribers on the channel. Couldn't do it without you guys. Appreciate your support as always. For those of you watching right now, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content before we sign off here. And as far as the next race commentary, see Davey Chumbler in the chat asking when the next race commentary is. Next week, Daytona Xfinity Series on Friday night. 100 laps, 250-mile race, pretty short race, but I will be doing live commentary for that one next week, and I'm doing the Xfinity Series specifically next week because I'm likely not going to be able to do the Cup Series next weekend. I won't be going to Daytona for the regular season finale, but I have plans that Saturday night. I will be able to watch the race from afar on my laptop, on my phone throughout the course of the night, but I will not be able to do live commentary on the go with where I'll be at. As far as the live race commentary for the Cup Series, we will definitely be doing the Southern 500, the first playoff race on Labor Day Sunday night. So you can tune in for that. If the NASCAR race next Saturday night at Daytona gets rained out to Sunday, if there's rain Saturday night, they have to run the race on Sunday. I will be able to do live commentary Sunday, but if the race is Saturday night as planned, I will not be able to do it. And again, Friday night, though, will be the next live race commentary Xfinity Series next weekend. Daytona, it's going to be exciting. I like doing the commentary for the super speedway races because it always comes down to the wire, and I like the races that just come down to the wire at the end. I can usually brings the best out of me with my live commentary skills, and hopefully I did a good job for you guys today because we had a lot of new viewers that were tuning in for the first time, as we usually have on a weekly basis, but greatly appreciate the support again you guys give me. Signing off today. After all of our stream records, add on to it. Again, run the likes up. We've got like 30 more in the last couple minutes again here. So, again, appreciate that. And, again, subscribe. I will see you guys tomorrow night for the next live stream on the channel. It'll be a NASCAR 06 chase race at Kansas. Again, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow will be the next live stream on the channel. And it will be Kansas. NASCAR 06, our Do It for Dale series, trying to get Dale Jr. his first career Cup Series championship. We are 5th in points going in, I think 58 points out of first. And underdog driver who made the chase, Mike Bliss, has a 3-point lead over Jeff Gordon going into that race tomorrow night. It is a tight battle right now between the top 9, all within 92 points of each other with just 7 races to go. So see you guys tomorrow night. Have a good rest of your Sunday evening. And I'll, again, see you guys. Thanks, everybody.